Julian, well, this is only the second time in 6 appearances in this triangular competition that Sri Lanka have got through to the finals. The only other time they did that was 10 years ago when they went down 2-0 to Australia. The West Indies were the other team then. And on this occasion, they've qualified for the final really on the basis of bonus points, because they had the same number of wins as South Africa, but those 2 bonus points pitched them into the final. And on 6 occasions, they've batted first. Their 3 wins have come from batting first. And Kerry O'Keefe, can they do it again? Can they set up something special here tonight? Good afternoon. Welcome to Adelaide.
Good afternoon to you, Jim. Good afternoon, everybody. Oh, I think they can. This is a crucial toss on this pitch, and they've won it. They'll need 270 plus. If you look at past history of one-day internationals here, you've got to score over 270 to be safe. So that's a run rate in excess of 5. They can't dilly-dally early, not that Jayasuriya does, but Adapadu is the balance. He tends to milk the ball around the place, looking to score behind the wicket with deft touches and angles. Jayasuriya is the hurtful material. The Australians will have talked long and hard about him. They say they're going to bowl short to him. We're going to find that out. But short and wide is death against son of Jayasuriya. The toss really... If you look at the last 11 games played here, the side that's batted first has won 8. So that's a big percentage trend that you bat first, you win the game. If you look at the last 11 one-day series here in Australia, only 1 has gone to a 3rd game. So 10 have been decided. The winner of the first wins the second. So the odds already after the toss are in Sri Lanka's favour that they can get 270 plus, put Australia under pressure, go to Sydney 1-0 up. So we're going to see a reversal of the trend if it's to be 1-all. That is presuming the Sri Lankans win, and that's by no means a foregone conclusion, of course. But they have all the things going for them. They have a bright sunny day here, a little cloud cover, white pitch, short square boundaries. Left-handers dominate here at the Adelaide Oval over the years. Lara's got a lot of runs here. Bevan, Hooks, Lehman, and they've got 3 left-handers in the top 5. And they have perhaps the best of all going in at 1, son of Jayasuriya.
I suppose the other interesting little thing that comes into the game now with the super subbing, which, as we've been saying, does favour the team that bats first, is that they've got Bandara to pull off the bench, who keeps taking wickets. He's the 3rd leading wicket taker in this series. 13 wickets at 16.2, a strike rate of 22 balls a wicket.
He's been the surprise packet, but he's got a very simple method. He doesn't spin the ball very much, but he bowls straight at the middle stump. If you observe Malinga Bandara's methods, it's all about pitching middle stump and working little wrong-uns and slight leg breaks when opposition have to go it over 5 and over. And he's been the perfect complement for Muralitharan at the other end. So, and you could almost sense in Marvin Adepadu's voice that he was so delighted that they had the opportunity to score heavily and have their super sub, Malinga Bandara, doing his good work towards the end of the evening.
Well, it's been a lively week for the Australian team. There was some comment about what occurred at the Border Medal the other night, where the Australians being precious about Phil Tufnell's remarks, his analysis of where Australia stand at the moment, coming up to another Ashes series. Or was there an overreaction about the way the Andrew Symonds affair was conducted too, because he got the points to win the medal but didn't get the one-day award? Now here's the lead bowler, Lee, first ball, and it's down the leg side of wide. You get a short price on that in the one-day game. First ball of the match being bowled as a wide. Daryl Harper, who just before the match received an award in recognition of his long service to the game, stood in his 50th test match at Lord's last year, he indicated the wide. None for one. Brett Lee, 15 wickets at 19.2 in this series. He gets a wicket around every 5 overs. Some games a bit more often than that. 3 and 1 over against South Africa. He's bowling to Adapadu with 2 slips, and this ball hitting on the pad, and appeal for LBW. Harper's on the move. He wasn't even looking. That looked a bit like leg stump and going down, but Daryl Harper was already moving as they went up for a very confident appeal. Perhaps the line of the ball was just taking it down the leg side, but we get a chance to see a replay.
Yes, pitched on, but it wasn't the outswinger. It was going down with Lee's arm. Good decision by Darryl Harper, but significantly, Gilchrist and the slips were running at the umpire, so that they're on edge, the Australians.
None for one after a first ball wide. Lee goes in. Adapatu plays late. Just kept it out of his pads. He's on the crease, and he's going to have his wits about him here. Lee's bowling at serious pace, and he's got Marvin Adapatu searching for the ball. Well, they talked a lot about the short pitch stuff, particularly to Jayasuriya, but Adapatu, you'd think a full length's about right at high speed, because he's playing pretty late.
He is. You just sense Marvin Adapatu, twilight of the career. He's just a half a yard behind the ball. Big chance for Brett Lee. I think he knows it. You don't want to give him width because he'll angle behind the wicket, but if they can bowl straight at the stumps, we'll see.
Lee goes in, and Adapatu's forward, jams down on a Yorker, and gets it off the bottom of the bat down to Bracken at third man. So it's none for two in the opening over. Now here we go. Jayasuriya, whose strike rate is 117 or close enough to it in this series, and has scored a thrilling 100 against Australia in Sydney when Sri Lanka got away to that big total. So he's going well, and they'd want him to come off today.
Well, there's a man at forward point, a man at backward point. Lee doesn't want to bowl wide. Can he shape in swingers to him? That's probably the way to go. Don't get them too straight, though. Anywhere near the legs, you go the journey. This is game on here. Jayasuriya v Lee.
Lee comes up to him, and he's forward, and he plays the ball away off a thick edge down through the gully. Typical Jayasuriya stroke. Just pushed at the line, and it flew where gully may have been, but there wasn't, and he gets off the mark. Keeps up his 100% strike rate. None for three in the opening over. Sri Lanka winning the toss, and they've made a couple of changes with Fernando and Mubarak going out, and Arnold and Kulasekara coming in. Australia, the same team that's been doing the job for them with more and more confidence and panache as the series goes on. Lee runs into bowl, a lifting ball outside the off stump that was rapid, moved away almost 150 Ks from Brett Lee, and I think he played inside it.
Oh, but still a daunting delivery. Brett Lee, I don't think I've ever seen him more fluent in his approach. This is an athlete at the peak of his career, B. Lee, New South Wales. I just can't. It's just amazing the way he's been able to stand up through this series. Often he gets niggles because he's so, he exerts himself so much, but he looks full of running. He's going to be the testing material.
He's testing Adapatu in this opening over as he runs in towards him, and Adapatu is back and behind and pushing away to Michael Clark out at point. And after a wide from the first delivery, the over is complete at none for three. 1-1-1 on the board. Adapatu, Jayasuriya and Sundries one apiece. And now the other big question that Australia need to continue to address is the adequacy of the replacement for Glenn McGrath, because it looks as though they're going to be without McGrath for a while, as they have been in the last few games, and it'll be Nathan Bracken who'll be sharing the attack with Brett Lee.
And that's very right, Jim. Bracken is not McGrath. He's a fine bowler, but the psyche is with Sri Lanka when McGrath isn't there, and this is what Bracken's job will be, to try and tighten up the other end of Brett Lee. He has had some success against Jayasuriya in drawing him up, just that angle. I think Jayasuriya will probably attack him, so there could just be the one winner here. Bracken looking to dry him up, Jayasuriya looking to free his arms against him. Will the white ball move for Nath?
Well, Bracken was the best of the bowlers when they met in that extraordinary game in Sydney. He only went for 40 from 9, and here he is coming in. Jayasuriya is clipping him away neatly in front of square, and he saunters off for a single. 2 from 2, none for 4. In that game there was no McGrath, of course. Lee 1 for 50, Bracken 2 for 40. Dorian Hopes went for 110. They did some super subbing there to get Hogg out on the field, and even Stuart Clark absent from that game, with Michael Clark having to bowl 5 overs for 34. So they have, I suppose, improved the quality of their attack with Stuart Clark there as the seam backup, not Dory. Hopes as the super sub, then Simons, Hogg and Michael Clark if required. Now Atapatu is on strike with a slip and a short mid-wicket. Bracken comes to him and he miscues there. The ball moved on him. He got a thickish outside edge and a way to cover. He wasn't really aiming there, but the ball just shifted a little on him and it went out into the covers. So Bracken, can he get some movement here with the ball on a day that's got a little bit of cloud around, but high cloud? Darryl Harper and Ricky Ponting having a chat there in between deliveries. Michael Hussey's at slip, Ponting at short mid-wicket. Bracken comes to Atapatu, who drives behind point. Good save. They get a single, but Michael Clark saved 4. He dived to his left as that attempted square drive speared away behind point, and he knocked it to his left and they took a single. So Atapatu, Jayasuriya 2 apiece, none for 5.
No boundaries yet. Bowling's been really reasonably tight. I think Sri Lanka will have to set themselves a minimum of 50 after 10. You can't beat Australia if you're in the 30s after 10.
Fine leg is up as Bracken bowls, and Jayasuriya down the leg side misses one that's a wide. Alim Dar pounces on it. Again, it wasn't all that far away from the line of the pads of the leg stump. I think he was aiming to spear in somewhere around there, which is a bit dangerous with fine leg up. But he was slightly offline and he got nailed for the wide. None for 6 in the second over. A fine day here. There's still plenty of space down at the Oval if you're thinking of coming along, and quite a few have taken the chance to get a ticket on the day. Bracken bowls. Forward comes Jayasuriya, turns it around the corner. That's the lookout country. It's going down towards deep backward square. The outfield's not rapid, and as a result, between Clark and Hogg, they do the 1-2 to tidy up in the deep. 3 runs to Jayasuriya as Bracken strayed near the leg stump. None for 9, and Jayasuriya moves to 5.
Well, I think significant is that Nathan Bracken's not moving the ball. I know he's only 5 balls into his first over, but there's been no significant away movement to Jayasuriya or into Atapatu as yet. Not a good sign.
Bracken goes in. Atapatu leaves the ball on the angle outside the line of the off stump at a good pace there. Good sign for the batsman.
Very good sign for the batsman. And I think the Sri Lankans, they pounce on things like that. If it's not moving, they'll see him as vulnerable. But having said that, they just, I just think teams make mistakes of building for a final 10 overs. I think the first 10 overs is crucial against Australia. You've got to get on top of them.
Ponting's moved to the gully because of the lack of movement. He bowls on the angle. It's driven up to mid-off. They can't score as it's fielded after a fumble by Damien Martin. So after 2 overs, Sri Lanka, having won the toss, have made 9 in the first of the best-of-3 finals, with Atapatu 2 and Jayasuriya on 5. Everybody's on edge. Can Sri Lanka post a big score?
They should. This is a good pitch. The outfield doesn't look overly quick. It's a lot of burnt grass, but they've a very sandy base here. Because of that, they've put a bit of dirt, I think, to try and assist the regrowth. So not lightning outfield, but of course it's the Adelaide Oval. Very short square of the wicket, rope in a long way at both ends. Lee swung a couple first over. This will be a pivotal over. Jayasuriya would be looking for a boundary. They haven't hit 1 in 2. Can Lee deny him?
Lee goes in. Jayasuriya back to a bouncing ball. Yes, look out. No, they're stopping. They could have taken a single there. Atapatu was ready to go, but Jayasuriya seemed intent on just keeping the short ball out. But they're experienced, almost veteran players, these two. And we may not see the run between the wickets from then that the Aussies will put on.
And that is a problem. Atapatu has a history of getting involved in run-outs. If Jayasuriya isn't hitting boundaries, then they'll have to look for quick singles, and that'll be in the Australians' favour.
Yes, the ball just died a metre or two in front of him. There was an easy single, but they didn't go. Lee goes to Jayasuriya again. He jumps a little in the air as he defends a ball down the offside. Good pace from Lee, pushing up towards 150, 147.9 Ks. And Brett Lee's just sussing out that area where his front foot's landing with Darryl Harper. Just giving him a few clues about getting close.
He's a very, very nervous runner between the wickets out of Padu. He makes the other batsman feel nervous because that ball was pushed along and he ran 5 yards up the pitch staring at Jayasuriya. I mean, gee, that puts the striker on edge if the non-striker's doing that.
Lee bowls short and he swivels it away. He doesn't quite catch it flush, but he'll get 2 runs. A little bunt wide of mid-on. Lobbed out there safely. Just as well he got a little bit on it. He could have holed out to mid-on there, but Lee, as we've been expecting from what we've been reading, is going to bowl a few short at Jayasuriya, but he wants to get it right because this man can belt them. He's 7. This is the clash that could determine the game.
He's such a good short-arm jabber, Jayasuriya. He gets a lot of power from a short-arm jab.
Lee pitches up and he drives at this, and it flies down towards backward point for a single. He got that on the outer edge. It was in the air for a while. Clark in the deep took a moment or two to pick it up. Didn't carry to him, but it wasn't far away in the end as he eventually realized where the ball was. That attempted square drive that sometimes goes for 6 went to third man for 1.
Very sandy outfield. I think there's not going to be a lot of pickups on the run in the outfield. Ball seems to be dying. A lot of dead grass, patches. Interesting for a final.
None for 12 in the third. Here comes Lee, and Adipatu leaves outside the off stump. The ball moved away a little bit, but Adipatu saw the line and watched it fly through. He's 2. Jayasuriya is 8. It's turning into a sunny afternoon now, so you need your sun cream and headgear on. And Brett Lee at the moment is bowling with really good rhythm, attacking Marvin Atapatu in particular, and he's slipped onto his pads on one occasion. He's turning down here at the river end, getting ready to have another go. Welcome to South Australian Regionals as Atapatu leaves Lee's ball outside the line of the off stump to complete the third over here. Sri Lanka batting after winning the toss. Atapatu is 2. Jayasuriya is 8. Here's Kerry O'Keefe, and Roger Wills is coming in to join him in a moment.
You're listening to the first one-day final live from the Adelaide Oval. Australia versus Sri Lanka on ABC Local Radio and online at abc.net.au/cricket.
And with 3 overs in, a sedate start, no boundaries, run rate of 4. That needs to be up to 5. Roger Wills has come in. I'm very impressed with this starting lineup. Sri Lanka, this is their best possible team with Kapujadara at 7, Kulasekara and Pereira, 2 of the new ball bowlers, Murali and Vasis and Bandara, the super sub. Wow, they couldn't get any stronger in Australia without Glenn McGrath. So they've won the toss on a belter, so they've got a few things going for them. What they haven't got is 270 plus, but we'll see if they get there.
Welcome, Kerry, and a change already. Stuart Clark from the northern end, and Kerry's will be departing. Give him one more over, and Peter Roebuck is ready to come in. So Stuart Clark, his first ball in the first final to Jayasuriya, who just jams down on the ball and nudges it straight. Should be 2. Plenty of work for the fieldsman. I don't think they'll take the third, and the relay throw comes in. Simons is the third man in the relay, and they take 2 as he just nudges the ball. He's a bit like a boxer, Jayasuriya. He's a fabulous player to watch. He goes to 10. Sri Lanka winning the toss and batting. And what a beautiful sunny day now. None for 14. The forecasters have got it right again. It's going to be 25 degrees later on.
Oh, good day for batting. But you'll need 270 plus.
Clark to the left-handed Jayasuriya, and he lobs the ball high outside the circle mid-on. The turn and chase for Bracken. One bounces, has got the legs to go to the ropes. No. Drops like a 9-iron. The throw comes in. They'll only take 2. Back up. Well done by Bracken. Long chase towards the scoreboard mound. The people over there standing up enjoying this beautiful sunny weather, would have had a superb view of that. So Jayasuriya doesn't get the boundary. He goes to 12, none for 16.
Well, what's been produced here, we're playing on quicksand. That had to run for 4. This is a glue outfield. Amend that 270, 240, 250 will be very competitive.
Clark right arm over to Jayasuriya, who lobs the ball very high. Could it be caught? No, it's 6. It's over the fence, and it's missed by the man in white near the Victor Richardson gates. He wheels around to nose, put off by the cameraman. The ladder, the first 6, just a flick from Jayasuriya towards the chapel stands. What a spectacular sight they would have had. Jayasuriya burst to 18. The man cranks up the music, number 22.
Well, Jai just doesn't pick the bat up. He relies on his wrists and a short arm jolt. And he's just jolted that off middle and leg, 90 metres over forward square leg. He's a hurtful player. Nathan Bracken, was he taken off because it wasn't swinging? Clark's come on and he's conceded 10 already.
Bowls again, and it's pushed straight by Jayasuriya. That will be just 1, fielded inside the circle. So Jayasuriya suddenly goes to 19. Adapado, the captain who won the toss, is 2, none for 23. A couple of balls to go to complete the 4th over. And the security man over there near the fence, Kerry, there are 97 security people here today. It's 0 tolerance. Good to know you've got your collar on and you got through.
I mean, fitting, does a collar make you behave better? Like, did Russell Crowe have a collar on when he threw the phone?
You look good in pink. As Stuart Clark bowls to Adapatu, and he nudges the ball backwards square leg. In charges Kadich. Adapatu gives the strike to Jayasuriya. The captain goes to 3, and Sri Lanka, a bright start, number 24.
Oh, very good start. I don't know why Bracken's been removed after 1 over, whether it's a change of ends, whether the white ball wasn't moving, and in Ricky Ponting, you're not going to bowl at these blokes unless there's swing. So a couple of things happening out there, whether they don't want him to get used to particular bowlers, don't know. But he's already raced to 19. We're in the 4th over.
Only allowed 2 out in these first 10 overs. Stuart Clark to Jayasuriya, pulls the ball. Where's it gone to? It's just got out on the onside, and it's come off the helmet, has it? You heard that sudden nudge, and he grilled the ball out to mid-wicket. He did the old Liverpool kiss. That is the end of the over. So 4 overs gone, none for 24. Jayasuriya 19, Adapado through, and Stuart Clark first over, conceding Kerry O'Keefe 12.
Well, they all raced to him and patted him on the bottom, so they were happy with the last delivery, but he's gone for 12. The run rate's up at 5. That's where they needed to be, Roger. Got to be a minimum 50 after 10. Don't make the mistake of saying, oh, if we're none for 31 after 10, we've got a base. No, against Australia, you've got to keep going at the start, and you've got to ice the cake as well. But this outfield's a bit of a conundrum. Ball's plugging, not running across it as we're used to the Adelaide Oval. Got to go. Catch you later.
Thanks, Kerry. And Ian Fleming in pink today, which is good as Lee starts the next over. That's over number 5 and bowls to Adapadu, and it's played out on the offside. Ball goes to Kadich. Simon lopes in from his cover point position, and you can see the burnt marks on the ground here, Peter Roebuck, as we welcome you with that 4 days of 40 degrees, and it really is tough work for Les Burdett and his crew here, and it makes it even interesting, a bit like a magic pudding. Welcome.
Yes, welcome, Roger. Thank you. It's very bare. I'm quite surprised and very slow. That's the sand, is it?
I assume it's the sand put down to try and help the patching there, which got really scalded a few weeks ago. Number 58, Brett Lee, runs away from us. We're right behind him. Magnificent view to Adapatu, and he beats him outside the off stump, and Lee throws the hands up, but he runs down towards the batsman and looks at him and then turns around. None for 24. This is the 5th over.
Yes, he's been a class of his own here. Brett Lee, that one was the off-cutter coming back between bat and pad. Previously the outswinger. A beautifully pitched now. He doesn't bowl up and back like he used to, the Yorker and the bumper being his main deliveries. The bumper's now a surprise weapon. The Yorker, he occasionally goes for, but mostly he relies on pace, control, outswing, and every now and then that little off-cutter.
Brett Lee in the sunshine. Opens out again to the right hand at Adapatu, and he nudges the ball on the offside. He wants to get away from the strike. It trickles down to Ponting coming up from second slip behind the popping crease, and about 3 or 4 Australians spurt in, and the score remains at none for 24. No change for the Australians from their last success at the SCG over South Africa. James Hope is the super sub, while for Sri Lanka, into the side Arnold and Kulasekara. who we saw bowl here on the couple of matches in Adelaide, was very impressive. Out Mubarak, sad to see him go. I like him, one of the characters, and Fernando, and their super sub is Bandara, who's been pretty useful in that regard. Brett Lee, number 58, past umpire Harper in blue, and the ball is driven. Well, good shot, no run, fielded by Kadich, number 24, and this is the 5th over.
Yes, Bandara's been very effective. He's one of the, behind Murray or with Murray, one of the main bowlers, is with Chaminda as well, of course. That'll be the main wicket takers. The problem that Sri Lanka has had is the 2nd and 3rd seamer. That's really the position that has been chopping and changing, and it was the opening batsman. But I think Adapatu is right. He's got the experience of Test match cricket to open the innings. Not so long ago, there were a couple of young lefties out there, and that didn't work out too well.
So Lee wipes his brow. It's not too hot, but when you're running in at 1,000,000 miles an hour, it can get you in a lather of sweat. As he close to the stumps to Adapatu's forced to get up on his toes and play it down. It's so quick. It's obviously looking to get the ball and give the strike to Jayasuriya, but a lovely delivery again by Lee, and it's none for 24.
Yes, again, the tremendous line, good control. Just one slip now. The gully, or the second slip, has been moved to point. That's catching position square of the wicket. And that's a recognition, really, that well as Lee is bowling, it's a very good batting pitch.
So the 5 fieldsmen inside the circle on the offside, and there's the 3rd man away in the northwestern corner as Lee charges in, and Adapatu is almost poleaxed as he up periscope, ducks under it, and it thuds into the gloves of Gilchrist. What a magnificent delivery to complete the 5th over. 5 overs gone Sri Lanka, none for 24 with Jayasuriya 19, and Adapatu through. Peter Roebuck. We're behind, not side on, but side on. That would have been quick.
Yes, that was Lillian Thompson stuff. That was a tremendous delivery on an Adelaide Oval pitch. I think the 2 breakthroughs for Australia this season have really been Lee's bowling. I know he's played before a hell of a lot, but his bowling this season has been a breakthrough, and obviously Hussey. Hussey's performance has been just outstanding. And when you think that before this season, Hussey hadn't played a Test match. Now he's a regular in both forms of the game. So 2 tremendous breakthroughs there from Australia. That'll help them in South Africa, and also with next summer when England come.
And Brett Lee goes into a wide leg slip for Jayasuriya. There's Hussey in slip, and Gilchrist, they go down, and Stuart Clark starts the 6th over, hits the pad of Jayasuriya. No. There's Adapatu starting to charge, and Stuart Clark lopes through and he follows through, puts that extra doubt in. It remains at none for 24. It's fantastic to watch the Australians because they know they want the singles, and the fieldsmen inside the circle are all good, all quick, and all right on their toes.
And the running isn't that good. I mean, if you think of a ball goes off the pads to short leg, I'd like to know who's going to stop that if the batsmen are awake. But I think Jayasuriya was a little bit inconvenienced by the delivery and therefore wasn't awake for it.
There's Hogg out on the deep forward square leg boundary. Comes off the fence as Stuart Clark does the same, and Jayasuriya clips the ball. I think he's trying to play it on the offside. Well bowled by Stuart Clark. Bit of movement into the left-hander. So it goes back on the onside, fielded by the bowler. Pat on the back from Captain Ponting. None for 24. It's a reasonable crowd at the moment. It's a Friday, schools are back, people are working, they're paying for their holidays, and I think you'll find with this weather, Peter, that people should stream down later on, particularly with Adam Gilchrist. And if Sri Lanka can build a big total, it would make for a very good night. Stuart Clark with that sort of pitter-patter approach and opens out and bowls to Jayasuriya. He nudges the ball away on the onside, and in charges Ponting, flicks the ball towards Gilchrist, out through the offside. None for 24. They've been on that for a while.
Yes, they have. It's an opportunity for Stuart Clark, this, because Lee is bowling so well at the other end that there's pressure on the batsman to attack Clark, and if he keeps bowling that length that he has this over, and very straight to Jayasuriya, they're not going to give him anything outside off stump to let him have a crack at. What'll happen is the batsman will feel obliged to do more against Clark, and they'll take risks against him, and he'll pick up a wicket or 2.
Orthodox field within the circle. They're about the edge. They move in. There's a slip and a leg slip as Stuart Clark bowls to Jayasuriya. He packs up defence. Well bide. Great bowling's the call as Gilchrist behind number 18, clapping away. None for 24. You had the benefit of being there on a Sunday for the SCG game. I was listening on radio, went down to Kangaroo Island for their annual dinner, and we had 115 people seated in a wool shed. It was fantastic. But to hear Gilchrist playing, doing what he did. Must have been fabulous to be there.
Was the wool shed reverberating? Was it made of tin?
No, it's actually a working one, and it was the smell of the sheep poo, which all country people would know, but it was a fabulous night, and Stuart Clark bowls to Jai Sarir and away on the offside, and they've got half a dozen teams, and they're all on the farm, they're all working, they play their cricket, and they have a competition like so many people do around the world, particularly around Australia, and it really was at McGillivray, appropriately McGillivray Cricket Club, and the oval was on the property.
Wow, yeah, well, that's... what are wool sheds made of, then? Not tin?
Tin roofs.
Tin roofs.
And lots of wood.
And what's distinctive about sheep droppings? Well,
it sort of smells. If you live in the country, you know, and if you're looking with sheep, I won't describe what the smell is, but it's not too bad.
Oh.
As Stuart Clark to Jai Sarir, and it's down on the leg side, fielded by Gilchrist, Lee's in support. Well bowled, Stuart Clark, what a comeback. 12 off his first, a maiden on his second. That is splendid bowling, so none for 24. Sri Lanka winning the toss and batting there. 6 overs, Adapado 3 and Jai Sarir 19.
And grandstand on your local ABC, just updating round 2 of the Johnny Walker Classic at the Vines near Perth. The Gulf, KJ Choi from South Korea, 13 under. He leads by 4 at the moment from 2 Australians, Tony Carolyn and Adam Scott. The American Kevin Stadler is a shot further back. He's at 8 under the card. And Stephen Leaney is there. He's in a tie for 5th at the moment, along with Peter Senior. There's 7 under the card. But KJ Choi, the man to chase at the moment, 13 under. He leads by 4. Let's go back to Adelaide. And Sri Lanka, no wicket for 24, heading into the 7th over.
Roger Wills and Peter Roebuck with you at the first of the one-day finals at the Adelaide Oval. And our SMS number 19921222. And the email grandstand@your.abc.net.au. And we're online at abc.net.au/cricket. A few messages coming through. Where is Dizzy? That's Gillespie. Is he injured? No. From Brad. Will he be in the World Cup? Be interesting to see what happens. No McGrath at the moment, we know that for personal reasons. As Lee starts the 6th over and bowls to Adapito. Lovely drive, beats the diving Simons, hasn't got the legs. I think it will get there, yes, despite the efforts of Kadich. He tees, he dives, goes over the rope. And a lovely cover drive by Adapito. Takes the score to 28, Adapito to 7. And this is the 7th over. The first run for 14 balls, and Graham Pellin as sharp as a tack.
Oh, he doesn't miss a trick. Yes, that was a beautiful shot too. It really wasn't a bad ball. Hit on the rise, through extra cover, a hard shot to play. Someone told me Dizzy was here earlier. And has he had a child or something?
He has.
With his wife, that is? I think that's right, isn't it? It's just the other day or something, wasn't it?
Yes, well, she was right onto that. And the last game we did here is Lee bowls to Adapado. Good ball, angled in just outside the off stump, and there's no run. In fact, he's getting ready for South Australia. They played the South Australia Victorian Pura Cup game, which was meant to go 4 days and was over in 2.5 days. Well played, the Bush Rangers, and South Australia about to go to the Gabba to play a one-day game next Friday, and then an all-important game for both sides starting on the Sunday, with Queensland having won a couple of outrights. So they're now in second position, so it's all turning around.
So he had the baby about 2 weeks ago.
Around about that, yes.
So I'm red hot with the news, basically. Is that what you're saying?
Don't you follow the hatches, matches and dispatches in your papers? As Lee to Adapado and off the back foot, well bowled out to Simons. It gets onto that right-hand side and flings the ball back towards Gilchrist. None for 28. Last time I saw Simons was in Perth, and some of his fielding was just magnificent.
It's a very good attack, the South Australian attack. When you think of Tate, when you think of Gillespie, the 2 young spinners. Cullen, I know, is injured, but everyone says that Callum Bailey has been bowling very well. Rofe, of course, around the place. I know Paul Wilson's gone off to West Australia, hasn't he? But it's a very good attack, and they could all play international cricket sooner or later, and some of them already have, of course.
And a lad called Sean Tate on the way back as well.
Yes.
Mark Cleary's been useful. He made 100 and got dropped for the next game as Lee runs away from us into the right hand at Adapado, who drives. It's well up, should be fielded by Kadich, quickly to his left. Well done. Flicks the ball back, and there's Hussey bouncing around at slip, as you should do. Backs away on the short leg slip. He's clapping away in the distance. None for 28. And it is Sri Lanka winning the toss and batting, which is a good scenario. They only made 218 on that very hot day in Australia Day. Not enough. And the Australians ground out that win.
Yes, they did. But, I mean, Bandara's going... I'm surprised Bandara's super sub. He surely automatically plays, doesn't he, in their side? In front of a couple of the others.
Seems to be his permanent slot. He did well in Hobart as the next ball is a bouncer, and well played out of Padu, but it's a dot ball as he sort of buckled to the knees and swayed his away from it, kept his eyes on it, went through to Gilchrist, none for 28, and that was travelling.
One-day cricket's a much better game now that bounces are allowed again. I think there was a phase up until like 2 or 3 years ago when you weren't allowed to bowl that type of delivery, and really the fast bowlers were muted. Yet the sight of someone like Lee in full flow is one of the great sights of the game.
Brett Lee, it's a joy to watch him. His absolute athletic run-up is glorious, and he's fired up for this game as he's passed umpire Harper. And Adapatu up on his toes, won't get a run. Cross goes ponding, taken by Michael Clark, and that is the completion of the 7th over. Sri Lanka winning the toss and batting, none for 28. Adapatu 7, Jayasuriya 19, and to follow Sangakkara, Jayawardena, Dilshan, Arnold, Kapajadara, Vas, Kulasekara, Muralidharan, Pereira and Bandara, you would think would be a super sub. He actually had the game here against South Africa. Remember, he came out with super sub, was run out first ball. But apart from that,
yes,
he's been very good.
His bowling has been most handy and a crucial weapon. And the other one, of course, has been Chaminda Vas, who's bowled so well early on. If the Australian batsmen are able to get hold of Chaminda, then there isn't much these Sri Lankans can do about it. It's not like they can bring Stuart Clark on as the backup. Chaminda Vas has been crucial. It may well be the Australians will identify him, or more or less whatever the target is, as the man they can nail. Because if they nail him early, I don't know where Sri Lanka will go in those first, well, 20 overs, really.
Stuart Clark starts the 8th over, doing battle with Jayasuriya. Flicks the ball along the ground, backward square leg. Hogg's got pace. I think they won't go the second. No, they know Hogg, the effervescent one, and the ball comes in. So just 1 to Jayasuriya, 20. None for 29. You'd love him to bat a long time, wouldn't you, rather than getting out. He has flicked a 6, but the longer he goes, then more tantalising the innings becomes.
He's fun to watch as well. Buccaneering, basically simple player. I was thinking there about Brett Lee. What an example he is to the other players around the place, young, aspiring pace bowlers that you keep improving. Then I saw Hogg and Hussey and these guys, and really, their stories have been the same, and Stuart Clark for that matter.
Stuart Clark, very tall. Umpire Dar, and Adapatu knows the call, and charging in there is Hogg. He's about 15 metres away out at point along the popping crest, and as soon as the ball was nudged, he sprinted in, and it's a clever placement because he's forcing them to do something different. There is a backward point outside the circle just, that's Ponting, a slip and a third man as well as the cover, and now Hogg scurries to the right a little bit. It's an intriguing position, but it's basically to cut off the single. And Stuart Clark, very good one-day bowler, opens out again to the right-handed Adapatu, who defends the ball just outside the off-stump. This is an excellent bowling effort by Stuart Clark, despite that opening 12 runs when he was flicked over the square leg mid-wicket boundary, and it's none for 29. Glenn Mitchell getting ready to come in. We've got Larry from Lobethal. Why not bring Sean Tate back in and try to ready him for one-day cricket in McGrath's absence? Well, the Australian team's been set, hasn't it?
Where's Lobethal?
Up in the Adelaide Hills.
Right.
The lights of Lobethal is one of the highlights of Christmas time here, Peter. You go up there and the whole town is lit, and up there in apple country, and wonderful part of the world is Stuart Clark to Adapatu, and he pulls the ball around forward square leg. That's 4. Lovely shot, the swivel all along the ground, in control out to the members near the yellow and green seats, and it's none for 33. Probably heard that in the effects mic. Adapatu goes to 11.
Yes, he does. He's played 2 cracking shots too. A pull forward of square right on the ground there, very controlled, and the extra cover drive, a hit on the rise against Brett Lee, was also a magnificent shot. He's a very good player, Adapatu, a test match opening batsman, and this is their best opening pair. I've no doubt about that at all.
A couple of balls to go to complete the 8th over. So Stuart Clark, the challenge to get the line right to Adapatu when he flicks the ball backward a square leg outside the circle. Just the one, fielded by Kadich away to our left in front of the Sir Donald Bradman stand. None for 34. Sri Lanka winning the toss and batting. Adapatu goes to 12, and yesterday was cool. We had some rain. As that wonderful thought, it's going to warm up. 25, 27 tomorrow, so the weather's going to be right.
Well, I hope everyone's health is right. I'm hearing about this gastroenteritis thing that's been sweeping Adelaide. Have you had it? Has Graham had it?
No, I think
Walshy?
we're all no, he's in fine fettle. Walshy's okay. He's still chipping away in his coloured shirts and having his health food. As Stuart Clark to Jayasuriya, and he pulls the ball around, and it's gone for one bounce. So it's about to be 6 towards the Clem Hill stand. A swivel around, clever shot, knew where the field was. That is the end of the over. So good one for Sri Lanka there. None for 38. 8 overs gone. Jayasuriya 24, Adepato 12. In a moment, more from Peter Roebuck. And for the first time in the final, Glenn Mitchell.
Grandstand Cricket, live on ABC Local Radio and online at abc.net.au/cricket.
Well, the Australian bowling has been very tight at one end. Brett Lee 4 overs for 10 runs and played with a great deal of respect, and rightfully so, by both opening batsmen. At the other end, and Bracken 1 over. It went for 6, but nothing terrible about that. But 3 overs from Clark now, 22 runs. So between them, 4 overs for 28. And that's really why the good start has been made by Sri Lanka, with 6 overs, 8 overs, 6 overs gone, 38 runs. And they've done it quite easily. Graham, you're saying something. So 8 overs gone. 8 overs gone, 38 for none. But still pretty good, particularly since it's for none. And Lee's coming out of the attack now, and Bracken trying his luck.
Well, will he swing it? He didn't get much earlier in the innings. He only bowled the 1 over from the northern end. Marvin Adepato anchored the innings last start down in Hobart as he's forward and running Bracken down through backward point. They go through for 1. Think about a second, but the ball gathered away in the deep by Brett Lee, and 1 it will be. None for 39. Adepato up to 13. Australia in the field by virtue of Adepato winning the toss. Again, Malinga Bandara, who's been, well, the most effective super sub this summer in that role again, and James Hopes, the super sub for Australia.
Next up. What have these chaps beginning with K done so far?
Kapugedera and Kulasekara.
Yes.
Well, Kulasekara has bowled very well.
He's a medium pacer, yes he has,
yes,
isn't he?
He bowled very well here in the 2 matches just on Australia Day and 2 days before against South Africa. He was terrific. Now a leg gully, very square in position as Bracken bowls to Jayasuriya up on his toes, and he gets a single. Just nudging it down towards Clark at a 3rd man, a squarish 3rd man when he gathers. None for 40. Jayasuriya to 25. You happy with the outcome of the border medal and everything on Monday night, Peter?
Well, I can't say I was absolutely transfixed by it, but I did see the results. This whole thing's fallen apart, Jim. I think that, well, I think old Simons was a bit unlucky. If he was the one-day player of the year, he was the one-day player of the year.
Well, I find it hard to believe why he was. I don't understand why he wasn't eligible. As Adepato faces Bracken in from the river end, and he's back and across and defending, but he picks out Hussey coming in from point, because the Australian captain has now told us that he was never suspended by Cricket Australia. He suspended himself. So if that was the case, if he suspended himself, I wonder why it was on the night he wasn't eligible to win the award.
You normally need a rope to suspend yourself, but well, look, I thought more should have happened at the time about it, but the fact is it's done and dusted, and it's a cricketing award.
Bracken in from the river end. Adepato gets one well up and he drives, but no run. The man we're talking about, Simons, knocks it down and then retrieves from extra cover. But Ponting was at pains to say that he was never ever suspended by Cricket Australia. If he wasn't suspended, how come he was ineligible for the award? He should have just been given it, surely.
Yes, well, I basically agree with that. But even if he was suspended, even if he had been, it would have made a difference to me. I'd have said, well, there's the offence, there's a penalty, it's a separate thing, it's done and dusted, forget about it, move on. What are the cricket performances like?
Marvin on 13, faces Bracken. This one a slower ball and he drives, and again finds Simons, who hammers the ball back from extra cover to the keeper, Adam Gilchrist.
How funny was old Tuffers? Was he good? Well, not everyone seemed to find him hilarious.
Well, one man in particular didn't, and was very vocal about it, Ricky Ponting. I thought it missed the mark a little bit.
Did it?
Yeah, it was a bit flat. A lot of pre-recorded pieces of humour are when you're not bouncing off an audience or people there laughing to gee you along. Nathan Bracken in his 2nd over is short of a length and just nibbled here by Adepato, just wide of the slips fieldsman there in Hussey, and away to the rope for 4. Well, Hussey was almost in the orthodox first slip. If it was more of a floater, perhaps it would have been a catch. It went through it knee-high to his right, and this remains a profitable start here for the Sri Lankans. They're nearing 5 and over. 9 have been bowled. They're 44 without loss. Adepato 17, Jayasuriya 25.
And this in the land of Gillespie and Tate. as well, so there'll be a few locals interested to see how the selectors resolve that matter. They haven't had much choice with some of them recently. Tate's been injured, of course, and so's Gillespie for that matter, and other people have taken their places, but I don't think either Tate or Gillespie ought to be giving the hopes away, even of going to South Africa at this stage. It doesn't look like Tate's going to go because he's not able to throw or something of that sort, and they want to take everyone fully fit. But the fact of the matter is the backup bowling for Lee this summer hasn't really been quite there, or not consistently there.
Clark starts the 10th over to Jayasuriya short, and he pulls it away, skies it out towards Hogg, who takes the catch at fourth square leg, coming in from the deep. That ball wasn't all that short, and Jayasuriya top edging it to the fleet-of-foot Hogg, who came in from the area between the chapel stands at deep forward square leg. It was an acrobatic catch low down, and Jayasuriya is out for 25. And from the first ball of the 10th over, having elected to bat, Sri Lanka 1 for 44.
And grandstand on your local ABC. We'll go back to Adelaide Oval shortly, but firstly to the newsroom.
ABC News, good afternoon. I'm Adele Hodge. There'll be more medical places at universities as a result of today's Council of Australian Governments meeting. The initiative was announced in response to a national shortage of doctors. The leaders also agreed to a $1 billion plan to help young disabled people find better accommodation than aged care homes. A Sydney court's heard that a man accused of war crimes in the former Yugoslavia will fight against his extradition in the High Court. Croatian authorities allege Dragan Vasilkovic committed crimes against prisoners of war and civilians in the former Yugoslavia in 1991 and 1993. The value of housing loans increased by 2.8% in December. The Bureau of Statistics figures show lending increased for both owner-occupier and investor properties. Analysts say the figures show the housing sector is on the mend. And the 3 children of slain Melbourne underworld figure Mario Condello spoke at his funeral today. His sons Reno and Rosario clutched the rosary beads Condello had been carrying when he was shot dead on Monday night. His daughter Vanessa said her father had turned his life around in the last 18 months and prayed every day. This is ABC News.
On 702 ABC Sydney, lines are now open. 8333 1000.
And grandstand on your local ABC. The Sri Lankans are 1 for 44 in the 10th over. Jayasuriya, the man, out for 25. Before we go back to the Adelaide Oval, the second round of the Johnny Walker Classic underway at the Vines near Perth. And joining us with the latest, Wally Foreman.
Yes, Julian, a very warm day up here at the Vines, which of course is in the foothills of the Darling Scarp in the Swan Valley. Forecast high of 33 degrees for Perth, but it's always a lot hotter out here where the Vines is located, and there's been some pretty hot scoring today. Several players 6 under the card amongst those that hit off in the earlier groups, and one of them is KJ Choi from Korea. He had a terrific start to the tournament yesterday. He was 7 under the card. Well, he's 6 under today after 16 holes, so he's 13 under the card at this point, but still out on the course in his second round. The clubhouse leader at the moment is Tony Carolan from Queensland. He had a 3 under today to go with his 6 under yesterday, and he is 9 under the card. Adam Scott is out there. He started in disappointing fashion this morning, but has recovered, is now 1 under after 14 holes. He is also 9 under. So KJ Choi at 13 under, still out on the course in his second round. Tony Carolan from Queensland, 9 under in the clubhouse. Adam Scott is 1 under. He is also 9 under for the tournament, but still out on the course at the moment. Amongst the others that are making something of a move, Stephen Leaney is 5 under after 16. He's 7 under for the tournament. Ian Poulter from England, 5 under after 15. He's also 7 under for the tournament. Gavin Flint from Queensland is 6 under after 10 and is 6 under. Anthony Wall from England is also 6 under the card, still out on the course after 17 holes in his second round. And Lee McKechnie from New South Wales, 6 under after 12 holes, is 5 under for the tournament. The overnight leader was Kevin Statler. He's due to hit off in around about 90 minutes' time. Richard Green will hit off at 12:20 local time, so that's 20 minutes from now. And Nick O'Hearn is amongst those also who hasn't hit off as yet, 5 under the card overnight. But the leader at this point, KJ Choi from Korea, 6 under after 16 holes in his second round today, 13 under for the tournament. Tony Carolan from Queensland, 3 under in the clubhouse. He's the leader at 9 under the card.
Wally Foreman, thank you very much at the Vines there. Let's go back to Adelaide. Sri Lanka 1 for 47.
Shows due respect, nudging Clark back down the pitch.
And how are they going, the Warriors over there, Glenn?
They're struggling.
Weren't they talking premierships at the start of the year?
Well, Justin Langer, when they won in Hobart 10 days or so ago was still thinks they can make the final. The stars would have to be aligned and maybe an eclipse as well.
Very positive man, Justin Langer.
He is. So I don't know if his positivity will rub off on the team and they'll make the final. It's a big ask. Clark to Sangakkara again. He covers up in defence. The bowler fields in his follow through. And the end of the only successful over so far of the 10 to be bowled. Sri Lanka winning a toss, electing to bat. And they've lost one of their guns in that over. Jayasuriya caught by Hogg at deep square leg for 25. It's 1 for 47. Adapatu 20. Sangakkara yet to score.
Well, you don't see that a lot. A few of the Australians went over to pop Stuart Clark on the bat. Well done. But every bowler went over and hugged him. But to see the back of Jayasuriya, they are very happy because this wicket looks very flat. We know how short it is square. And once again, he hit the ball right in the middle back from the start of the innings. And really, there's a feeling, I would have thought, in the Australian team, if Jayasuriya doesn't get a big one, they'll be able to keep Sri Lanka well and truly to a score they think they can chase.
Well, they're scoring at 4.7 and over at the moment. As Damien mentioned, Jayasuriya gone. He was the tormentor at the SCG in his first game of this series, returning from injury and joining the squad. Now we're getting a big wave here from umpire Daryl Harper. So we're getting a 5-over power play. The 11th about to start. 2 men out. Bracken to Atapatu. Short, and he's cramped for room, but he gets it away nicely. Out through backward point off the chest, and Clark can't run it down. Nice timing there by Marvin Atapatu. He really just used the natural pace of the Bracken delivery there, and in 47 minutes and in 61 deliveries, the 50 is up. None for 51, Atapatu to 24.
It's a beautiful shot, wasn't it? It wasn't that wide, but it gave him enough width to be able to punch off the back foot. And like all the Sri Lankans, they're very strong square of the wicket. So, and the field is set straight.
Bracken's away again, well up, slower ball. Atapatu squared right. It's well fielded by the man at backward point, Ricky Ponting, gathering it on the bounce to his right at about knee height and preventing a run. You excited about the Commonwealth Games coming up, being a Victorian?
Well, and a former member of the Australian Commonwealth Games team. Yes, Glenn.
Do you hold any records as a Commonwealth Games player? Or?
Where are you leading with this?
I'm just wondering.
Well, I'll answer it
Silver
after
medal?
this ball. Silver medalist.
Silver medal. Bracken from the river end, Atapatu forward defending. They'll take a cheeky single as the ball goes out towards Simons, who flicks it up coming in from cover and actually flicked it into the back of Sangakkara, who'd completed the single. Atapatu 25. It's 1 for 52.
I was a little bit disappointed, though. We won the silver medal as a team. We talked about playing South Africa in the final, that we made sure that Sean Pollock will see him off and have a go at the other bowlers. When he had 3 for 1 after 2 overs, I thought we're in a bit of trouble here, and Steve Waugh wasn't happy, made 100 and we lost there. But I didn't end up getting the most wickets in that tournament, and there was no individual gold. I thought there'd be some sort of separate ceremony to be given, or...
I like that new question where you can win the 3-day and also win the individual.
I took the most wickets. It was the team that let me down.
Yeah. Actually, that would be an all-time... You'd be the all-time leading wicket taker in the history of the Commonwealth
In the
Games.
76 years, I do hold the record, and...
can't be beaten in Melbourne.
It won't be beaten in Melbourne, but, you know, something to hang my hat on.
Sangakkara faces Bracken, and he's back and across, defending out to Clark at point, and there's no run. So the highest ever wicket taker in the 76-year history
of the Commonwealth Games. We don't need to mention it was only in once, but...
They're talking about New Delhi, though, 2010.
Oh, we don't want to. I'm going to try and protest that, I would have thought. We don't want cricket back in.
Who'd you get your wickets against? Namibia and Canada, and who'd you knock over?
Well, it was a particularly strong Canadian team that they sent to the 98 Commonwealth Games, cricket team.
Sangakkara to Bracken, driven straight back to him, and he fields it well on the bounce, 1 for 52.
It was a bit of a worry when they walked out with their ice hockey masks on and the ice hockey pads and the sticks as well. Particularly had trouble with the in-swingers. I thought they might have got into my game plan, which was 3 out-swingers and an in-swinger. That's how I got all my 5 wickets. Yeah.
Any against the power nations, India or anything like that?
Didn't bother about them.
No.
Antigua, I got wickets against them.
Right, excellent. It's a record to be proud of. Sangakkara back, and he turns off the hip. They get a single here. The ball fielded by Ponting, who hits the stumps with a direct hit on the pirouette down a non-striker's end. He was gathering the ball at mid-wicket, leapt in the air, spun, hit the stumps, but it all amounted to naught. 1 for 53. Sangakkara opening his account with the last ball of the 11th over, and Adapatu, the other not-out batsman, on 25. And of course, for those that are listening on ABC local radio, you'll be able to hear all the game's action from the opening ceremony on March the 15th on the station you are now listening to.
And Sangakkara's had a brilliant summer. He impressed everyone when he came over with the world team and the ICC series. He's got 314 runs at shade under 40. He's got 3 50s. So we talked about Joe Soria. It's also Sangakkara as someone that can make a big score and bat throughout the innings.
In comes Clark. Straight approach. Sangakkara gets one well up. He digs it out and gets a single down to Lee, who unfurls and throws from wide mid-off. Doesn't hit the stumps at the non-striker's end. Sangakkara with the single doubles his tally. And it's 1 for 54 in the 12th over. We've had an SMS. Why did they stop using 2 white balls in day-night games?
Well, I think it was linked to the actual scores, and they decreased a fair bit. And particularly when the lights are on, the balls seem to swing around a fair bit more. So I think that's the simple answer to it.
Adapatu faces Clark, and he drives on the up, brilliantly fielded. Hogg, the catcher of Jayasuriya, pouncing to his right at cover point. He gets pats on the back and rump from Ponting and Clark. That had 4 written all over it. And he is in form in the field today, Brad Hogg, 1 for 54.
Yeah, he's already taken a catch, but this is what he adds to the team. He's a left-hander. He dives full length and gets it in his right arm. Quickly gets it up to throw into Gilchrist. Sensational stuff.
Short boundaries, they need some protecting, and that was brilliant on that occasion by Brad Hogg. Clark delivers again, and Adapatu whips it off the pads. He may get 2 here through wide mid-on, running back in pursuit Lee, and the batsmen do virtually saunter a second run. Adapatu to 27. It's 1 for 58. Don't forget, when you do drop an SMS, 199 2122, 199 2122, always let us know your first name and where you're actually texting us from.
Adapatu's a beautiful cover driver. He absolutely creamed the shot before, didn't he? And Stuart Clark, what do? You just over-adjust it a little bit, get on the pads, and he's gone for 2 runs.
Gilchrist a lone figure now. They've done away with the slip. It's Adapatu's back and across defending, and Clark fields in his follow-through. If for any reason we weren't to see Glenn McGrath at next year's World Cup, and this was the bowling lineup, would it dilute your confidence in the Australian defence of the World Cup?
I would think so. It's going to be interesting. I would have thought South Africa first test, if Glenn's not on that tour and it's a green seam where we'll play 3 quicks, who will be the 3 quicks? Brett Lee will be 1. Nathan Bracken looks second in line. Who will be the 3rd quick?
Clark from the northern end has Adapatu running it down towards. And one of the men we're talking about, Bracken at 3rd man, a single. Adapatu moves along to 28.
You get the feeling
that's 1 for 57.
Stuart Clark's highly rated by the Australian leadership group and selectors. Whether he gets a go at test level. Jason Gillespie's got 25 wickets at 21 in Shield cricket. Michael Castridge is ahead of got the most wickets.
Tate's back and playing.
Tate's playing. Brett Dorey, do they get him a go? Everyone says he's a better red ball bowler. Can he get an opportunity?
Sangakkara with bat raised, faces Clark, and he flicks it off the pads here. He may get 2. He's hit it through straight mid-wicket, and Hogg has to run around from deep square, and as he throws to the non-striker's end, the batsmen are back for a second. And that is the end of the 12th over. Jayasuriya, the batsman, out for 25, falling a few overs ago to Stuart Clark. Adapatu, his opening partner, is 28. Sangakkara is 4, and having won the toss, they're still nearly at 5 and over. Sri Lanka through 12, 1 for 59. And in a moment, Damien to be joined by Jim Maxwell.
On ABC Local Radio and online at abc.net.au/cricket. This is Grandstand Cricket's coverage of the first one-day final, Australia versus Sri Lanka.
And the score is 1 for 59. Nathan Bracken to continue. Off his 3 overs, he has none for 18. Not a lot of swing there for Bracken early on. Only bowled the first over and then had a bit of a rest. Stuart Clark replaced him. He's coming around the wicket now to hopefully change the angle. And Jim, pretty strong start by the Sri Lankans.
Yes, let's hope they can sustain it from the point of view of the game, because they do have a habit of slowing down and falling away under the sustained pressure of good bowling and fielding. if Australia can keep doing that. Around the wicket now, it's Bracken who's bowling, and it's defended by Atapatu, who's 28. Sangakkara 4 at 1 for 59. Getting quite a few SMSs here on 1992 1222. Might get a few thoughts from you, Damien, on the banning of Johan Buerta because of his action. Seem to be a few others around the place who look a little the same, but aren't banned.
Well, he's had the testing and he failed. That's as simple as it is.
Yes. Bracken bowls. Atapatu's taken on the pad. They look for a single. They don't go as the ball just...
ABC Sports Summer of Cricket. Join Corbin Middlemass and Jim Maxwell alongside Alison Mitchell and Jonathan Agnew, plus Darren Lehman, Glenn McGrath and many more cricket royalty.
The Ashes.
On your radio and on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport Digital Radio, your home of basketball.
Drops away on the onside.
And sometimes looks can be deceiving, so at least there is a plan now, and they've set a standard of 15 degrees straightening, and you must be below that.
They didn't actually come up with a number. I mean, how many more degrees than 15 was Buerta?
Yeah, I don't think I saw the numbers either.
I didn't see any numbers. And they said the Dusra was worse, the old coconut shy thing. Well,
the feeling was his offie might be okay, but his Dusra might get suspended, but he's suspended.
I'd love to know the number of degrees they came up with, if that's the kind of judgment. Bracken bowls around the wicket, and it's driven to the onside, dragged away to Ponting, who stops it in his right hand.
But it's certainly topical. I know there's Australian ICC under-19 tournament going on in Sri Lanka at the moment. Mark Portis, who's the sports science officer from Cricket Australia, is over there looking at them at that level, because the last time 2 years ago they had there, I reckon there was about 8 or 9 bowlers with suspect action. So the earlier you can get involved and start to remediate their actions, the better it will be further down the track.
Bracken in, another run to the onside here. A little nick to the pad. It rolled out in front of Ponting, and that time they went rather than having a look. Decisive running. Atapatu 29, 1 for 60. And Sri Lanka in the 13th over after winning the toss. They lost Jayasuriya, well caught by Hogg, running in from deep square from Stuart Clark for 25.
The only positive for Buerta, I would have thought that he's only played a handful of first-class games as an off-spinner. He was a medium pacer, so I don't think his muscle memory would have bowled thousands of balls, so it's harder to change. I think he'll be able to make the changes pretty easy, seeing he hasn't bowled off-spin for a long period of time.
Now over the wicket, Bracken comes in at Sangakkara, length delivery. He just pats it out on the offside. Yes, well, he's got some work to do, like Shabir, the Pakistani bowlers. Another one who's doing the remedial business, I think.
Yeah, and it's tougher for him because he's mid-20s, been reported 3 times. So he's had a couple of goes at remediating his action. And the older you get, it's going to get tougher and tougher to change your action.
No slip in here as we're in the 13th over. First power play, and a pull shot from Sangakkara. Whistles away to deep backward square, and Brad Hogg is there again. He's the road runner today. He's been doing the circuit here at the Adelaide Oval, pouncing on them, taking a catch. He saved 1-4 on the offside a moment or two ago from Atapatu. Now he's saved another. Sangakkara 5, Atapatu 29. Sri Lanka 1 for 61 after 13 overs.
He's doing some running too. He took the catch at deep square leg at one end, and now fielded the ball at the other end of deep square leg. But he's a very fit man, 34 years of age. I'd imagine he still gets 15 on the beat test. Got a young attitude, and he's been a fantastic contributor in the one-day game for the last 2 or 3 years. So Andrew Simons has come to the crease. Looks like he's going to start with his off-spin.
One of our fans on the fence wants to know where his Roy nickname came from. You got the lowdown on that?
I think his father called him that.
Yeah.
It's from
something.
His youth. No, I think there was a Roy Simons who was a famous Hawthorn tough man of the 50s. But I don't think that would have got all the way up to Brisbane.
No, there's some other connection there. You might be onto it. We'll get there. Anyway, it's Simons who's going to bowl these offies from the northern end of the Adelaide Oval, where umpire Alim Dar is standing. And he comes up to Sangakkara, who turns him around the corner. It's a short, fine leg where Martin is fielding. Australia looking sharp in the field. An outfield that's very patchy. I think it's got burned off by this very hot weather during the summer as Sangakkara pushes forward to Simons and sends the ball to mid-wicket. But it's not top dressing or soil on the ground. It's just bare patches that apparently he's trying to excite somehow and get the grass to grow, but it's not happening for this game. Sangakkara sweeps, misses, and almost a stumping down the leg side there. It's a wide. We saw a stumping from a wide here when South Africa played Sri Lanka. He swung himself off his feet a little bit there. The bails were taken off, and after the bails were taken off, he half lost his footing but didn't step out of his ground. Now another ball down the leg side. It must be a tactic from Simons here. It was actually hit around the corner, but didn't get it through the field. He goes up once more near the line of the pads, whipped away towards mid-on and Clark for a single. 1 for 63. Sangakkara to 6.
That's 5 balls on a leg stump line.
So you're trying to get him caught on the sweep?
Well, maybe they don't rate his sweeping. They know how strong he is through the offside. So at best, giving away a single to a punch to mid-on means it can be a tidy over.
Well, it's interesting that he's on during a power play. There are 2 power plays. They go through the first 10 overs with the restricted field placings, and then you have 2 more banks of 5. Have to have everyone up bar 2 in the circle. You don't have to have the 2 close fielders, the slip catchers, the short mid wickets. You're only allowed those 2 men out of the circle, and they normally run the 2 spots of 5 back to back. That's probably
very rarely out of the 20th over. It's all over.
As Adapatu drives at Simons and sends the ball away behind square towards Kadich for a single, and it's 1 for 64, which is what I think a lot of us have been talking about as some sort of innovation.
I don't think it was designed for that. I think it was in the overs between 20 to 40, and maybe they need to bring that in, that it has to be in that period.
Simons goes again. Sangakkara through the onside, punches the ball away out to the boundary for 4. So the tactic in the end didn't pay off, if that's what Simons had in mind. He kept firing at the leg stump, and that time he opened himself and drove it through square leg for 4. Good stroke. Sangakkara 10, and it's 1 for 68 after 14 overs.
That's a remarkable shot. I haven't seen that shot a lot at international level. It's not a sweep, and it wasn't a pad to mid-on. And the amazing thing was the power. It really rocketed off his bat there, Sangakkara. So I'm not sure if that was a tactic within the team or Andrew Simons, but I don't know about bowling every ball on leg stump. Sangakkara was more than confident to get over that. But I think the track looks pretty flat, so that we'll need to see a fair bit of speed variation from both bowlers. Nathan Bracken's got good skills. He's coming around the wicket still to Adapatu. He's changed his pace a fair bit in the last over with his off-cutter slower ball.
Now here's Bracken around the wicket, bowling a line near the leg stump, which gets a push to the onside for a single from Adapatu behind square. And he moves to 30, and the score to 69-31. And I had a question here from one of our listeners, Alistair, wanting to know about test matches in South Africa and the coverage on ABC local radio. We will be doing the test matches. Of course, the Commonwealth Games is starting when the first test is on in Cape Town, so that'll take priority. But when that's finished, given the time difference, you'll hear the call from South Africa late in the evening. Bracken goes over the wicket, and Sangakkara plays into the covers. So the first test starts in Cape Town on the 16th of March. We're doing the 3 test matches, not the one-day series, but all 3 test matches around that coverage of the Commonwealth Games, which is during the first and part of the second test. So you will hear it on ABC local radio. There are thousands of other questions here, and one that's quite interesting in terms of the mix of this Australian pace attack will come to as Bracken bowls. Sangakkara defends again down the offside. 1 for 69 in the, what are we in, the 15th over. Jason Gillespie, 25 wickets this season in Pura Cup.
Yeah.
Is he going to get?
I just feel they're finding reasons not to pick him, and people are well ahead of him. We see Mickey Lewis come into the one-day squad. I'd like to see Mickey Lewis play a bit and to bowl at the death. I don't think there's a lot of quick bowlers in the Australian scene that can bowl in the 40 to 50 over, and one of his 2 games he bowled a beautiful oval over in New Zealand.
Bracken in, forward goes Sangakkara, another dot ball into the covers at 1 for 69.
But talking Test cricket, you know, do the selectors go with the untried like Stuart Clark, who's 31? Sean Tate has already got some wickets coming back. He's only 22, 23. Or do you go with the proven just for this series in Jason Gillespie or Michael Kasprich, who are proven wicket takers at Test level, and especially if the McGrath's not there, to add a bit of experience?
Bracken comes in to bowl a ball that's defended back down the offside. Well, historically, it hasn't been the Australian way, really. On rare occasions have they gone back to players who have got to a certain age and have appeared to have lost it. And that's not to say that they can't regain it, but that's what the selectors will be asking, would they, about Gillespie?
But it's just hard with Gillespie because I think he's younger than Stuart Clark, and he's the same age as Mickey Lewis. So they're new guys starting their international career. You'd think you'd have to be still in the mix.
Bracken bowls pushed away by Sangakkara for a quick single into the covers. Just pushed it between the field on the offside, out towards mid-off. He moves along to 11 and the score to 70 at the end of the 15th over. Yep, that's the score. 15 overs gone. Sri Lanka winning the toss. They're building, but more slowly now because Jayasuriya was dismissed for 25. He hit a 6. He almost hit another one and attempting a 30 hold out to Brad Hogg, taking a very good running catch from square leg from Stuart Clark.
And Jim, it'd be different if there was a group of fast bowlers for Australia who were aged between 23 to 26 that they were getting introduced, then the older players would definitely not get another look in. But the new guys getting introduced to the squad are quite old, and even Brett Dorey is 28 years of age, even though he's inexperienced in games for Western Australia. So that's where I still think someone like Jason Gillespie's got a lot to offer.
Well, the decision has to be made soon, and we're still not sure about Glenn McGrath's situation. It sounds like he's going to miss the one-dayers in South Africa, as Simons is driven back, and Sangakkara, being bowled there, came down the pitch to attack, but did not get the ball past the bowler. Didn't quite get onto the stroke. The field's up. We're in this power play period. Sangakkara pushes to the onside, gets a run. 1 for 71. Question from Paul here about one-day cricket and the power plays. Would one-day cricket be a better game if simply 10 overs were removed from each innings? Make the game 40 overs per side, remove super subs and power plays, but allow the bowlers still to bowl 10 overs each?
Or how about you remove 30 overs? We play 2020 cricket.
Oh, that's an interesting idea.
Why don't we go with that?
Yeah. And have a whole series of what, 16 or something of them?
Yeah. I tell you, we might be on for something here. We'll try it at domestic level first.
As Simons is driven by Atapatu down to mid-on for a single, and he moves to 32 at 1 for 72.
I think 50 overs is fine. It's just the ICC experimenting with some things. I was excited by the power plays when they first came in.
As Sangakkara pushes for Simons to look away towards mid-on, because that's where the ball went for another single. 1 for 74.
But unfortunately in the games, 95% of the games that get played, they get done in the first 20 overs, don't they? And maybe whether the batting team can call for 5 overs.
As he drives at the next ball, so Atapatu's trying to launch it through the offside, but he doesn't find the gap. He finds Hogg out there at cover point. I'm sure there'll be a bit more tinkering with it before the World Cup, as the ball is whipped away to the onside, if they can do that, in fact, and they get a single out into the deep at 1 for 75. It may well be that that experimental rule has got to go on for a while yet, but we're going to have drinks here at the Adelaide Oval. It's a sunny afternoon. It's not boiling hot as it was during the Australia Day matches here. It's quite pleasant to be sitting and watching, and what everyone has been seeing is Sri Lanka slowly build a position. After 16 overs, they're 1 for 74. Atapatu 33, Sangakkara 12, Jayasuriya, the man, out for 25 with drinks on the field.
And grandstand on your local ABC. Back to Adelaide shortly. Next, though, we'll check the latest on the golf in Perth.
If a tree falls in a forest and nobody sees it, does it make any noise?
And also, if all oaks are trees, but not all trees are oaks.
Simon and the Weekend Woodies.
What Pete wants to know, Christine, if a tree falls in a forest, is it made of oak?
The Weekend Woodies, Saturdays from 10.
Oh dear, this isn't going like I hoped it would.
On 702 ABC Sydney.
I thought you guys would just be able to say, look, you just get this X, Y, Z.
And this is Grandstand on your local ABC. Julian Abbott with you in the host studio in Canberra on this Friday. Drinks at the Adelaide Oval. Sri Lanka 1 for 74 after 16 overs. Let's go to the Vines now near Perth. Wally Foreman, round 2 of the Johnny Walker Classic.
Yes, Julian, KJ Choi, Korea's #1 player, a man who's won 3 times on the US PGA circuit, has just completed his second round. He had a 6 under 66 to go with his 65 yesterday. He is 13 under the card and he leads the tournament. Tony Carradine from Queensland had a 3 under today, a 69. He's 9 under. Adam Scott is still out on the course after 17 holes today, just 1 under the card, so he is also 9 under. Stephen Leaney, one of the big movers today, had a 6 under 66 to go to 8 under, and Ian Poulter from England also had a 6 under today, a 66. He is also 8 under the card. Kevin Stadler, the overnight leader, is 8 under, due to tee off in about 50 minutes' time. And Richard Green has just teed off. He was 6 under overnight. Brett Rumford and Nick O'Hearn will tee off in the next 30 minutes. They were both 5 under the card overnight. But it's KJ Choi who is setting the pace here in the Johnny Walker Classic at the Vines. His second round 66 has taken him to 13 under the card, and at the moment he leads by 4 strokes.
Wally Foreman at the Vines, thank you very much. Sri Lanka, they're 1 for 74. It's the drinks break, but let's go back to Adelaide.
37 games. So, you know, when you look at those results, there haven't been too many where there's been a contest. Well, Peter Walsh is downstairs with a special interview for us.
Thanks, Jim. Michael Deere, the CEO of the SACA, is with us. Michael, glorious day. We're not jam-packed, but it's been a good result here to get a cricket match, a final with Australia playing.
Yeah, it is a wonderful day, and at the moment I'd say we've got a bit under 20,000 in the ground, so we're hoping that some people will come down this afternoon. There's plenty of room for them, so we'll be delighted to see them when they get here.
When you come to a sporting contest with this number of people here, you want to feel safe, and the SACA is very conscious of making sure patrons come and are looked after.
Indeed, we've been a little bit concerned about some of the crowd behaviours in recent matches, so we've put out plenty of warnings today about some of the issues that we want them to be wary of, and that is that we're very concerned about items being thrown in the crowd, and obviously we're concerned about people's drinking habits and underage drinking, and also people just having a bit too much to drink. So we're watching that aspect in the crowd as well.
And we'll chat to you during this over, and I'll go back to our commentary position for the calling of the deliveries. Michael Deere, the CEO of the SACA, is with us. What about extra security? Have you got that in place today?
Well, we have put extra security in place, again, because we want people to come to the cricket. We want them to feel safe, and we want them to be seen as a family-friendly venue. So we have increased our security just to make sure that that minority element that you sometimes get in crowds can be kept under control. And we won't hesitate today to evict people who might misbehave.
Sri Lanka 1 for 74. Back with Michael Deere in a sec.
Marvin out of part 2 on 33, facing Brett Lee, who's returned to the attack. And this ball he's going back to, and he's cutting at it, he's edging it. Luckily, down to fine leg for 4. He got a bottom inside edge, something like that. And he got 4 fortunate runs. 1 for 78, Walshy.
Michael, it's a sad indictment, though, that the minority can spoil it for those who want to come along, bring their family and have a good day and not feel intimidated by any loutish behaviour.
I couldn't agree more. We've had a lot of letters from patrons as a result of their attendance at the ground in recent matches. And while a lot of people say they love coming to Adelaide Oval and they love to watch the international cricket here and the domestic cricket for that matter, they're getting more and more concerned about being intimidated by poor behaviour.
Lee goes out of party, playing defensively into the covers. 1 for 78 in the 17th over.
I know it would be extremely radical, because I know that alcohol does play a major part in the sponsorship of all sport around Australia. Would ever a consideration be to perhaps having more dry areas or less alcohol available?
Well, absolutely. We try very hard to manage the alcohol aspect of our operations, and to their credit, the breweries support the efforts that we have. And yes, there is a very real possibility that we can expand the dry areas, and certainly today we're limiting people to 5 alcoholic drinks at a time.
Here's Lee going in again, and at the part 2, no, can't celebrate there. He just plays it into the covers.
Do you feel safe? Have you actually wandered around? Because people say to me as a broadcaster, what would you know? You're in the clinical comfort of a broadcast box, but I like to walk around the ground, and I see people having a good time, but I'm not out there when it gets a bit messy. Are you?
I am. It's part of my job, unfortunately, as the chief executive, to get around the ground and to be up on the mound late in the day and to observe the behaviour firsthand, so that I can talk to the police about it and I can talk to our own security companies, and we know exactly what we have to do and whether we have a problem or not.
Brett Lee's down at the river end. Marvin Atapatu's 37. Lee moves in, and Atapatu drives just through mid-off. A fumble down there. And they're going to get a couple of extra runs. They may, in fact, get 4. No, it's going to be overhauled just inside the boundary. It's the Super Sub Hopes down there who fumbled that. Well, missed it horrendously. And they took 3. Atapatu 40 and the score to 81.
Michael, one of the beautiful things about the Adelaide Oval is you can walk around, you can sit on the grass, and yet if you're restricted to staying in a seat, as is the case in other grounds, you might perhaps put a stop to the unruly behaviour, but that would defeat the purpose of such pristine conditions here.
Well, that's true. One of the things that we love about Adelaide Oval, and we've tried to maintain as we've developed the ground, is that we want it to be a cricket ground, a traditional cricket oval, and we like the idea of the grass mounds north and south of the ground.
Lee, Sangakkara forward, clips him back. Lee has a throw and misses the stumps. The crowd enjoy that. It's keeping them concentrating on the game, Michael. They don't have to go to the bar when they can see Lee bowling. It's 1 for 81, McGrath 40, Sangakkara 13. Walshy, back to you, and then Kerry O'Keefe will be joined by Roger Wills.
Thanks, Jim. And just wrapping it up, Michael, I know you've got a lot to do, but it's important that South Australia put on a good display. They always do, and yet we here sometimes feel a little bit cheated, a little bit like the second-class citizen when the finals are allocated. All right, it's an afterthought because the MCG is not being used. Can we put more pressure on because we can demonstrate we can do the right thing over here?
We always do our best. It's a very competitive thing to win any major sporting event, and international cricket is a major sporting event, and so we compete with all of the other states and all of the other major venues. All we can do is our best. We know Cricket Australia love putting matches on here because of the tremendous atmosphere that there is at Adelaide Oval and the tremendous support they get from Adelaide crowd. So we look forward to seeing a few more people come down tonight, and we should have a great night.
All right, Michael, thanks for joining us on ABC Grandstand around Australia. We'll take you back to our commentary spot now, and let's hope that the patrons behave themselves at the Adelaide Oval. I'm sure they will, Michaal.
Well, yeah, as I said, it's only a minority, and I don't want to offend the majority of the people here. It's only a few, and yeah, as you say, let's hope the behaviour is very good tonight.
Back to you upstairs, fellas.
Thanks, Peter Walsh, talking to Michael Deere, the CEO of the SACA, and this is the 18th over, 1 for 82 as Simons trots in and bowls to Sangakkara down the leg side to wide. So Sunbury's go to 4, 1 for 83. In a moment, Kerry O'Keefe, Andrew Simons quickly through his overs, shovels in past umpire Dar, and the ball flicked away by Sangakkara. One's the call, 1 for 84. And it is Sangakkara going to 14. We've had a couple of calls regarding why Simons was called Roy, and Don Finlay from Jamboree in Queensland. I think he's correct because it's based around Roy Reen, the famous Australian entertainer in the 20s called Mo. 3 Days of Growth, dressed up as a white clown with Simons, that similarity. Some said Leroy Loggins, the Brisbane basketballer. The throw comes in from Hogg, and you heard someone shout. Not out. The batsman gets back. Sangakkara. Score remains at 1 for 84. Attempted throw coming in there from Hogg. 1 for 84. Kerry O'Keefe, welcome back. It's all happening, as they say.
I don't think they shouted not out.
That's what I mean. The pregnant pause, Kerry. Simons bowls to the next batsman, the next ball.
Good euphemism.
As it is Atapatu who goes to 42 as he pats the ball round backwards square leg. 1 for 85. And the field starts to move away for Sangakkara, who made a very good 78 in that big score in Sydney a couple of weeks ago. As he's down the wicket and he tries to pull the ball in the air, but it goes along the ground to wide mid-on, and it's fielded. Onto the ground goes Stuart Clark at wide mid-on outside the circle. 1 for 86 with Sangakkara going to 14.
Sangakkara, of course, is the form batsman in this competition. 314 runs at 39, strike rate 75. He's the real deal.
Simons to Adapatu, and he squirts the ball out through extra cover. Plenty of work for Clark. He's got to wind up. The ball goes out towards the boundary. It might beat him all the way. What a magnificent shot. I thought he just jammed down on the ball, but the timing from Adapatu was superb. Now he goes to 46, and at the end of the over, so we've got 18 overs gone. Sri Lanka winning the toss and batting a 1 for 90. Adapatu is 46. And Sangakkara is 15. The batsman out, Jayasuriya caught hog bowl Stuart Clark for 25, 1 for 44 in the 10th over. Sri Lanka winning the toss and batting. Kerry O'Keefe.
Yes, well, you never get full and wide to Marvin Adapatu. He's the best cover driver in the game. It's a stroke that's brought in thousands of runs over the years. Simons is aware of that. He just got a little bit full. He can pick those gaps through extra cover. Easy as you like. Marvin Adapatu, he's plucked it through there, took 4. He's dangerous. Run rate up to 5. Australia under the pump here.
Lee starts his 6th over, bowls to Sangakkara up on his toes, and no-no's the call, and Lee charges down, glares at his opponent. The ball is picked up by Simons, flicks it to Ponting, 1 for 90. And a wonderful scene here as the board is right now. Frank Scott and his team up there, no doubt fired up for the finals as Sangakkara 15, Adapatu 46, with Sri Lanka winning the toss and batting. The super subs, James Hopes, you heard a moment ago, with the misfield, and Bandara for Sri Lanka. And into their side, Arnold and Kulasekara, out Mubarak and Fernando. No change from the Australian team that beat South Africa last Sunday at the SCG. Lee runs away from us, and Sangakkara knows the call. Well bowled out on the offside. In stride, Simons with a couple of strides. Picks the ball up near the non-striker's end and threatens to flick a bail off. 1 for 90 remains to score.
Yeah, Australian ground fielding has been pretty good, apart from Hope's effort in the last over. Ponting playing one of his trumps here. Lee looking to take a wicket. Ponting desperate for a wicket. Only 1 down. Jayawardene, Dilshan, Arnold, Kalapajara, or something like that.
As Lee bowls to Sangakkara, and he pushes the ball down to mid-off, fielded by Martin, shies at the stumps. Well run, they went with the shot. As Sangakkara goes to 16, 1 for 90, and it's been a long summer. Kerry, go to our pronunciation clerk.
Okay, can I have a crack at that again? It's at number 7 is Kapajadera, or depending on what school you went to, Kapagedera. Yeah. If you went to
Perth Modern
if you went to Plunkett Street, Colombo, it's you know, put a plug in ya.
This is the 19th over. Sri Lanka 1 for 91. Lee pausing. There's a bit of a setting of the field. Adapatu. Stuart Clark's coming in. Is he coming into the edge of the circle? Out goes a deep square leg, backpedaling his hog. He took a tumbling catch out there to remove Jayasuriya in the 10th over. Lee's ready. Runs away from us to the diminutive right-handed Adapatu, and he drives 1 hand off the bat, 1 bounce to Simons, 1 for 91. And Kerry, you've got Johnny of Sydney. What's Scull's take on the Simons toughness issues, sense of humour, failure, or justified reaction to poor taste? What did you make of all that, being a humorist?
Look, I thought it was okay. I thought it was pretty good. Cricketers notoriously take themselves very seriously. It's the way most of us are. We should have laughed it off and said, oh, toughers, we'll prove that old fool wrong. But no, they...
Lead to Adapatu, waits the call in, charges Simons, flings the ball back to Gilchrist, dot ball, 1 for 91. This is the 19th over for Sri Lanka.
The best fun I've had in life is when I haven't taken things seriously. And the more aggravated and the more stress you endure is when you take something like that too seriously. And I think Ricky's reaction, I think, you know, there's an old line a mate of mine, a psychologist, said, Dr. Cyril Latimer, he bowled a medium pace for Sydney Uni Vets. He said to me one day when I was worried about a trifling, eagles do not catch flies.
Lee to Adapatu, well bowled just outside the off stump, packs up defence. That is the end of the 19th over. So we're coming towards a milestone. 1 more over, will be 20 gone out of 50. 1 for 91, Adapatu 46, and Sangakkara 16. I've just finished reading a book on Andrew Gaze's story, and what a modest, brilliant champion. The Gaze family, his father coached for 35 years the Melbourne Tigers without reward. Andrew,
you didn't like my Eagles to not catch flies?
I did. I think it was terrific.
Well, you've moved on very quickly.
Well, I think
what's wrong with that? I thought it was good.
It was, and I agree with you wholeheartedly.
If I could get back, can we get away from Andrew Gaze? If I could get back to Ricky Ponting, you know, he's an eagle, and Phil Tufnell's piece was a fly. Just dismiss it and move on.
Couldn't agree more.
Sorry, now back to Andrew Gaze.
1 for 91.
Great champion.
And it's a ball flicked away down the leg side. There's an appeal by Gilchrist. It's a wide. Bale's taken off. 1 for 91.
Why is he doing that ad? Andrew Gaze. He's doing an ad. He's better than that.
Well, he would have let it go through to the keeper, so to speak. That's what I was really trying to make. He's sort of a guy who just moves on all the time. And
he does. He's an eagle.
Simons to Sangakkara, tucks it away forward to square leg. There'll be a run only. 1 for 92. And way under the deep it goes to Hogg, who bounces up to the cover position. 1 for 92.
I'm an eagle, but if I see one more fly.
Simons to Adapatu. The captain skips down the wicket, flicks the ball outside the circle. Tumble goes the fieldsman. That looks like Bracken over there. Well done. Stops it just outside the circle. 1 for 92. You might be aware of David Foster, the power of two, the wood chopping champion. Is about 25 stone.
I was in a plane to Devonport with him the other day.
Well, apparently talking.
I sat on the other side of the plane.
Simons to Sangakkara, waits, pushes the ball out to deep mid-wicket.
It was lurching to one side, and I was on his side, so I changed seats.
Adapatu to 47, 1 for 92, and apparently if he gets a fly in the house, this huge man goes ballistic, chasing it.
So he's not an eagle?
Oh, he's a big man, that's all.
Well, he's no eagle if he worries about flies.
The next ball is tucked away on the onside. Well fielded by Simons. Charges across the borders. Actually, it should be 1 for 95. Adapatu 47 and Sangakkara 17, with the Jayasuriya out for 25 of 22 balls. 1 6 and 1 4 is out in the 10th over.
Sri Lanka favourites here.
And the next ball is driven by Adapatu. Back to Simons. And well bowled that time. And the partnership, 50 partnership. 44 minutes, 61 balls, 1 for 95. And Simons trots in to Adapatu down the leg side. He touched it. Now, it was almost going to be a wide, but he flicked it down to Martin, who was at the short fine leg. He trots up, fields it, dot ball into the overs. So 20 overs gone. Mark that down wherever you might be. It's another milestone. 1 for 95. Adapatu 47, Sangakkara 18, and setting a platform, Kerry.
Yes, indeed. Well, as I said, Sri Lanka are favourites here. They've won the toss. 8 out of the 11 previous one-day internationals here. Team batting first wins. That's a big bonus. Sadly for Australia, if they are to win, of the last 11 tri-series best of 3, 10 have gone to the winner of the first in 2. So Australia staring down the barrel here. They need wickets. The run rate is 4.75. There's no Glenn McGrath. Brett Lee has been used up. He's been the best bowler. He's gone for 18 in 6. Another spinner is being introduced, Brad Hogg. So really, Ponting searching here. Sangakkara, form player of the series. The captain Adapatu, very good open-faced player on a good deck through the offside. So danger signals Australia. They've come into this series unbackable favourites, but the underdogs are leading.
And Mike Young, the Australian fielding coach, down there with Brett Lee in the long off position. It's a long off and a long on. And Brad Hogg, who's number 31, is about to bounce in and bowl his first ball in this final. And he's to the left-handed Sangakkara. And so plenty of fieldsmen allowed into the deep now. Our plays are over. And Hogg flicks the ball from hand to hand, and he's into the left-handed Sangakkara, goes back and just tucks it to sort of backward square leg, fielded inside the circle. 1 for 96. And Hogg do enjoy his cricket, Kerry. So he loves it, doesn't he?
And he's always loved it. He's loved it from the moment I saw him in the early 90s. This fresh-faced kid from Perth came to the academy, wanted to bowl Chinaman for Australia. Took him a long time to bowl them with any significance for Western Australia. here he is playing regularly and a big factor in the Australian one-day setup. Good luck to him, GB Hogg, former postman from Perth.
And he's into Adapatu, who down the wicket just nudges the ball, found himself too far down. Maybe that was the bowler, saw him coming, fielded by Kadich. 1-4-98, Adapatu goes to 48, and the field having to change over for the left-handed now. That would be awkward to adjust, particularly early on in your bowling stint, as you heard the little sight screen. Jamie Siddon's down there as well, the boy from Robinvale, who played a lot of cricket for Victoria and South Australia and won one-day international on a tour of Pakistan. One of those players unlucky not to play Test cricket, as he was the captain of South Australia's last Sheffield Shield winners. Hogg tosses the ball up to Sangakkara, waits, places down to mid-on. 1-4-99 as Sangakkara goes to 20.
Oh, he looks the business, Kumar Sangakkara. He could be problems for Australia if he's there into the 40th over. He's with the skipper. He's looking good too. Some hitters to come. Australia need to get a couple of poles.
Hogg, that's the umpire, a couple of paces, and back goes Adapatu and tucks the ball outside the circle. Just another single. Captain goes to 49. 1-4-99. This is the 21st over, and the players start to spread for the left-handed Sangakkara, who's been a bit circumspect. But the fieldsmen spread, and surely they want to bat their 50 overs right out and make more than 218 that they did on Australia Day here. As Hogg again, a shorter one. He goes back and flicks it off his hip. Will take another run. So Sangakkara to 21, and that's the 100 up for Sri Lanka. And there's one ball to go to complete the 21st over. 1 for 100. Excellent time, Kerry. 91 minutes, 20.5 overs.
Ball hasn't swung, ball not spinning. The Australian attack has been as, well, it's been as straight as Mike Munro's hair.
Someone's asked about your hair too, Kerry, on the emails. What's it like today? And the next ball is played back to Hogg. He lobs the ball back towards Gilchrist. Thought about throwing, but the batsman had scurried back. 1 for 100, 21 overs gone, and Brad Hogg conceding off his first over. The pin comes from Graham Pelham.
And grandstand on your local ABC. We'll go back to the Adelaide Oval shortly. Let's go back to the Vines. A quick leaderboard check. Wally Foreman.
Yes, Julian, KJ Choi from Korea is the tournament leader. He had a 6 under, 66 today to go with his 65 yesterday. He's 13 under the card. Tony Carolan from Queensland, 3 under today, is 9 under the card, as is Adam Scott. He was 1 under today. He's also 9 under. Stephen Leaney, 6 under today, is 8 under for the tournament. And Ian Poulter, 6 under also today, also 8 under. Peter Senior out on the course is 7 under at the moment, as is Scott Gardner and Ross Fisher. But the leaders from overnight, or one of the leader from overnight, Kevin Stadler, 8 under overnight, still to hit off.
Grandstand on your local ABC. 21 overs gone at the Adelaide Oval. Sri Lanka 1 for 100.
Nominated Crossweight as the 400th Australian Test player. So he obviously, yes, it's an interesting mix, isn't it?
Well, it's dangerous to tell anything over coffee. He just goes with it as his own. I'm not telling him anything. I never drink with him, so normally I spill my guts after a few beers. I spill my guts over coffee with Roebuck. I tell him too much. I'm telling him nothing. I told him that. He went with it, did he? Fair income. He hasn't seen Adam Crossweight, Keith.
You flew the kite, did you?
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Simon starts the next over. 2 Sangakkara sweeps. It's gone fine. There's a muted appeal. There'll be no run. Well done by Damien Martin, coming from short, fine leg, edge of circle. So it remains at 1 for 100. And Sangakkara on 21. There's a fieldsman deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on the onside. And Gilchrist just taking the fieldsman further backward square leg. Next ball is fired in by Simons. It was a quick one. They'll just take one run down to Bracken, add long off. So Sri Lanka restricted the singles at the moment, but 1 for 102 gives them a very good platform as Sangakkara goes to 22.
The platform's there. The problem is the depth. Giles Warden has got lots of runs against Australia this series.
Simons to Adapatu, and he doesn't get his 50. And Simons sprinting after delivering. Gilchrist around from behind. Yes, for mine, it'd be interesting if they can have a lot of their batsmen sort of get towards the end, have wickets in hand, Kerry, to see what they can mate. And Damien Martin goes to a backward square leg, almost square leg at the edge of the circle there as Simons trots into Adapatu, and he goes back and he plays the ball back towards Simons. You're not quite sure. Did he hit it back to him on the full? No.
It's time to make some money. The skull tip for the day if you want to make some bread.
And the next, yes, of course, always bread and circus. The ball goes down to Bracken.
Oh.
There's the 50 for Adapatu. The card will come out from Graham Pellin. It is in the 22nd over. 50 runs in 95 minutes, 74 balls and 5 fours. Yes, Kerry?
Very good innings from the captain. Good to see him at the top of the order where he can play his role. And he's got a half century.
Simons to Sangakkara. That flicks that back with a square leg past umpire Harper. I know his 90-year-old mum Ruth is here, and he celebrated 50 tests and 100 one-day internationals with that presentation. 1 for 103.
Adapatu's mum.
Daryl Harper's mum, 90-year-old. In a moment, more from Kerry O'Keefe with his best bet of the day, and then Glenn Mitchell.
Grandstand Cricket on ABC Local Radio and online at abc.net.au/cricket.
What's Adapatu's mum doing here? Okay, Glenn.
Don't know about Adapatu's mum, but I know that Saneth Jayasuriya's wife and eldest of 2 children is here. They were on the flight in from Hobart the other day, but alas for them, husband and father out for 25. But it hasn't stopped their progress. 1 for 103, scoring it just under 4.7 and over.
Yes, they're well placed nonetheless. They have the lead. I worry about Kapajadara.
I worry about your pronunciation. Kapagedera.
I worry about him too.
Both of them.
I worry about both of those fellows. At 7, because he only hits through the offside. He can't. He hits over mid-wicket as well as I did. So you've got to have a clubber at 7. Dilshan works behind the wicket most of the time. If you look at the wagon wheels this series, it's caused a lot of runs behind the wicket. That won't hurt Australia late. Arnold hits through cover. Jayawardene has a lot of runs. In fact, he's got the most runs against Australia during the Tri-Series. He's in next. So the key to the game is Adapatu, Sangakkara and Jayawardene. They've got to bat well into the 40th over.
Sangakkara faces Clark and he's forward driving down to mid-on, fielded by Katic. There's no run. So one thing throughout the summer, when you compare the 2 touring sides and you look at South Africa with Kemp, Van der Vaart, Boucher, Pollock, the heavy hitters in the middle order. Sri Lanka don't have finishing players. Even with Australia, Simons, Clark, Hussey batting down 5 to 7.
Well, they're taught the top hand, open face, hit it through extra cover like Marvin Adapatu. You've got to have an expansive stroke range. Very few of them do. They won't club it over mid-wicket. We've got Gilchrist, Hussey, Clark
once again, and this ball nibbled at outside off stump there by Sangakkara. Didn't make contact. 1 for 103 in the 23rd over.
Yeah, you've got to have those players, and that's what Sri Lanka have lacked. They've got here because they've defended totals. They went off against Australia when Jayasuriya got that brilliant 100 at the SCG. They've snuck past South Africa, who were injury ravaged and disappointing. They have a chance here. They've won the toss on a belter. If they get 260 plus, they can lead 1-0 going to Sydney, a ground they like. Can they get 260?
Sangakkara gets the next one from Clark and dabs it down towards mid-off, and almost a chance there had Simons gathered coming in from extra cover. He was almost running the decoy, but he couldn't gather it, and it went down through mid-off to Lee. And in the end, it was a reasonably comfortable single with Sangakkara moving to 24, 1 for 104. What about Sri Lanka's prospects of World Cup glory, given the small grounds in West Indies, and again without heavy hitters in the order?
That's the problem for them. You know, I just don't know whether they're hurtful enough late, unless Sangakkara's still going or Jayasuriya gets 150 off, you know, 70 balls.
Adapatu goes back and he hits Clark down through backward point, chasing around down the boundary. Bracken gathers. In fact, he almost gathered. He underarmed it as he tumbled to Hussey, who was there in support, and the batsmen take 2. Good cooperative fielding in the deep there by Bracken and Hussey. Adapatu to 52, and it's 1 for 106.
Sri Lanka played twice in Adelaide on that double header, lost both games. Haven't got form at the ground this time around, but they're as well placed as they've been in any of those 3 games, though they should have beaten South Africa chasing. They messed that up.
Clark to Adapatu up on his toes, and he steers it square out to Hussey coming in from the members at point. Adapatu 53, 1 for 107. In fact, head-to-head on this ground, given the loss on Australia Day, 6-0 in favour of Australia. And the margins, Australia have won 3 games by margins of 80, 81 and 232 runs. Twice they've won by 7 wickets, and on Australia Day they won by 5. So not only is it 6-0 in Australia's favour, it's 6 convincing victories in Australia's favour.
Good start. Form at the ground's important in any sport.
Sangakkara whips the next one from Clark off his pads out to deep backward square. Plus he's still patrolling that area, and he restricts the scoring to 1. 23 overs have been bowled. They won the toss, elected to bat, and Sri Lanka so far have lost. Jayasuriya caught low down by Hogg at deep square leg off Stuart Clark for 25. It was an opening stand of 44. Since then, they've moved to 1 for 108 after 23. Adapatu 53 and Sangakkara 25.
Do you remember Clarence the Clocker?
Clarence the
Clocker?
No.
No, he was on commercial television in the 60s.
Right, I was born in 63.
Yeah, he used to have a Saturday morning racing program, and he used to tip with Ken Howard.
Right.
And his catchphrase was, he used to tip to the ladies, and he'd say, up with the skirts, girls down with the mops. And then he'd tip. He had a shocking strike rate. But in the best traditions of Clarence the Clocker, Scull's best bet for the day, back Simon Cattage for high bat with anybody you can get. I think you'll get about 10 to 1, maybe.
Yeah.
No, you might get less than that.
Well, you've got ground to make up after your Lara prediction earlier in the summer.
I got Lara wrong, okay? That was very Clarence the Clocker. But just throw everything you can. This is the get out, right? We're getting late in the summer. I'm 0-5.
Since Monday?
Since I got off the plane in Adelaide. But I've never had a feeling more in my water. And looking at Simon Cattage has been the heavy scorer against Sri Lanka. Left-handers do well at this ground. I think it's time for him to stand up. It's a good deck. It'll suit him. S. Cattage, New South Wales.
Hogg from the northern end. Sangakkara forward, running it backward of point. And the aforementioned Cattage, right on cue, does the fielding. Talking about Simon Cattage, he's had success with the bat this summer, but interestingly, he's had
against Sri Lanka.
Yeah, but he's had success where Australia have been batting second, and he has been able to pace himself in building his total and the Australian total, knowing what they were chasing towards victory. As Hogg comes in again, tosses up, Sangakkara gets one short, and again cuts it to the man we're talking about at backward point, Simon Cattage. But just looking forward to the World Cup and the likes. Is Simon Cattage still the right man to be batting when Australia's batting first, looking to explode to a big total?
I still think, I don't think he has to compliment. I think he has a stroke range that he still hasn't fully used. I don't think he is the dormant partner with Gilchrist. I think he can...
Hogg to Sangakkara forward, and he gets a single. Again, it's fielded by Cattage, but he was drawn forward to point from backward point, and the total moves to 1 for 109. Sangakkara 26. So he'd be your choice ahead of a Hayden or a Jakes for a World Cup campaign?
I'm a big Jakes man. I'm a big Jakes fan. But equally, I think Cattage is the incumbent. He has runs against Sri Lanka already in this series. He's got runs in the series. He's an anonymous sort of a player. He looks so self-effacing, but...
Hogg to Adapatu's bowled. Moving across, has been bowled behind his legs on the sweep. Adapatu bowled by Hogg for 53. And with 2 balls to come in the 24th over, the skipper, having won the toss, is out with his team at 2 for 109.
And grandstand on your local ABC. We'll go back to the Adelaide Oval shortly. But for now, let's get the latest from the ABC newsroom.
Adele Hodge with ABC News. The former Chinese diplomat Chen Yonglin has returned to the Chinese consulate in Sydney for the first time since he defected in May last year. Mr Chen was granted a protection visa after claiming about 1,000 Chinese spies were active in Australia. The chairman of Australian Wool Services, Trevor Flugie, has rejected calls for him to stand aside while the coal inquiry into AWB continues. Mr Flugie is a former chairman of the wheat exporter and is expected to take the witness stand at the Oil for Food inquiry next week. An Indonesian woman's died from bird flu and another is in a critical condition in a Jakarta hospital with the H5N1 strain of the virus. Blood samples from both of the women have been sent to a Hong Kong laboratory for testing. And a plan to hang condoms in trees to curb sexually transmitted infections in Western Australia's Kimberley has been strongly criticised by the Catholic Bishop of Broome. In an article published by the Weekly Catholic newspaper, Bishop Christopher Saunders describes the initiative as a pathetic attempt at being relevant. This is ABC News.
You're listening to 702 ABC Sydney.
And this is Grandstand on your local ABC on this Friday. Julian Abbott with you in the host studio. Sri Lanka now 2 for 109 in the 24th over. Atapatu out for 53, 2 for 109 after winning the toss and electing to bat. A reminder for listeners in WA, also South East Queensland, the ACT and Southern New South Wales tonight at 10 o'clock Eastern Summer Time. You'll get coverage of the Brumbies up against the Force. Their first match in the Super 14 at Subiaco. Could be close to a sellout there tonight, and we'll have coverage on that. Of course, the Super 14 starts in about 90 minutes from now with the opening game over in New Zealand. It's the Blues up against the Hurricanes. But for now, let's go back to the Adelaide Oval with Sri Lanka 2 for 109.
Listen to what Kerry just said, just in case.
Just get on the cat.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go and snip somebody and back it myself.
Good
See
luck.
ya.
Don't use my money. Now, Jaya Wardner is the new man to the crease. And he's facing Hogg, who's been involved in both dismissals. He tosses this one up, and Jaya Wardner just turns it off his pads, but no run. All gathering at a shortish fine leg is Martin, and the total remains 2 for 109. Jaya Surya out caught by Hogg at deep square leg off Stuart Clark for 25, and a ball a go out of Part, who bowled behind his legs on the sweep by Hogg for 53. Wickets going at 44 and 109. Jaya Wardner gets one tossed up, and he gets his opening runs, plural, as he drives it out wide of Bracken at mid-on, who runs back to within about 3 metres of the line. He flicks it back to Hussey, and the batsmen saunter a third run. The end of a successful over for Brad Hogg. 24 have been bowled in the innings, with Sri Lanka having won the toss. Jaya Wardner 3, Sangakkara 26. Jaya Surya out for 25, Atapatu out for 53. And as Peter Roebuck rejoins us on ABC local radio and on the net at abc.net.au/cricket, Sri Lanka 2 for 112.
And they're doing very well. It's a beautiful day here. The outfield a bit slow, nice breeze, pitches playing well, might give a bit low later on. Sri Lanka won the toss, lost Jaya Surya for 20-odd, but since then a really good partnership between Atapatu finally opening the innings for Sri Lanka in the latter matches of this series, and Sangakkara, who's been steadily going along to 26, has given them a very good chance of building a big score. But as Kerry was saying, this is the crucial stage now. They've tended to lose their way in the middle of the innings, and that's the stage we're approaching after 24 overs have been bowled. 2 for 112. Stuart Clark in motion from the river end, and on the front foot, Jaya Wardner gets a single, running it down to Bracken and third man. 2 for 113. It's a tremendous round of applause for Brad Hogg. He went down towards the wet area, the bar in front of the scoreboard. He's taken a tumbling catch low down in the deep to get rid of Jaya Surya, and now he's struck to get rid of the skipper out of Partu. These wrist spinners become folk heroes, don't they? Almost without exception. Some of them 30 years after they retired. Stuart Clark away from us to Sangakkara, and he turns it off his pads out to Hussey. A single conceded to deep backward square leg. Sangakkara 27, 2 for 114. He's a good cricketer, Sangakkara. I really like his cricket. Didn't keep, of course, for a long time for Sri Lanka. Kalawitarana and a few of the others were keeping wickets in the early part of his career, but it hasn't affected his batting at all. He's still a major international batsman. He's a very well-read fella. Sangakkara, he's read lots. Did he read your stuff? No, I wouldn't have thought he stooped quite that low, but he's read Oscar Wilde and all kinds of other things. Sidhu used to read things all the time as well. Navjot Sidhu used to say a bit as well. Clark to Jaya Wardner, well up, and he drives out towards point, fielded by Clark, and there's no run. See, Sachin made 100 a few days ago, peeled off his 39th one-day international century in a losing cause in the Duckworth-Lewis over there against Pakistan, but a sign that he mightn't be totally done and dusted. No, but he's been a bit less consistent recently. That's Salman Butt. I think he got 100 in reply, and he's certainly matured a lot in the last 6 months. A good side, Pakistan now. Clark
to Jayawardene, running it backward a point, well fielded by Clark. Well, he knocked it down. They still scramble a single. Probably was only ever going to be one. Had it got past him, it would have gone to Bracken, protecting the area at third man. 2 for 115. Jayawardene to 5. Is Cameron Akmal, Irfan Pathan in the subcontinent at the moment. Young players, Salman Butt. Both India and Pakistan are really starting to unearth some good young talents.
Young wicketkeeper batsman too. Akbar Dhoni been scoring a stack of runs for India. He comes from Bihar somewhere, I think. Really, in the outback, Dhoni comes from. He hasn't. They've got no barbers there, I don't think, judging from his hairstyle. But he's a good cricketer.
Sangakkara faces Clark well up outside off stump, and he square drives off the front foot out towards Lee in front of the Chapel stands at cover point. Sangakkara 28 in the 25th over. A ball remaining to the halfway point of the innings. 2 for 116.
But I think cricket on the subcontinent is quite good right now. It wasn't so long ago that Pakistan were really all over the place, 12 months ago, in fact. India have been strong now for a few years. Maybe they're just going off the boil, because the pace bowling, you've mentioned Pathan, but the backup bowling doesn't seem that strong to me.
4 men protecting a single on the offside. They walk in as Clark delivers, and Jayawardene drives. Gets it through the 4 men and out towards Hussey, a deep extra cover for a single. The end of the 25th over. We're a quarter of the way through the opening final in the best of 3 series. 2 for 117. Sri Lanka winning the toss. Jayasuriya out for 25. Adipatu falling for 53. The respective super subs, Bandara and Hopes. Jayawardene is 6. Sangakkara 28. 2 for 117.
Yes, and they'll obviously try and more than double that. Doubling would take them to 234, but I think they'll need 250, 260 here, which is not extravagant, but you always feel with Sri Lanka that the lack of quality not much further down the list might be a problem if they lose a couple of wickets.
Russell Arnold next in at the expense of Mubarak, and Jayawardene on strike. And Hogg shuffles in from the northern end. He goes back, exposes his stumps, and gets a good piece of it, cutting it out to deep backward point. Lee streaming around, does well, dives, taps it back with his left hand, recovers his feet and the ball, and the batsmen run a third. That's good running by Sri Lanka. Something that hasn't always been their strong suit this summer. It's now 2 for 120 in the 26th over, with Jayawardene up to 9.
Well, tremendous cricket all round. A terrific shot from Jayawardene. A wonderful athletic fielding from a fast bowler, Ratley, and excellent running from, well, both really, but particularly from Sangakkara, who called him through for the third. They've brought a lot to this tournament, Sri Lanka, I think.
Yes, after a slow start, remember back to Docklands when they were humbled in the first game, as this next one well up, and Sangakkara square drives Hogg to Kadich at point. We think of how badly they played in New Zealand. Started shockingly at Docklands, and everyone was thinking, here we go, just a procession. Australia was going to play South Africa in 6 or whatever, 4 weeks' time in the finals. It didn't happen.
No.
Hogg, short, cut away here, but Sangakkara doesn't get a single. It's fielded by Kadich. A slight fumble at backward point, but in the end, no run, which says a lot perhaps for Tom Moody's leadership skills.
Yes, and also I think for Jayasuriya, that innings he played in Sydney, I think that had a big factor. But I think Moody will be a very successful coach of Sri Lanka. I thought there were 3 appointments made at more or less the same time, and I thought he was the best of them.
Hogg to Sangakkara, who goes to sweep and has missed it, and it'll be Byes. It's just missed the off stump, gone through the keeper, running down to the side screen at the river end is Martin. He bounces a return back through Kadich, and they've run 3 runs. Well, you got a little bottom edge on that. On the attempted sweep shot, it nearly grazed the off stump. 2 for 123, Sangakkara to 28.
Yes, good decision through Gilchrist's gloves. They call that nutmegging, I think, in soccer.
So Jayawardene now facing Hogg, and he whips it off his toes around his front pad out to Hussey, a deep mid wicket, a single. And he moves to double figures, Jayawardene, 2 for 124. What about the talk that Tom Moody perhaps is the next man to be Australian coach? His contract expires after the World Cup, and John Buchanan says he won't re-seek appointment.
He'd be a very worthy candidate. I'm sure there'll be other very good candidates.
Hogg to end the 26th over, bowls a low full toss, and it's driven by Sangakkara for a single. Down to Simons, it's straight long on. 26 overs bowled, 2 for 125. Jaya Warden at 10, Sangakkara 31. And in a moment, it'll be Jim Maxwell to come in alongside Peter Roebuck.
Grandstand cricket, the first one-day final, Australia versus Sri Lanka, on ABC Local Radio and online at abc.net.au/cricket.
I don't think Brad Hogg was too impressed with that particular over, but he's had a pretty good season. He's bowled well in the one-day matches, been a very consistent performer for Australia, of course, also a fine fieldsman. And I think of those available, he's the right choice, even though he's not playing Shield cricket. Good afternoon, Jim.
How are you, Peter? You well?
Extraordinarily well, yeah.
Yes, it's good to be here in Adelaide on a sunny afternoon. There's a good crowd, not a full house by any means, so if you're floating around town, come down and join us. Clark from the river end bowls the ball at Sangakkara, pushes towards the onside, and it's 2 for 125. Jaya Warden is 10, and Sangakkara is on 32. And thank you for your emails and SMSs. 19921222 is the number. I was talking to Damien Fleming about De Boeta and the decision there to give him a rest, to seek some remedial action for his action. And it's Clark running in, and he bowls now, and it's driven by Sangakkara, but straight to mid-off, and there's no run.
ABC Sport Digital Radio, your home of NRL.
Now, I didn't see it in the paper, but Glenn Mitchell's given me the information. Apparently, his doosra measured 16.4 degrees, and his off-spinner 16.7 degrees. What do you make of all this?
Well, they're therefore illegal, and he's going to improve them.
Yeah.
Who measured them when? During the Test matches?
No,
or
in Perth, in the Bruce Elliott, isn't it?
That's always a tricky bit.
At the University of West Australia, they do this.
Yeah, they do.
That's where they do the measuring as he bowls down the leg side, and it's a wide, just slightly off the pads. One more to the score. It's 126 for the loss of 2 wickets in the 27th over.
I seem to be the only person in the world who quite likes the current arrangements.
Well, they had to come up with something, didn't they?
Well,
otherwise, the lawyers would have you in court.
Well, I mean, they've dealt with Shabir, the Pakistani pace bowler. I didn't have a particular problem with Shoaib Malik, but they've dealt with him now. I didn't have a particular problem with Johan Botha, but those are the facts and those are the figures, and they're scientific, and he's over the limit.
Clark bowls, and forward Sangakkara drives through the offside, which is something the officials at the Adelaide Oval are concerned about. Zero tolerance. Don't want you over the limit. Five drinks. That's it. I think here today.
5.
I think, yeah, there's a limit of 5. I don't know how they look after all this, but we had Michael Deere on with Peter Walsh earlier talking about the arrangements here to try and keep some control over the behaviour of the crowd.
Why not just tackle drunkenness?
Well, you breath test everybody.
No.
Clark comes up to bowl, and it's driven back on the bounce, and Clark has a fling back at the stumps. Jaya Warden must have been lurking close to his ground there. Clark missed. Jaya Warden straight back at 2 for 127 in the 27th over.
Yes, I guess I'm suggesting that you look at the not at the drinking side, but
the degrees of everything.
The conduct side. Yes.
The degrees of everything.
Well, you've got to have objective tests in these things. That's the nature of the world. We've now got these great scientific things all over the place, and there's a way of measuring a bloke's action, and so we're trying to use it. The game's trying to incorporate it.
Clark is coming at Jaya Warden, who's forward, and he steers it behind point. Good collaboration there between the men positioned there. Ponting and Michael Clark, one to the other, made sure they didn't score. Sri Lanka have slowed down here. Their scoring rate is under 5 and over, and they've only lost 2 wickets. The momentum's really gone out of the innings since Jayasuriya was dismissed for 25.
But they're bowling a tight line. The pitch is quite slow.
How many will be enough to defend? As Jaya Warden is forward again on the angle to backward point, and Michael Clark. And that's another dot ball. Stuart Clark's having a good day after being hit for 6 by Jayasuriya. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 43. He had Jayasuriya caught by Hogg, running in from deep square for 25. Tapatu was bowled by Hogg on the sweep for 53. And it's 2 for 127 after 27 overs. Jai Wardener's 10 and Sangakkara's 33.
And grandstand on your local ABC. Let's get a quick check on the leaderboard. It's round 2 of the Johnny Walker Classic at the Vines. Wally Foreman.
KJ Choi is still the outright leader here, 6 under today, 13 under the card for the tournament after 2 rounds. Tony Carolan from Queensland had a 66 today, 3 under. Sorry, had a 69 today, 3 under is 9 under. And then a host of players on 8 under the card, including Stephen Leaney, Ian Poulter, Peter Senior, Scott Gardner and Ross Fisher. But the interest starting to mount now with that pack chasing KJ Choi. Kevin Stadler is due to hit off just roundabout now. Richard Green is out on the course. He is 1 under today, so has moved to 7 under. Nick O'Hearn and Brett Rumford also out on the course. So we can expect to see the pursuing pack trying to track down KJ Choi over the next hour or so. But he's still the outright leader here in the clubhouse, 13 under the card, and he holds a 4-stroke lead after 2 rounds in the Johnny Walker Classic.
Into the 28th over at the Adelaide Oval, Sri Lanka 2 for 127.
See, as he bowls again to Sangakkara, who leans and pats out to cover. So I might get Graham Pellin on the case. How many dot balls have there been in this innings, Graham? Just a...
a lot.
Fair enough. That's a good answer.
Yeah.
Lots.
It was a
I've described a lot. I can just sense it.
Yes.
They're not getting these singles, are they?
No, that's the point you're making, I think.
Yeah. Hogg bowls and he sweeps and misses. And the bails are ripped off by Gilchrist. He tried to take that from outside the line of the off stump, a la Atapatu, when he was changing the direction and tried to sweep from outside the line and had his leg stump tickled. That was well outside the line when he missed it.
They haven't used their feet much to Hogg, and I suspect that's because they're not reading him that well.
They never have. Hogg bowls Sangakkara forward, pushes to the onside. He gets a single in front of square. It's amazing, actually. Hogg has always had the Sri Lankans of all 3 subcontinental teams flummoxed by his variations. It's as if they've never really bothered to do video analysis or read his hand or...
A lefty's hard to read. Bo Casson, the South Africans couldn't read him. No one could read our friend David Crackerhorn.
Or David Sincock, who played for many years on this ground. Hogg bowls, driven on a miscue. He aimed to drive and Jai Wardener dragged it down towards mid-on. So Sri Lanka are slowing to a crawl at the moment. 2 for 128 in the 28th over. Maybe on this pitch 250, 260 could take some getting with their bank of spinners, but they've got to get there first. Hogg comes in, Jai Wardener shuffles and misses down the leg side. He may have flicked the pad. Whatever occurred, the umpire didn't go for a wide. He's slapping his leg, indicating that it must have flicked Jai Wardener's pad. So only 1 run from the over. Hogg 4 overs, 1 for 18. Sri Lanka becalmed after 28 overs. They're 2 for 128.
I seem to remember that about 220 was their score here the last time the teams met, and that proved to be a handful. Jim's just looking it up, but it certainly wasn't a high-scoring game of the old variety that we're used to in Adelaide. Even with they got 8 for 218, and Australia got 5 for 219.48. Yes, they won quite well in the end, but there was a little bit of a collapse at some point or other. Yes, they lost 2 wickets in the 170s, but Australia did it reasonably well. But 8 for 218. They'll be hoping to get 230, 240 here, and that might, well, they'll hope for 250, obviously, but that might extend Australians. But this combination here, Clark and the wristy Hogg, is proving pretty handy.
Now it's Stuart Clark for another over, and Sangakkara pushes away down towards mid-off for a single, with Martin coming across to field at 2 for 129, starting the 29th over. I was also talking to Damien Fleming about Australia's bowling stocks looking ahead to the South African tour. I mean, it's assumed at this point that McGrath won't be there for the 1 days, maybe for the tests. If he's not, well, in either form, is that an opportunity to go with a Clark, the Bracken, Dory, whoever, or do they go back to someone like Gillespie or a Kasparovich as Clark bowls and is pushed away by Jai Wardener towards mid-on? He goes quickly and gets a single. Martin's pot shot missed from side on. Down at mid-on, 2 for 130 in the 29th. What would you do?
Well, the other one, of course, who's probably been missing is Shane Watson.
Yes.
Who I think might have a very big part to play, but in both forms of the game. coming up, because if you look at Brett Lee, you can put Brett Lee aside. Now, what else is there going to be that's going to be dangerous to the batsman? And I think Watson's all-round strength and skill, and they say he swung the ball the other day up in Brisbane. That'll be a big addition to his game.
Clark to Sangakkara, pushes to the onside and gets just to the left of Ponting for another single. 2 for 131. But who shares the new ball for Australia on a regular basis, hopefully, in one days, but also if McGrath's not there in the tests?
Well, that's the million-dollar question.
Well, who would you go for? You like having a dig. You had Phil Jakes at number 4 in your team the other day.
Yes. Well, I'd go for Watson as first change. And in the test side, do you know who I like the look of? Harwood.
Wow. In goes Clark, driven to cover. I'm sure the Victorians and Harwood would love to hear you say it as Simons picks up and throws at the stumps. 2 for 131. Harwood ahead of Gillespie, who has taken.
But who would I go for?
Who would
I go for? I'd go for Gillespie.
You would?
Yeah. But I'd look at Harwood. You see, we don't see, those of us who spend a lot of time in international cricket don't really see enough state cricket. But the state cricket that I've seen, Harwood's bowled really well. And I know he's 31, mind you, but then so is Gillespie. He's tall, he's got some pace.
Stuart Clark's tall, he's got a little bit of pace. He bowls a Yorker, a Jar Warden, who digs it out towards mid-on. Because, well, I think Stuart Clark's actually older than Gillespie, and he's close to making his test debut if he gets the opportunity. 2 for 131 in the 29th.
That happened once in the English Parliament, where a minister was dropped from the cabinet, and it turned out the bloke who replaced him was older than him, and he said the time comes in every man's life when he has to give way to an older man. He has to make way for an older man. Lord something or other said that.
Well, this is true with some Australian batsmen in a way, as he drives at this and sends the ball into the pitch. Back to Stuart Clark. Another tight over with only 3 runs coming. 9 overs, 1 for 46 for Clark. And Sri Lanka are struggling here to get their run rate shifting. Jawardner 11, Sangakkara 35, and it's 2 for 131. A simpler question for Graham, he's 36 actually, might be how many balls have each of these batsmen faced in scoring the runs they have made so far?
Sangakkara has faced 58 balls for 36. Jawardner 17 balls for 11.
It's not too bad.
No, it's not too bad. They made a very good start, don't forget. They just need to get going a bit more against Brad Hogg. They're not scoring off enough balls. He's only bowling with 4 guys in the circle, and 2 of those are behind square for the cut. So there should be lots of 1s and 2s out there, and that's what they've got to start getting.
Brad Hogg's coming into bowl now, and a sweep from Sangakkara hits his pad and is tidied up by Gilchrist. But
let's use their feet. Why are they using their feet? How many stumpings has Hogg had in this series, I wonder, that everyone feels they must stay in the crease? You know, mid-on and mid-off are out, right? So they must get down the pitch and knock it to them.
They're not doing much knocking around at the moment, and Hogg is bowling usefully with a backward point and a point, and Sangakkara on the back foot steers it towards one of those men, Kadich, at point, and he can't score. Another dot into the scorebook. Oh, maybe I just come in a particularly quiet period of play. It's as if they've sent the night watchman in just to make sure they don't lose a wicket for a while. 2 for 131 in the 30th over. Hogg goes in, Sangakkara leans forward. Dot number 3 for the over.
I'm baffled by the fact that Sangakkara doesn't go down the pitch, at least attempt to drive to long on and long off, because when you start moving your feet, that at least gives the bowler something to think about. As it is, Hogg very confident and bowling very well.
And Jane and Brenz and the Chapel stand are enjoying it. They sent us a cheerio. As it gets a run this time, piercing the field through point. Sangakkara moves to 37. What a day, what a ground. A great day at Adelaide. The best ground in Oz. What more could you want? They're enjoying themselves in the Chapel stand.
It is brilliant, isn't it? And I like the Chapel stand too. I like what they've done to this ground. I think a number of the grounds in Australia have improved out of sight. Hobart and Perth used to be rather country-type grounds, but now they're good stadiums.
Hogg comes in and Jawardner tries to drive him. He can't get through that. Ricky Ponting, slick as they come, down at straightish mid-wicket towards mid-on. 2 for 132 in the 30th over. And they've got dot ballitis at the moment against this well-directed bowling. Hogg comes in and he swings at this and gets it away around the corner, probably from the pad as it trickles to backward square. Umpire Alam Dar lifts his leg, so that means a leg by. 2 for 134, in case you're wondering. In fact, 2 for 133 at the end of the 30th over. Peter, I'm going to stay for another over. That's
yes.
right. I'm still here. I'm trying to get some run something going here, but if you've gone off to the bar for a drink, you've picked a good time.
Yes, you can only describe, Jim, the events that unfold before you. You can't actually determine them, but it would be good if they used their feet a bit more to Hogg. Sangakkara did try once in that over and ended up having to go back and cut to point for a single, but at least he did get a single, and that's what I would suggest the batsman do.
Clark bowls down the pitch. He has a go and he hits it straight back. He's caught and bowled. Clark couldn't get out of the way of that, and he's held a miraculous catch. Jayawardene took him on. At last, there's been something happening, and alas for Sri Lanka, it's a wicket. The Australian fans cheer because Stuart Clark has held on to a very tough caught and bowled. 3 for 133 in the 31st over, with Jayawardene taking him on, slapping it back, and somehow he managed to get part of his hands or wrists near the ball and knock it up and control it.
Yes, well, they worked hard for that wicket and they deserved it, but I mean, it was poor batting against Hogg that's caused that. He's gone down the pitch not to Hogg but to Clark, and has played a Windy Wolf straight drive which landed in the bowler's stomach basically, and Clark had his wits about him and hung on to it, but it wasn't good thinking by this pair. They allowed the bowlers to dominate them, and that forced them, or felt forced, that they had to take a big risk against a pace bowler rather than using the feet against a spin bowler, which had altogether more sense about it, particularly for subcontinental batsmen. So that was a victory for Australia. One felt that the Sri Lankans went mentally to sleep there. The two pair weren't working well enough together. The Australian pair of bowlers, on the other hand, were working very well together, and therefore the wicket came about, and Australia now right back in this match.
He was out for 11, trying to drive down the ground, and the ball was aimed straight at Stuart Clark, as it turned out, and it looked as though it's coughed up off his wrist or his arm, and somehow he's managed to grasp it, and that was the end of Jayawardene. Russell Arnold is out there, another left-hander, and they've got to try and get the momentum up here. Jayasuriya made 25, Atapatu 53, and Jayawardene 11. Sri Lanka winning the toss, but although the record favours the team batting first, something like 60 to 40, it's not looking good for Sri Lanka at the moment. They've got to get at least 230, 240. And with their spin attack, that could take some getting. Now, Arnold's ready. Here comes Clark to bowl to him, and he leaves alone outside the off stump.
Yes, there's a lack of authority in this middle order now. There wasn't really a very good contribution there from Jayawardene. It was just a bit thoughtless, I thought, and they allowed the bowlers to dominate them rather than just easing the pressure by picking off singles. And now we do get into that rather more fragile middle order of Arnold, Dilshan, and who knows who.
Three for 133, Clark bowls, and it's driven away into the covers on the bounce, and that's fielded out there in the 31st over. So Clark's doing an excellent job to tighten up the proceedings here with his fine control, and the Australians really benefiting from the good line that he's keeping here, trying to hit the pitch in the fashion of a Glenn McGrath. Doesn't quite do it as well as that, but he's steady. He goes in now, and he's driven down towards mid-off, where Russell Arnold can't penetrate because Damien Martin's there to stop it. What about Martin? It's just a one-day, pigeonholed as a one-day player now? No test future?
Oh, he's a candidate. Obviously, he's a very good player, and he's clearly going to be a candidate. I think the arrival of the England side will concentrate minds in all sorts of areas.
It'll be interesting to see if they get it settled 11 by then as Clark bowls, and it's nicked by Arnold, and nicked very fine down towards third man. The road runners coming around the boundary. Brad Hogg again, the saviour. Just 2 runs. Saved a boundary there, and he has to replace a little bit of turf down at a very fine third man on a snicked back cut from Arnold, who's 2, and the score is 3 for 135 in the 31st over. I mean, well, in fact, England's side might be more unsettled than Australia's by then.
It could be, but I doubt it. I think they'll come with what pretty much beat Australia last time, and it'll be up to the Australians to see what they respond with. I mean, Australia's already gained Hussey, and they've gained Lee, because Lee's a different cricketer than he was 6 months ago.
England haven't gained much in their batting, have they? As Clark bowls, and it's pushed away square of the wicket on the offside, and it's fielded out there by Michael Clark. The end of the over, 31 gone, 3 for 135. Arnold 2, Sangakkara 37. I'll leave you with a few more thoughts, with Clark completing 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 48. Peter will be joined by Roger Wills in a moment.
On ABC Local Radio and online at abc.net.au/cricket. This is Grandstand Cricket.
And Clark has done a pretty good job, both in this match and through this one-day series for the Australians. I think he's a good mid-innings bowler, probably not a new ball bowler, and maybe not an end-of-innings bowler, but very handy at this stage. And he, after a bit of a shaky start, he's come back pretty well. Bowled a very good line that second spell. I don't know what his figures were, Graham, in that second spell, but they looked pretty tidy from a distance, and he just improved as the day went on, as he adjusted to conditions and so on and so forth. Roger, you can tell him what it is, and I'll give Damien a go.
5 overs, 1 for 17. So well by Stuart Clark, and well done Peter Roebuck, who vacates for Damien Fleming as Brad Hogg starts the next over and bowls to Sangakkara, who squirts one out on the offside and goes to 38, 3 for 136. So Stuart Clark, 10 overs, 2 for 48. Lee bowled 6, none for 18. Brackens bowled 5, none for 22. He bowled 1 opening over, the northern end. Then Stuart Clark came on, and Arnold, the batsman, taking guard from umpire Dar. Also Simon's 5 overs, none for 27, and Hogg bowling his 6th, 1 for 20. He's in and delivers to Arnold, who pushes the ball out on the onside. There's no run, fielded by Michael Clark, and he fires the ball back to Adam Gilchrist, and firing back, Damien Fleming. Welcome back, Damien.
Thanks, Roger. Great to be here. Brad Hogg's done another good job. He's fielded beautifully before he got the ball in his hand, and 6 overs for 20 runs, including a wicket. Gives the Australians a lot of energy.
Hogg to number 69, Arnold, experienced player, and the ball has gone down too long off in the distance. They'll take another single. 3 for 138. Jayasuriya was caught. Hogg bowled Stuart Clark for 25, 1 for 44 in the 10th over. Adapatu bowled Hogg for 53, 2 for 109 in the 24th. Just heard Jaya Wardner caught and bowled Stuart Clark for 11, 3 for 133. This is the 32nd over, and the next ball is played by Sangakkara, just out on the offside, tip and run, and just not enough weight on it to go quickly to Ponting, who's quite happy to acknowledge there would be a single. 3 for 138, Sangakkara to 39, and you see the approach from the Sri Lankans. Obviously they're wanting to bat out their 50 overs, aren't they? But it's digging a bit of a hole for themselves.
Danger signs again, isn't it? The bright start, slow in the middle, slower even at the death, you know, getting a score around 220.
Hogg 2, Arnold goes back, gives himself room, misses, and it's ruled a wide. Pada, I suppose, so long as they're consistent.
That's all the players ask for, Roger, isn't it? Consistency there. Brad Hogg doesn't bowl a lot of those. He's extremely accurate for a Chinaman bowler.
Yes, and bouncing that ball from hand to hand, getting a little bit dirty now as it's tossed up, and it's driven, well bowled. He tossed it up, and Arnold came forward and sounding himself too far forward, so it was a dot ball. 3 for 139.
It's got to be a concern for the coach Tom Moody. A lot of the times the Sri Lankans have been 5 or 6 and over, up to the 25 over mark, and then battled to 220. And Sangakkara's got a big job here. He needs to get a big 50 or even 100.
Hogg to Arnold, pushes it out backward square leg. They'll take a run off the last ball, so Arnold takes the strike. It's 3 for 140. Arnold goes to 4. Sangakkara's 39, and Hogg completes his 6th over. useful as ever. 1-4-24. He caught Jais Herrera's drinks about to come on to the Adelaide Oval. It's just a splendid day here. It's going to be around 25 degrees. So drinks coming onto the ground. Sri Lanka winning the toss and batting. 32 overs gone. Arnold 4 and Sangakkara 39. 8 sundries. Sri Lanka 3 for 100 after 32 overs as drinks come onto the ground.
And grandstand on your local ABC. More of the cricket shortly. Next, though, we'll check on the golf.
It's round 1 of a new era, and Super 14 Rugby Union is on your radio.
The Reds and the Waratahs, their traditional rivals, and now we've picked up Wendell Sailor. This match is primed to be a fantastic first-round clash.
Cut out pass to Wendell Sailor.
How will the Waratahs start the year? I'm Jerry Collins. Tune in when I bring you all the action from Brisbane tomorrow night.
Grandstand Super 14 Rugby.
What a crackerjack game.
On 702 ABC Sydney.
And grandstand on your local ABC right around Australia. This is Julian Abbott with you in the Canberra studios on this Friday afternoon. Well, perfect conditions in Adelaide for the first of the one-day finals. And I'm pleased to report excellent conditions for golf at the Vines near Perth. Wally Foreman.
Yes, it's quite warm up here, though, Julian. Forecast high, as we mentioned earlier, in the mid-30s for Perth today, and it gets even hotter up here in the Vines. But Kevin Stadler, who was the first-round leader yesterday, has just played the first hole of his second round, and he has birdied that hole. So he's moved to 9 under the card. Kevin Stadler is the son of Craig. KJ Choi from Korea is still the outright leader. He had a 66 today to go with his 65 yesterday. He's 13 under the card. Tony Carolyn is 9 under the card and in the clubhouse, as is Adam Scott. Stephen Leaney is one of 5 players at 8 under the card. Ian Poulter there with him. Peter Senior had a very good round today, 4 under. Scott Gardner 6 under. They're all 8 under for the card, as is Ross Fisher. Amongst the other prominent players, Richard Green is 1 under after 4 today. He's 7 under the card. Fred Couples had a 5 under, finished at 6 under for the tournament after today's second round. Craig Parry also 6 under. Colin Montgomery even with the card after 2 today, 2 under the card. Retief Hoosen is even with the card after 3 today, even with the card for the tournament. Richard Green is still out there. I mentioned that, didn't I? Gary Simpson 8 under today, the best round so far. That's after 17 holes. He's 5 under for the tournament. And Gavin Flint was 7 under today after 16 holes. He's 7 under for the tournament. But KJ Choi from Korea still leads the Johnny Walker Classic at 13 under the card, his second round completed.
And grandstand on your local ABC. We're just under an hour away from the start of the Super 14 season. The Blues to host the Hurricanes in Auckland. That's Auckland up against Wellington. Then later tonight, it's the Force up against the Brumbies at Subiaco. Listeners in WA, the ACT, Southern New South Wales and South East Queensland, you'll hear that game right after the cricket. But for now, let's go back to the Adelaide Oval. 32 overs gone. Sri Lanka 3 for 140.
Length as much as possible to upset the batsman's rhythm.
Comments from Damien Fleming. We're watching the 33rd over to be bowled by Nathan Bracken. And 2 Arnold digs it out. They take a run as it goes out towards the square leg umpire. 3 for 141. And at the end of the over, we'll go down to Peter Walsh, who's out and about in his lovely red and white shirt. But he's been roaming around. He's got a Sri Lankan man who's written about Sri Lankan cricket and lives here at up in the hills, Coromandel Valley, a wonderful part. And just, of course, for the Sri Lankans, they really love their cricket. So at the end of this over, Nathan Bracken polishing the white ball on the yellow strides. Sounds a bit different, doesn't it, as he shuffles away from his hair flowing. And the next ball is one's the call from Sangakkara. He goes to 40, 3 for 142. This is the 33rd over to come for Sri Lanka. Dilshan, Kapajadara, Vas, Kulasekara, Mullaridharan, Pereira, and Bandara is their super sub, who no doubt will be out. Got a beautiful smiling face, Bandara, and he's done pretty well. He took 4 wickets at the SCG, 4 down in Hobart. You're involved down there, and he's one of those guys you really love to see playing cricket. As Bracken tears in, and the next ball is nudged away again. Another single. It'll be fieldable. I don't think they'll go the second. Streaming off. It's Hussey almost crashing into Simons. One coming in, one going out of the circle. And it is Arnold 6, Sangakkara 40, 3 for 143. So a bit of nudging and dissecting going on at the moment from the Sri Lankans.
Yeah, and that's what they'll do for the while here. Bracken's changing his pace. His stock ball's in the high 120s, early 130s. His slow off cutters 117. So it's a subtle change of pace, which is the best way to do it.
Bracken left arm over to Sangakkara, and he pushes. They'll take a run, goes set deep to the fieldsman at deep mid-off. Sliding onto the ground is Martin. He knew it wasn't on, but he still pitched himself forward onto the ground. 3 for 144.
And when you're bowling here and trying to hit the deck and change your pace, you really want your fieldsmen that are in the circle to really cut off those ones, because you want to keep a batsman down there as long as possible and build up pressure. They know they need to score here, and they might play the big shot. So the Australians with Simons and Ponting, these sort of guys in the circle are fantastic at helping the bowlers build the pressure.
Arnold with a deep mid-wicket. Moved around there as Bracken bowls to him well up outside the off stump. Flicks it with the wrist to mid-wicket, edge of the circle. 3 players converge. Another single. 3 for 145. Arnold goes to 7. So a bit of ducks and drakes going on. They play so much cricket, don't they? They know about one another, and they know this. They've played so much one-day cricket.
Well, it's the South Africans. They've got to go for some 5 one-dayers and test series there. I don't think your team meetings would have to be that long, would you? You played against them for 4 or 5 months.
Yes, no doubt the South Africans are home and rested and worn out. A long, long campaign as Bracken to Sangakkara nudges it down to long on, followed by Kadich. 3 for 146. When was the last boundary, Graham Pelham? That is the end of the over. So we've got 33 overs gone. Sri Lanka 3 for 146. Let's go down to the sunshine. Peter Walsh.
Thanks, Roger. Michael Roberts is with me. I suppose best known for his love and passion of cricket in Sri Lanka. Michael, of course, lives in South Australia now. Welcome to Grandstand Around Australia.
Thank you, Peter.
Religion and the ethnic background of a real mixed bag as far as the Sri Lankan team at the Adelaide Oval today.
Well, I would say that of the top international sides, Sri Lanka has the most diverse bunch, both in religious terms and in ethnic terms. Looking at religion, you have 1 Hindu, 3 Catholics, 1 Protestant, that's Arnold, then 1 Muslim, and the rest are Buddhist.
Roger.
Hogg starts the next over, the 34th over. And to Sangakkara, knows the call, and races out to Gilchrist, and also coming in is Michael Clarke, because they thought about it. Arnold looks back down at his teammate. Surely it would have been danger with Michael Clarke speeding in, which Hogg gets through this over very quickly. It'll be go back to Michael Roberts in a moment as Hogg to Sangakkara swings down on one knee out towards the boundary, and it's not a boundary. Lee fields in front of the Chappell stand. The last boundary was the 18th over, Damien, and this is the 34th over, so no wonder it's been a quiet passage. 3 for 147, and Hogg bouncing in over the wicket to Arnold, who laps it around, comes off his pad. No, says Sangakkara, sensibly so, because Michael Clarke is basically sprinting in as soon as the ball is bowled to prevent and hoping on a mix-up.
Well, in the inner circle, as we mentioned, Simons, Ponting, Clarke, they're 3 of the best world-class fieldsmen going around, and to have that support as a bowler gives you a lot of confidence.
3 for 147 as Hogg in again, and it's tucked around by Arnold. This time's it's backwards square. Here comes Michael Clarke. Look, he's got speed. You thought there would have been 2. It came slowly off the bat, but he's so quick on the favourite side for the left-hander. 3 for 148. Sangakkara 43, Arnold 8.
And he's a beautiful fieldsman, isn't he? And that run out he had in the Chappell Hadley series in New Zealand in their last over with Mickey Lewis's bowling, not many people in the world could have fielded like that firstly and then hit the stumps to run the batsman out.
Hogg to Sangakkara. This won't be a run. Squared up. Hogg across. Michael Clarke bouncing in. Yes, he's sort of guy you'd like to take to the Royal Show, wouldn't you? You could win a few prizes.
He could, and what I like too, he doesn't have a big wind-up. It's a really a short arm throw within the inner circle, so it shows the strength, but also a really good technique.
3 for 148. Hogg tossing that white ball hand to hand. 1 ball to go to complete the 34th over, and it beats him. No wicket, bails off. It remains 3 for 148. Well bowled, Brad Hogg. He's bowled 7 overs, has the figures of 1 for 26. Back to Peter Walsh.
Michael, is it different or unusual this time round as compared to other Sri Lankan teams where there is such a mixture?
More so this time round. I mean, there always has been a bit of a mix, but this time it's more pronounced. For instance, on the ethnic side, there are 2 Tamils. That's Murali and Arnold. There's 1 Berger, Van Dort. There's one Moa, that's Mubarak, who's actually his father is Moa, but his mother is Sinhalese. And then Dilshan, his father is Malay, but his mother is Sinhalese, and the rest are Sinhalese. So it's a pretty diverse bunch, I think even more diverse than the Indian lot, who are, of course, different language speakers, but are mostly Hindus, I think, though they have some Sikhs and some Muslims.
When they do come to Australia, do you get the chance to meet them? I know you are such a keen man. Do you get them to come across and say hi or socialise with them?
Yes, I do, because I'm part of an association that has had functions for them. No functions this time, but they assembled at the Sri Lankan restaurant called Ahara in Hutt Street. And some of them were there and we were there, and I do know some of the players, and actually I was fortunate enough to be able to interview Tom Moody.
Simon starts the 35th over, and the first ball is hammered back with a point by Arnold. There's no run, 3 for 148, and Simons is bowling from the River Torrens end, taking over from Stuart Clark, and Stuart Clark 10 overs 2 for 48, and a very good caught and bowled against Jai Warden, last man out for 11 as Simons around the wicket, and the ball is chopped back at a point. The throw comes to the non-striker's end, doesn't hit. Backing up, there won't be an extra run. Well done by fieldsman for Australia rushing in. That is Damien Martin, who was way down in the long on position. 3 for 149. Arnold goes to 9. Sangakkara's taking strike, and Simons has a very deep cover, a long off, and 3 others inside the circle on the offside as we're waiting on the side screen to come away. And years ago they had to break the window to put a camera out for Channel 9, so we can now open the window, and it's just magnificent, our vista here, and we get the breeze in, we get the crowd atmosphere as Simons around the wicket, and the next ball is played sort of slowly out to the edge of the circle, fielded by Clark. He returns the ball to Gilchrist. 3 for 150. This is the 35th over, but it's just lovely, isn't it, being able to get that feel?
Oh, no doubt, and the buzz from the crowd is exciting, and it certainly is building up as we hoped, and no doubt people will finish work and get in after work.
Simons to Arnold. He swings the ball out to extra cover. Plenty of work for Bracken. Will pick the ball up in front of the Clem Hill stand. They'll come back for 2. 3 for 152. Arnold goes to 11, and Andrew Simons comes back and ruffles his hair. You had a bit of time in Queensland, didn't you, Damien? You spent time here and with the mighty Redbacks, and now back in Victoria. And we'll just wait on this ball from Simons as he's around the wicket to Arnold, and he pushes the ball out on the onside. Will be fielded out there by Ponting. Back pedals, fires the ball to Gilchrist. 3 for 153. Almost 35 overs gone.
No, I certainly loved my time over. I don't think I'll be in the South Australian Cricket Hall of Fame for my couple of games I did play, but retired and had a bit of time at the Cricket Academy here before it went up to Brisbane and was in the centre of excellence. So we're back in Melbourne now, so it's been a bit of a whirlwind trip the last few years.
Simons bowls to Sangakkara. Yes is the call. It's wide of a lunging Ponting at mid-wicket. That is the end of the over. 35 overs gone for Sri Lanka. 15 to go. 3 for 154. Sangakkara 45 and Arnold 12. And back once again to Peter Walsh.
Michael Roberts with us for Grandstand Around Australia. Michael is a Sri Lankan now living in South Australia, and I know, Michael, I've had the pleasure of being at your residence and had a look at some of the wonderful photos that you've gathered together for another publication. You've also got some photos of the tsunami and the effects that it did have in parts of your country.
Just one covering the Gaul cricket ground, but yes, this is going to be a kind of coffee table book with reprints of articles, but also 120 pictures, many of them in color, but also older ones which are rare. And it'll take about another 9 months to come out, but it will hopefully be available.
In particular, the interest is of the one with David Hooks, the former South Australian. We'll get to that in a sec.
As the start of the 36th over, and Hogg continuing swings to Sangakkara. Almost poleaxes his teammate at the other end. I don't think they'll get the second. The throw comes in. Well done from the fieldsman out there. That would be Kadich. It went too quickly to him for the second. 3 for 155. You can get a feel now, Damon, the sense of urgency from the Sri Lankans. Why not? Because just 15 overs to go.
But they've been scoring steady enough. I know they haven't had a boundary for a long time, but they're getting their 5 or 6 and over quite comfortably.
Hogg to Arnold, an orthodox drive down to long off. 3 for 156. Arnold to 13. Yes, that's appropriate on cue, because 3 for 150 and it came up in 151 minutes even time. You think nothing's happening?
No, I think still keep the gap. They need wickets in hand, and it's these two batters plus Dilshan who are the star batters to come, and you can always play your shots in the last few overs.
Hogg to Sangakkara, well bowled, fired it in too tight to the off stump. He was trying to sort of push it away, nudge and dissect. 3 on the offside coming in. The fieldsman right on their toes. And out there at mid-wicket is Michael Clarke. Indicates across to the fieldsman 3 inside the circle, and Hogg's past umpire Dar to Sangakkara down the leg side. It's tip and run. Clarke charges in. He won't prevent a run there. It was always just slowly off the bat. 3 for 157 with Sangakkara to 47. Arnold 13. The next batsman in Dilshan made 82 not out here against South Africa on that Tuesday match, the day-night game, which South Africa sort of snuck through to win.
It was an amazing game, wasn't it?
Good game. Good, sort of one of those games that goes right down to the last bit, and the last 5 or 6 overs you're thinking what's going to happen. So it was over on the concourse, and people were sort of really thinking and counting and observing. The next ball is swung out on the offside, fielded by Ponting, goes to the non-striker's end, back up not required, taken by Hogg. Another single, 3 for 158. 1 ball to go to complete the 36th over. Glenn Mitchell about to return, and we'll go back once more to Peter Walsh for a bit more chat with Michael Roberts. Damien Fleming with us as well, and Brad Hogg bounces in, bowls to left-handed Sangakkara, and he swings the ball. He hits that down to backward square leg. That is the end of the over. 3 for 159 with Sangakkara going to 48. 3 for 159. In a moment, Glenn Mitchell will return with Damien Fleming. Let's go down once again to Peter Walsh.
And Michael, just wrapping it up, Steve Waugh, I think he might like to buy your book because there's a good photo of him that'll be in it.
Well, yeah, Waugh and Gillespie clashing at the Asgiri grounds. A picture taken by a Sri Lankan cameraman but belonging to Reuters. That's part of it. And also the memoriam for David Hookes, a picture of his well, the wicket, his cap and bat out here in Adelaide Oval. I got that from Brian Charlton, and I was at the memorial service here on this ground.
Yes, very moving. Oh, look, I'll let you to get back to your Sri Lankan listeners. I know you've got a lot up there in the stand, Michael, and thanks for joining us.
Well, thank you, Peter.
Michael Roberts, he's a wealth of information, and he's enjoying watching his beloved Sri Lankans as we are here. Score is 159 for the loss of 3 as we go back to Glenn Mitchell.
Thanks, Walshy. Andrew Symonds about to ply his trade. This time off spinners from the river end and advancing and hitting inside out. Sangakkara, 1 bounce over wide extra cover for 4. Gave himself a bit of room, went inside out. And Kumar Sangakkara joins his captain Marvin Adapatu with a half century in this particular innings. He's 52 not out. And from the first ball of the 37th over, 3 for 163. Sangakkara's 50 off 78 balls. Adapatu's came off 74, so neither really frenetic, and both of them, in fact not both, 2 fours for Sangakkara, 5 fours for Adapatu, but he's still there, Damien Fleming, and he probably needs to bat deep into the late stages of this innings.
Needs to bat through. That's his 4th 50 for the VB series, so he's been nice and consistent. Hit it over Clarke's head there, and there's never a fieldsman there.
This next one is fiddled off the pads for a single, just knocking it down to Kadich with a shortish fine leg. 3 for 164. Sangakkara now equal top scorer with Adapatu with 53.
But as you said, the wickets are important here with 13 odd overs to go. You want to go at 5 or 6 and over. You're still building towards 250.
This next one, Arnold goes down on one knee and sweeps it down towards deep backward square. He's super sub away in the deep, doing the fielding out there in hopes. Another single, Arnold to 15, 3 for 165.
The Sri Lankans still have to battle that, last 10 over where they just haven't, they don't accelerate.
Well up this one, well bowled there. You can hear the call of bowled Roy from Gilchrist, was dug out by Sangakkara back to the bowler.
And they get themselves in that position because they lose too many wickets.
An attempted sweep at Cannons into the front pad, a quicker ball there by Symonds. Slog sweep attempted by Sangakkara, didn't make contact.
Symonds is a very smart bowler, and his bowling this over has rated from 82 Ks to 107, all with subtle changes of pace and release.
He goes in once again. Sangakkara taken bat and pad, and the ball bobbles out square on the onside. I think there was some bat in that. No signal from umpire Darryl Harper, just hands the cap to Symonds to conclude the 37th over. And at the moment, 3 for 166. Sangakkara 54, Arnold 15. Glenn Mitchell and Damien Fleming with you on ABC Local Radio and on the net at abc.net.au/cricket. Don't forget that SMS 199 21 222. The problem is they like to keep the run rate ticking over. They can't really take risks because they don't have that depth in the middle order that's going to recover if they lose a couple of early wickets.
Certainly, but there's a lot of gaps out there. They just need to punch it in to get their 1s and 2s. If the ball's there, well, you go and hit it for 4. But I think if this pair right now and Dilshan aren't there at the end, well, they're not going to get a total that they can defend.
Sangakkara just putting a fresh pair of gloves on. He's about to face Hogg. Coming in for his 9th over, has 1 for 31. This one short and cut off the back foot by Sangakkara to Hussey out at deep point, a single. 55 now to Sangakkara, 3 for 166. What have you got on your business card nowadays? You do that many things, corporate speaking, a bit of commentary, a bit of coaching. What do you have on the card?
Oh, there's a few different things, but...
Hogg to Arnold. This one short again and cut away, but straight to Simons at backward point.
But the main probably thing is Damien Fleming, the bowlologist.
Sorry?
Damien Fleming, the bowlologist.
Bowlologist?
Yes. Because you can be a fast bowling coach, you can be a spinning coach. There's a dime a dozen. You need to have a title, and I am the bowlologist. I teach bowlology. Do you like it or not?
Hogg to Arnold, and he drives down towards long on for a single. 3 for 160.
I'm not just down at the back saying, you know, pull your hand down here and release there. It's a whole science. You get the lot. It's tactics, it's technique, it's physical, it's swing. I get into their head, the mental side of things. Do you like it?
Hogg in again. Sangakkara lofts this one out over straight extra cover. Hussey makes room to his left out there in the deep in front of the members. 2 more. 3 for 169. Sangakkara to 57.
I can book you in for a session of bowlology.
How do you spell it?
B-O-W-L-O-G-O-L-O-G-Y.
Right, okay. Sangakkara faces Hogg and he defends out into the covers and there's no run. Bowlologist. This would be a self-proclaimed title.
Yeah,
You've come up with this yourself?
Well, I've thrown it out there a bit. No one's tried to
pinch it off
me or take it down.
I wonder why. Next one, well up and square driven here by Sangakkara for a single out towards Hussey at deep point, the end of the 38th over. And it's 3 for 171. Arnold 16. Sangakkara 57. The batsman out. Jayasuriya 25. Adapadu 53. Jayawardene 11. Glenn Mitchell, humble commentator, with you at the moment, along with bowlologist Damien Fleming.
Well,
Maxwell's just given me a glass bowl. Is that?
Yeah, it's a different bowlology, boys. I like the visual humour too. We've got the champagne glasses, champagne comedy there, but fast bowling encompasses many things. The physical, the hands, the heart. I get into all that mental toughness and tactics, emotional control. Do you need to bowl an in-swing or a Yorker? I can help you out. I suit the program for the individual. How's this coming across?
I don't think your switchboard is going to light up with applications. Going to have a lesson.
No, but Brett Lee's coming on to bowl. He had a bit of a bowlology degree when he came up to the Centre of Excellence for a weekend.
Okay.
I won't claim that I kicked him on that far, but...
The bowlologist.
But he had a sesh.
Right. No, it'll grow on me, I'm sure, over time.
You like it?
Certainly not like
you can't
forget
just
it.
Flog yourself out as a...
No, true.
You know,
no.
You've got to have a title.
Yeah.
Catchy.
Yeah. Yes, no, the bowlologist. Very good. Yeah. I don't think we'll open the SMS for other suggestions for what should be on your
think
business card.
we will get a lot of email. I might get some work
we won't
out
be able
of
to
this.
use any of them, I wouldn't think. Now Lee's back into the attack. And he's got Sangakkara on strike. He charges in from the river end and he flicks it off his hip here for a single. Out towards Hussey coming in from a deep forward square leg. Sangakkara to 59. 3 for 172. They've got the run rate ticking at 4.5 and over at the moment, but you figure that you're going to need some sort of explosion through the last 7 or 8 overs to really give them something to defend.
And Ponting's brought Lee on to get a wicket, and Brett Lee's at the top of his game. Shortened his run up a bit for the one day. game. Not quite as long, but it still looks beautiful. And he, you know, a great guy to watch to run in. His gather, everything's coming out well. But most of all, it's his control that's really improved.
This one to Arnold, short, and he cuts it away. Just steers it, dabbing it down towards Hogg, who's a crowd favourite in front of the scoreboard at third man. Arnold, 17. 3 for 173.
And Brett Lee's stats coming into the game, 15 wickets at 19 is very impressive. And I think he's been there before that. But the one significant factor that I like to see is his economy rate's under 4. I don't think I've seen a series where he's ever been under 4 before. So that's showing not only is he striking like he's always strike, but he's really cutting down the runs as well, which, if you're going to be the #1 in the world or in the team, you do both of those things.
Lee's next delivery, wide of off stump, a big wind up and a big miss by Sangakkara. Looking to bludgeon that one out towards the short boundary at point. The bowlologist, Damien Fleming, is taking a break. And I'm not going to ask Kerry O'Keefe what's on his business card. He's about to come in.
We'll have another cheap lesson a little bit later on. Thanks,
yeah, no, thanks. I look forward to it. It's fascinating. Bowlology. Kerry O'Keefe's arrived with a new mascot, by the look of it. Well, I'm sure there's a story to it, which we'll get as this Lee over unfolds. We're halfway through this over and the 39th of the innings. Sangakkara on strike. This one short, and he gets in a tangle. He parries it away with one hand off the bat. A pull shot out to Hussey at square leg. He didn't really have control of that, averted the eyes at the last minute and took his bottom hand off the handle. But he gets a single. He's 60. 3 for 174. Hey, Kerry.
G'day, Glenn. And look, Sri Lanka, they just haven't got away from Australia. They've hung tough, the Aussies, as they often do. The ground fielding's been very good. Lee's bowling fast, conceding just 3 and over. They'll need 240. Anything under 240 is gettable. Though the pitch is sluggish, Murali will be a factor.
Lee to Arnold, full of length on leg stump, and he works it down towards Martin at wide mid-on for a single. 3 for 175 with Arnold to 18. Who's your mate?
Look, I've just, without being, it's not all about me, but an avid listener to ABC Cricket has sent in a little present to me. It's a bumblebee. It's called Bumblebee.
Right.
And it's from Barbara White of Gawler South, South Australia. And she loves ABC Cricket.
Lee to Sangakkara, well up, he dries too forcefully this time to Martin at mid-on to scamper the single. The end of the over, 3 for 175 through 39. Arnold 18 and Sangakkara 60.
And she likes listening to us having a good time and laughing, so she sent me this bumblebee.
Stop laughing, the bumblebee sounds better. It's very good.
That's the bumblebee, and it's
Thanks,
yellow
Barbara.
and black, and it shakes.
Yep. And I'm sure your wife, children, and dog Benji are just looking forward to having that in the house.
I'm going to take it back to my schnauzer dog Benji, see what he makes of it. He doesn't get too rattled by too much, Benj. He's lived on the streets.
Yeah, no.
So,
now, actually, if you want to go on the webcam, we'll put Bumblebee in front of Kerry. If you want to get on the webcam, abc.net.au/cricket, go to our webcam link. You'll see this wonderful little bumblebee from Barbara.
From Barbara White from Gawler South. And thank you, Barbara. Much appreciated. And thank you for listening to ABC Cricket.
Now, Russell Arnold to face the first ball, the 40th over from Hogg. He goes on the sweep. And he gets it down towards deep long leg, running around Bracken, coming in from deep backward square. Another single, 3 for 176. Arnold to 19. Jayasuriya was out for 25. Atapatu 53. Jayawardene 11. The wickets falling at 44, 109 and 133. 2 for 48 for Stuart Clark, who's bowled his 10 overs. And this is Hogg's 10th. He's got 5 balls remaining in it and currently has 1 for 37.
Yeah, and Rosie, I think it is, from Canberra, ranked Julian Abbott in the Canberra studio.
Quick ball down the leg side here. It's tickled away by Sangakkara. He may get 2. He slipped slightly at the non-striker's end, but Bracken had to run in a long way, almost to the edge of the field restriction circle. Short, fine leg. The batsman come back for a second. Sangakkara 62, 3 for 178.
Yeah, and she'd be getting on a bit, Rosie, but she remembered there was a jingle to Clarence the Clocker. It was, you know, the owner told Clarence the Clocker told Jockey McGee.
Hogg tosses, Sangakkara forward beaten. The bail's removed by Gilchrist, but no appeal. Back foot was grounded.
The jockey, of course, passed it on to the horse, and the horse told me, up with your skirts, down with your mops, girls. Here's my tip. And then he'd give his tip for the day, which never won.
Hogg, full toss, Sangakkara lathers it away towards deep mid-wicket. The ball gathered in the deep. In front of the chapel stands by Clark. Just a single, Sangakkara 63. 3 for 178. Did you find someone's money to put on Simon Caddy?
I snipped somebody. But the thing is that the reason the girls were still mopping, that was their third job, to afford to follow Clarence the Clocker's tips.
Hogg to Arnold. He sweeps this from off stump down towards backward square. Bracken gathers on the edge of the circle. Another single. Arnold to 20. 3 for 180, is it, Graham? 3 for 180. The board saying 178.
But back to this first final, interesting stage, 40th over, a ball away. They've got to have a good last 10. Australia have pulled back a couple of lengths.
Sangakkara drags the next one from Hogg out through mid-wicket. Powerful blow. And Hogg concedes a boundary, or is it a 6? Cleared the rope. Yes, it has, out at mid-wicket. Not the way you want to end your allotment of 10 overs. Hit on the sweep out through straight mid-wicket. It takes Sangakkara at the end of 40 overs to 69. Arnold is 20. Hogg has finished with 1 for 47 from his 10 overs, and it's 3 for 186.
Australia versus Sri Lanka, the first one-day final live from the Adelaide Oval on ABC Local Radio and online at abc.net.au/cricket.
And more of the cricket shortly with Sri Lanka 3 for 186 in the 41st over. Let's get the latest though from the Vines. It's round 2 of the Johnny Walker Classic. Here's Wally Foreman once again.
KJ Choi completed his second round some time ago. He had a 66 today and is 13 under the card. No one seriously threatening him at the moment. There are 3 players 9 under. Tony Carolan from Queensland with a 69 today and Adam Scott with a 71 today. They've now been joined by Kevin Stadler, who was the overnight leader. He is 1 under after 3 today, also 9 under the card. And then a host of players at 8 under. Stephen Leaney, Ian Poulter, Peter Senior, Scott Gardner, Ross Fisher and Gavin Flint. All 8 under the card, but KJ Choi is a 4-shot leader after the completion of his second round here at the Vines. The outstanding round today, in fact, the outstanding round in the tournament so far, came from Gary Simpson from South Australia, a 33-year-old, 9 under the card today, a 63, a course record for this Lakes course, the course that they're playing in this year's Johnny Walker Classic. But KJ Choi still the outright leader at 13 under the card, and he leads by 4 strokes.
Into the 41st over now at the Adelaide Oval. Sri Lanka 3 for 188.
Come on. I went to Maris Cogra. We always pronounce our H's.
Grade 4, the happiest 6 years of your life.
Capajetera.
No, I give up. I've put the cue back in the rack.
I don't care. He can't slog over mid-wicket.
Thankfully for Caroline Davison now.
What? Davo's on board?
Michael Kaspovich isn't playing as well.
Yeah. Is she hosting, Grace?
Not today.
Okay.
Brett Lee runs in and bowls to Arnold. It clips his pad, perhaps. It's gone fine down the leg side. Long chase around towards the northern sight screen for Stuart Clark. They don't tempt a third, and it is leg by, signalled by umpire Darryl Harper. 3 for 190, with 2 balls remaining in the 41st.
Who's hosting?
Julian Abbott in our Canberra studios.
Oh, Julian Abbott, right.
Caroline will be sitting right behind you on Sunday at the SCG.
Looking forward to it.
Capagetta, a better flow from your tongue by then.
Oh, I'm going to be up all night. Oh, one mistake, she nails me.
Arnold faces Lee, and he gets a no ball, which he dabs for a single down to Hogg at third man. 3 for 192, Graham, with the extra.
Well, I got to say, without being a melodramatic, Glenn, winning the toss batting, 8-3 the last 11 games have been won in one-day internationals here batting first. Sri Lanka have a huge chance. If they can ice this cake with some lusty blows, they can set Australia 250 plus, take a 1-0 lead to Sydney, and then we could have a big upset.
You're bullish.
I am.
Sangakkara on 70 faces Lee. Short, and he pulls it away out towards Hussey. That deep forward square leg for a single. And at the end of the over... Was it the end of the over? No. The scoreboard's saying it is. I think they missed the no ball up on the board. Still an over ball to come in this over. 3 for 193. Sangakkara 71. Jay has sent us an email saying, nice webcam shot, boys, but which one's the bumblebee?
Oh, come on.
The one in the middle,
is so
Dave.
unfair.
The one in the middle.
I'm in pink and the bumblebee's in yellow and black.
In good old WA, sandgroper colours.
Nice to see the wooden spooners represented.
Arnold faces Lee and he drives straight down the offside. Someone turned your mic off. Fielded by Bracken. I'll come back for a second. 3 for 195. Arnold at the end of the over is 24. Sangakkara is 71. Oh, and I'm so thankful that the clock has gone past 4:40 local time, because it means that I'm about to be replaced by Jim Maxwell, who's about to come in and join Kerry and the Bumblebee.
Australia versus Sri Lanka, the first one-day final live from the Adelaide Oval on ABC Local Radio and online at abc.net.au/cricket.
And 41 overs gone. The run rate 4.76. One of the finest strikers in the world. Kumar Sangakkara 71 knot. Russell Arnold, another left-hander, 24 knot. Left-handers do well at the Adelaide Oval. That's been the history. Jayasuriya missed out just 25 today, but they've got 2 at the crease now. Dilshan, a right-hander. Kalapajar. Bananas in pyjamas at 7. Vasa's a left-hander. But these 2 are the key, Jim. If they can keep going through to the 50th, Sri Lanka will be strong favourites to go take a 1-0 lead in best of 3. Good afternoon.
You think the Bumblebee agrees with that?
He hasn't said anything.
Well, he has said something, but I don't know what language he's speaking.
He's got a little bit like me, very little other than a laugh.
Your home of rugby, ABC Sport.
No substance at all. He's just all laugh and a lot of fluff.
What'll happen when your dog Benji gets hold of that?
Benji will look at it. He'll sniff it. I don't know what he'll do then.
He won't demolish it.
No, he's not that sort of dog.
Yeah, good.
He weighs 5 kilos.
Bracken bowls, and it's driven away by Sangakkara down the ground for 1. They're coming back for 2 on the throw, and they have to hurry, but there's a fumble. And they get home for 2 useful runs. Sanga is 73, and it's 3 for 197 in the 42nd over. So what's defendable here? What do you reckon they can defend?
Well, I know past history suggests you've got to get 270 plus, but this outfield is so slow, you might have to amend that to 250. It's 53 runs away. They got 9 overs.
Bracken bowling, and Sangakkara's getting bolder. He drives a ball down to long on for just a single towards Hogg. He's 75 now. 74 is right. 3 for 198.
Anything over 250 will be hard to get tonight, given I'm factoring in 20-odd runs for the slowness of this baked outfield. Curator Les Burdett has poured a lot of water into this because of its dryness, and then if you see that it's quite soft, the players have been kicking up a bit of mud. So
Bracken bowls, and an adventurous stroke from Arnold. Tried to sweep it, and they went around the corner for a leg by.
So this is where Sri Lanka lack a Hussey or a Michael Clark to really tug across the line and hurt you. Sangakkara's okay. Arnold strikes the line. Dilshan is a worker of angles who can squirt 4s occasionally, but they may lack a hitter across the line to put Australia away.
Yorker bowl by Bracken, chopped away on the offside, and they can't steal a single at 3 for 199. Well, they only made 218 for 8 against Australia last time here, and it wasn't enough, but Australia still struggled in a way to get home with 9 balls and 5 wickets in hand.
But they sort of took a measured approach then. They may have to stretch themselves here.
He walks across and clips Bracken away to the onside. Sangakkara picking a single out there to Kadich at deep square leg. The 200's up. 3 for 200. in the 42nd over, and the last 50 in 7 overs. The middle 50 really pulled them back. 14 overs for that, between 100 and 150. 75 for Sanger. Arnold's 24, and it's Arnold facing Bracken from the northern end of this picturesque old ground, and he's driving him away to cover, and he's caught by Simons. Low to Simons, who doesn't miss many, and he did not miss that. It fizzed away off the bat, about knee height, and it was well taken by Andrew Simons on the edge of the square there between cover and mid-off. And so Arnold is out from a full toss for 24, and it's 4 for 200.
And Grandstand on your local ABC. Back to Adelaide shortly.
It's the breakfast show Sydney's been waiting for.
Well, already we've had lots of messages on our SMS saying, hooray, 702 has made a great decision.
Richard, I'm exhausted. I've been texting your show all afternoon. Very much looking forward. It's going to be great fun. I'm really excited.
What sort of show?
Well, that's the thing. Everyone's been saying, how are you going to model it? How are you going to do it? I think it's the sort of thing that however we start it, wherever it is, 6 months from then, it's going to be different.
Adam Spencer.
Welcome aboard.
Looking forward to it, Richard. Hello, 702.
Coming soon to 702 ABC Sydney.
And this is Grandstand right around Australia. Russell Arnold out for 24. Sri Lanka now 4 for 200 as we go back to Kerry at the Adelaide Oval.
Will stretch them, and 250 plus may just stretch them. Dilshan's an accomplished player. He averages 27 in one-day internationals. He's had a reasonable time of it here, but he's a behind-the-wicket player. He dabs, he squirts, he sweeps the faster bowlers past square leg. Can he invent a game to whack it down the ground? I mean, he can in Test cricket. He's hit boldly. But you look at his wagon wheels this summer, there's not a lot of boldness over the top. And this is his challenge this afternoon against what is a down-on-strength Australian attack without the imposing figure of Glenn McGrath. The others have done well. Both Stuart Clark and Brad Hogg have conceded less than 50 in their 10. Bracken has a wicket going at around 5. So 250 will be par. Anything past that, and Sri Lanka will be favourites.
So Dilshan, who's played throughout this series, is coming in. It's had a reasonable series, 235 and 33.
Yeah.
Strike rate around 84. But can they put their foot on the pedal here and get to a position of 250? Andrew Simons is coming on to bowl at the river end. Simons has bowled 7 overs for 40. Bracken completing his 7th has 1 for 32 as it swept a short fine leg by Sangakkara, but not past Hussey. So it's 4 for 200 in the 43rd over, and Simons gets thrown over pretty quickly too. He comes in and Sangakkara is back and pushing down the ground towards mid-off from cover. Ponting is across to collect it.
And he's always impressed us whenever he's visited our shores. Kumar Sangakkara, he's been here 2 or 3 times now. He looks a quality player. Every time you talk to anybody concerned with Sri Lankan cricket, they all talk of Kumar Sangakkara. John Tyson, former coach, thinks he's a very special player. He's led the run getters in this tri-series coming into the finals. He's 76 not out first final, and you sense that he has 100 in his mind. He wants to be batting into the 50th over.
Now Dilshan chases a ball outside the off stump, but he clips it straight to cover. No chance to get through the field there. Found Damien Martin waiting for it. So Simons bowls once more, and Dilshan drives yet again out to that position. Easy pickings for Martin. Simons is getting the right length so far for dot balls as he bowls and is on the back foot, cutting this time. Once again he finds a fieldsman. It's Bracken at short third man. Just what Australia want. A series of balls that the batsmen aren't scoring from.
Simons is giving him no pace, so he's having to invent shots. He's a dabber. Yeah, look, this is clever. They've done their stuff on Dilshan. They're going to have to make him hit down the ground.
Dilshan comes forward, plays around his pad, just works it off for a single into the deep. It's just hard to imagine there's going to be a lot of successful bold hitting in the last few overs here. So how many can they get? 4 for 202. Sangakkara 76. Dilshan 1. Simons 8 overs for 42. Only 2 from the over.
Yeah. And by taking the pace off the ball, making Dilshan do all the work, bowling it reasonably close to the stumps, he did the job for Australia, Andrew Simons, as he's often done throughout this season. So Bracken is again on. These are crucial overs. If he bowls straight, Dilshan won't have that many options. But give him a little width and he'll be working him, you know, down to third man, trying to get him past the fine leg who was up inside the circle. But possibly whether Sri Lanka get a total to say definite favourites depends on Kumar Sangakkara over these final overs. I like the cut of his jib, I always have, but he really can take this first final by the scruff of the neck if he can close.
Now Bracken is going to go around the wicket to the right-hander. He comes in to Dilshan. Dilshan aims a drive. He doesn't get hold of it, chops it into the ground to hog it backward point. Now, during the summer, we've had a competition going in the ABC Cricket magazine where we're giving away 6 Australian one-day shirts. The best 6 entries in this competition, which closes on February the 28th, will receive an Australian one-day home shirt. We want a selection of your backyard cricket rules. That's what we're looking for. As Bracken goes into Dilshan, Dilshan drives and gets a thick edge behind point. The third man for a single. He takes the throw on, coming for 2, and he makes it. Well run. The 1-2 from Gilchrist playing the double play. Hits the stumps at the non-strikers end, but they've made 2. It's 4 for 204. So details are in the ABC Cricket magazine. We want your cricket rules, and you can send it to the ABC Backyard Cricket Competition, care of News Custom Publishing, PO Box 14605, 14605 in Melbourne, and indicate your shirt size, and you'll probably win a shirt if you've got an original nomination there of backyard rules for cricket. Around the wicket again, Bracken bowls. Dilshan gets another Yorker, digs it out towards point, a throw to the bowler's end, it misses. He would have been run out for sure by Hogg, having a ping down there, but he missed. Dilshan got home. He's moved along to 4 and the total to 205 in the 44th over.
Bracken's doing a good job bowling straight as an arrow. He's making Dilshan go inside out and open his wrist to slice to third man, slice to backward point. Bracken's doing everything right, giving him no width and not a lot of pace. What can Sangakkara do? This is the key. Can he cow him, as Hussey and Clark will be doing at this stage? Don't know whether he can.
He's just taken a fresh guard from umpire Alimdar. Bracken from the northern end goes to Sangakkara, who drives at this and hits it through Bracken. They should get 2 if they hurry. Dilshan turns blind. They head off and make it. Pretty well run in the end. Dilshan, I think, had decided on 2 without even contemplating a look down the ground, and he got back. And they need a lot of those, but there haven't been too many boundaries in recent times. I think we went about 18 overs without a boundary. It's now 4 for 208 as Bracken moves in, and Sangakkara walks a long way across and flicks him out towards deep mid-wicket. Oh, that's a good stroke. He's found the boundary wide of Kadich around the line at the Chapel stand. He took that from outside the line of the off stump. He moves to 80, and the total to 212. 82.
Well, that's as good as a cow shot. Somebody nobble him. The first final's going to the visitors if Sangakkara continues in this vein.
Bracken again, he's walking into him and he's driving him down the ground towards long on. Only a single, with Hussey throwing back flat on the bounce towards Bracken. This is a better over for Sri Lanka, but they need a few of these to get them there. In fact, that's the end of the over. So they've had 44, 6 overs, 36 balls left, and they're 4 for 212.
What was your best rule in backyard cricket?
I think it was definitely 6 and out, because that was either lost ball if it went over the fence, and that was often the end of the game, Now that wasn't very imaginative, I know. What was the best one? I think certainly if you break a window, you risk some sort of censure.
Yeah.
But it didn't necessarily end the game.
No.
That was end of pocket money, but a catch is hit there by Sangakkara, straight back to Simons. Hit it straight back to him as he tried to drive, and that's the disappointing end for Sangakkara, just when they needed him to try and cash in at the end. It's 5 for 213, 212. Sangakkara caught and bowled Simons for 82.
Well, he pinned his ears back. It was very full, but he couldn't beat Simons, who's so good with his hands. He should have tried to get it wide of Andrew Simons. In the end, he's drilled it back hard to his right, and he took easily. A tremendous innings is over. He played very well for 83, Kumar Sangakkara, but you just wonder whether his dismissal doesn't give Sri Lanka that extra edge. It doesn't put the icing on their cake that they really needed to put Australia under pressure. They're 2-1-3 for 5. They're running out of overs. 250 is par. 260 plus hurts. Can they get 250?
We have an interesting email from Martin Cole. He says it looks like Kerry's found a new cover for his golf driver.
Your Bumblebee. Yeah. I've got a Bulldog on my driver. Bulldog cover with a cigar hanging out of his mouth. Yeah, it looks like, yeah, I might do something. Might take the guts out of the Bumblebee and use it as a driver cover. Thank you, Mark.
So what was your most original backyard rule?
I lived in an estate and where we didn't have many kids, so a lot of my cricket was against Graham Richardson, the former senator.
Yeah.
We used to play one-on-one, and we used to play with a hairless tennis ball, and we'd get a hose and wet the grass and have an automatic wicky.
Yeah.
Automatic wicky was always a big thing.
Now it's driven here. First up for Kapu Jedara.
Oh, Kapu Jedara's in.
Yeah. I think it's Gedera, actually. But I know you like Jedara. So we'll go with that for the moment. 5 for 214 in the 45th over.
Kapu's in.
Kapu. You like, okay, we'll try that. Dilshan swings the next ball, and it's over mid-wicket for 6. He's got underneath that ball from Simons and hit it over the boundary. They need a few of those. Dilshan 10. And it's 5 for 219 in the 45th over.
I told you Dilshan only scored behind the wicket when he wasn't hitting it 110 rows back over deep mid-wicket.
Simons again, and he tries to lash it away, but he finds Martin at cover and can't score.
Well, Dilshan, he often gets out attacking bowlers in Test cricket.
Full toss is driven away towards long off now. Dilshan goes to 11. 5 for 220. There's still 1 run ahead on the scoreboard. And Kapu's on strike. Kapu Gedera, or Jedara. And it's a defensive stroke to end the over. So there's only 5 overs remaining. They're 5 for 220. Although the scoreboard would like to give them 1 more run. Dilshan 11. Kapu is on 1. I'll leave you with Kerry on various thoughts. And it's going to be Roger Wills to come in for the last gasp.
You're listening to the first one-day final live from the Adelaide Oval. Australia versus Sri Lanka on ABC Local Radio and online at abc.net.au/cricket.
And very, very important phase of this match upcoming. Run rate at 4.59. Running out of overs, 5 to go. Bracken in. Can they ice the cake, Rog?
Thanks, Kerry. And Bracken starts the next over. Dilshan digs it out. No-no's the call. Could be run out and missed by Simons, and he would have underarmed it. But getting back is Kapageta up. And he looks back at Dilshan, who sort of bounces around. And well fielded in the end by Simons. It was a dot ball. 5 for 220. This is the 46th over. Sri Lanka winning the toss and batting. And Bracken in the distance. And that lovely yellow and a bit of green, hair flopping, bowls to Dilshan, and moves to the leg side, fires the ball out on the offside, fielded inside the circle. Down on the knee goes Ricky Ponting, doesn't miss anything. Dilshan to 12, 5 for 221. Damien Fleming's come back for party time.
It is party time, isn't it? It's a great time, bowling at the death here. Great to see Nathan Bracken with the ball. I think he's got the skills to be a good at-the-death bowler for Australia. He bowls a good Yorker. He bowls over and around the wicket. He changes his pace well. All the attributes you need to be a good at-the-death bowler.
And he bowls to Kappa Gedera, who waits, plays it in front of him. No run, well done by Bracken. He raced down the pitch, and the batsman looking for that quick single, thought it'd be tucked out on the onside. A dot ball, 5 for 221. Jayasuriya out for 25, Adipatu 53, Jayawardena 11, Arnold 24, and Sangakkara brilliantly caught by Simons, went straight to him, but plucking cherries, a very hard ball. Sangakkara out for 83, 5 for 221. This is the 46th over as Bracken around the wicket, and it's dug out. Well bowled, a tremendous Yorker, Damien Fleming, 5 for 221.
Well, as we're talking about, you've got to have those skills and you've got to perform them under pressure, and there's no more pressure than at the death when the batters are slogging. The ball before, he changed his pace with an off-cutter, gave him no pace to work with. Next ball, it's his quicker ball, Yorker on leg stump, so fantastic bowling by Nathan Bracken.
See what happens this time. It's a very awkward time to bowl, but he shuffles in around the wicket past the umpire, and it's lapped around, and it's gone very fine. Has it got the legs? Yes, it has. Clever play. Well done, Kappa. Get her up down in front of us, and Damien Martin, who was set with fine leg, but a bit wide, had to trot down and pick it up over the rope. So 5 for 225, and Kappa Gedera goes to 5. Clever.
That's a beautiful shot. It was his slower ball as well. But to be able to sweep with that sort of timing and to miss Damien Martin is fantastic.
Wonderful wristy play. You know that from the players on the subcontinent. As Simons goes out to the edge of the circle on the onside, Bracken approaches, smash goes the ball to backward point. One bounce fielded by Hogg. He snaps the ball. It was flying, so only one run. 5 for 226 at the end of the over. 46 overs gone.
And grandstand on your local ABC. Quick check of the leaderboard at the Johnny Walker Classic Round 2. Here's Wally Foreman.
Little change here, Julian. KJ Choi from Korea, still the tournament leader after 2 rounds. He's 13 under the card. Tony Carolyn from Queensland and Adam Scott are 9 under the card, so 4 behind Choi at this stage. Kevin Stadler, the overnight leader, is also 9 under the card. He's 1 under today, but has played just 4 holes in his second round. So KJ Choi still the leader in the Johnny Walker Classic.
4 overs to go. Sri Lanka 5 for 226 at the Adelaide Oval.
So well at the death. And really, you take 6 runs each over at the end of innings. Anything under that's a bonus.
So what, that's 4 overs to go, 24. That'll be 250, which was the mark that Kerry O'Keefe thought allowing for the ground. Take away 20, originally 270. So, but Brett Lee's back on. Number 58, 5 for 226. Brett Lee has none for 29 as the Plover Birds plover away. And away goes Lee from the River Torrens end to Kappa Gedera. What will he do? He waits to some edge. Safe, 4 runs. I don't think the fieldsman can get there despite Hussey's pace. Clever. Guided it fine. Tumble turn from Gilchrist. He's played 2 clever boundaries and he burst to 16. Kappa Gedera, 5 for 230.
Just watching Brett Lee face there. Come on for your first ball or your last spell. Looking to bowl a dot ball just outside off stump. Just gave a bit of width. And it gave him the time, and it was a bit short too to be able to angle the bat down there for 4, but once again a fantastic shot.
So Lee, the back of his mark, the batsman biding his time, looking around at the field on the deep, and see what happens this time as Lee past umpire Harper, bowls wide of the crease. He plays the ball out on the offside, takes a single this time. Fielded at point on the edge of the circle. So Kappa Gedera goes to, is that 20? 5 for 231. In fact, 11. Thanks. I'm getting ahead of myself, getting too excited. But he does hit the ball. He's been very clever so far. Now it's the turn of Dilshan. As I mentioned last time we're on, Damien, he made 82 not out against South Africa, but they've sort of run out of, in the end, they had run outs and Murali was on strike and they didn't quite make it. Here they are in the final, though, as Lee runs away for some and bowls to the right hand of Dilshan. He swings, smashes the ball, 1 bounce. They won't get a run. Throw comes in, Hogg. Desperate tie from Kappa Gedera. Dot ball. 5 for 231. He hit it too well.
That's an exciting dot ball. Dilshan has, well, it's like strike one, wasn't he? Like the baseballer there. And good thinking, because there is no protection out there at deep mid-wicket or deep mid-on. And now, as I say, that Ricky Ponting's putting out a deep mid-on, and deep mid-off is coming up to a traditional mid-off. But it's about hitting into your zones, and that's where Dilshan obviously likes to hit the ball. Brett Lee giving him length so he can get under it. You would think Lee will try to York Dilshan now.
And he bowls so quick. I mean, you think, oh, he's going to wind up and try and hit him, but you try and hit Brett Lee going at the pace he does. As he goes into Dilshan and he swings and he could be caught. Dive. Michael Clarke not quite edge of the circle. Gallant effort. Did they take one? I think they did. Dilshan goes to 12. 5 for 231. Clarke's disappointed, but he flew.
Yeah, tough chance, but it was to his left-hand side as well. But I don't know whether he actually caught it and then it's hit his elbows and released the ball, which can happen a fair bit. He's made great ground to get to it. Into the hands, and he did have it for a split moment, but it actually went through his hands before he landed.
It was a brilliant effort, but someone like Michael Clarke would be disappointed he didn't get there, and almost
not as much as Brett Lee. Brett's face.
Who has none for 35, and he bowls again, and the ball's flash. Was that a no ball? No. Umpire Harper says that indicates one. You're allowed one of those. That was fired in with ferocity. 5 for 231. Kapageta remains on 11. Dilshan is 13. Can Sri Lanka get 250? We've had an email from Jeff Hancock, who works in the city. What do I do at the end of the day? He's listening to the commentary via the web. In the old days, we had a little tranny at work. What'll I do? Is it a sellout? No. Come down to the ground. It'll be a splendid evening. Get down here for Adam Gilchrist for a start.
And a good total to chase for the Australians.
Kapageta waits. Lee over the wicket, and he misses. Well bowled, maybe a little bit slower. Clever ball from Lee, looks a bit bemused. Maybe had a wicket, couple of edges there. 5 for 231. And the score is actually 232 for 5. Thanks, Graham. Dilshan 13, Kapageta 11. And Brett Lee has bowled 9 overs, 1 maiden, none for 35. And we had inquiries about the ABC covering the South African tour. Andrew from Wollongong. I can tell you Jim Maxwell's going over the Test series. Starts Cape Town March 16. We won't be doing the 1 days, but it all mixes in with the Commonwealth Games in your hometown of Melbourne. Damien Fleming.
Yeah, myself and Glenn Mitchell touched on the Commonwealth Games today. It's going to be huge in Melbourne, and it's a big sporting year, isn't it? With the World Cup soccer and the Ashes, which we're all waiting for, and the AFL and the rugby. So always a lot of sport.
And it'll be covered on ABC Radio Sport as Simons starts the next over, and the balls. It was a full toss by Dilshan. He sort of hammers it down to long on, just a single. 5 for 234. Dilshan to 14. The ball comes in. Bale's taken off. The effects mites are so effective, and Simon's bowling his 10th and last over. Stuart Clarke 10 overs 2 for 48. Hoggs bowled 10 overs 1 for 47. And now Kapageta to Simons. Swings. It's gone high. It's gone straight. Has it got the legs? It has. 6. Lovely hit just towards the black side screen. Over the rope. Didn't go over the fence. But it's another 6. And Kapageta, a clean hit, goes to 17. 5 for 239. And the man gets on the old Victrola.
How well has he hit the ball since he's come out?
Simons to Kapageta, waits this time, flicks it around with his wrist. How clever, almost snapping it around. He wants the second, but Dilshan keeps his eye on Stuart Clarke. And it is 5 for 240, 18 to Kapageta. What about it was like sort of a tennis flick, wasn't it?
Greenwich type-ish flick there, but Ricky Ponting's got the bowling wrong. Bracken's gone off for Simons to bowl 1 over, and then Bracken will come on for the last over.
Next ball to Dilshan. I think it might have come off his sort of knee pad as he went down on one knee. No, there was a bit of bat on as he sort of swats the bat like a fly swatter. 5 for 241 with Dilshan going to 15. But the man of the moment, Kapageta, gets ready. 5 for 241. This is the 48th over. 2 balls to go to complete it. Simons trots in. Kapageta swings, smash, 6. Despite the fieldsman leaping, it went over the mid-wicket boundary, went over the fence. And Brad Hogg tried to take the back pocket ruck mark. but it was a lovely smash. 5 for 247. Kapagera will get his name right. He's got 24.
Well, the Sri Lankans are enjoying facing off spin in the third last over of the innings.
Simons, will it be a fast one? It's a slow one. Actually, he just whips an off spinner in and it's nudged down to mid-on. 5 for 248, so they're going to make 250. 2 overs to go. Andrew Simons completes his 10 overs. 1 for 66, and Damien Fleming 16 off that over.
Yeah, and as I said, Bracken had a rest. Simons comes onto 1 and Bracken will go there. That means that Ricky Ponting just got the overs wrong, the calculations, and he'd need Bracken to bowl the last 2 or 3 at one end. Andrew Simons should have finished before that. However, they've still got a big job. There's 12 balls to go to minimise the runs. 2-4-8. It's been a great little partnership, this. Something that they've lacked all the VB series, Sri Lanka. They have not finished the innings off well at all.
Grandstand cricket, first one-day final on ABC local radio and online at abc.net.au cricket. The SMS 19921 222. Email grandstand@your.abc.net.au. Brett Lee to start the 49th over, so 2 to go. First ball to Kapagera, and he tries to guide it down through slip. Doesn't make contact, and taken by a grateful Gilchrist. 5 for 248. When do the Brisbane tickets go on sale? Pommy Pete, bus driving in Brizzy. Well, I suppose you could buy them now. If it doesn't happen, you get your money back, and then you won't know probably till Sunday night late in Sydney, depending what happens. It's the best of 3. Sydney on Sunday, and then hopefully the Gabba for the people up there. They will get a third and deciding match. Adelaide put their hand up a couple of times, but it never happened.
Well, we've got a game on here. 2:48. Bandera and Murali in tandem later on this evening.
Brett Lee over the wicket, and Kapagera in the air, safe, backward point, racing out towards the boundary. Will fielded by Hussey out there. They'll come back for 2, so another milestone for Sri Lanka. 5 for 250. That'll be in good time. Kapagera goes to 27. In 207 minutes, Damien Fleming, 48.2 overs.
How many balls has Kapagera faced for his 27? But I like that ball. He gave a fuller face. That first ball, he just tried to get a bit too cute, didn't he, with the angle bat? Very important to give as full a face as you can, and, you know, if you do get an edge from that, well, it's going to fly. If you middle the ball, well, chance to hit a boundary.
And Brett Lee from the River Torrens end, crowd clapping below us to Kapagera. Waits, digs it out. Can Lee field it? He can. Strides, hits, run out. Could be a ricochet down there for 4. What will happen? The dive from Hussey knocks it to his teammate. Throw comes in. That will be Hogg down there. Now, what happened there? They're going for the third umpire. Now, Lee.
So it could be out or it could be 2 runs. Didn't we see? What about down in Hobart? Adapatu was run out, wasn't he?
Decision pending. The lunge from the batsman. Looks safe, so it'll be 2 runs.
Safe and 2. Good fielding by Brett Lee. That's a harsh game, that. He's bowled the ball, he's picked up, he's hit the stumps. And it's cost him 2 runs.
At the moment, 5 for 252.
They're not having a drink now, are they? The Sri Lankan batsmen. 3 balls to go. And it's a drinks break.
Things have changed, haven't it? Yes. I think that's Mubarak. Hasn't got the white boots on. 5 for 252. They're still working on it.
Actually, by the time Brett Lee's such a long run up, it hasn't affected time at all, has it?
So maybe there's more to it, Damien. Here we go. Not out. Blue hiss. The Sri Lankans wave their flag on the northern mound. And what a magic flag it is. And Lee's ready. Charges in. 5 for 252. Delivers to Kapagera. Well up, and he drives the ball out on the offside. They'll take a single. Taken out there and realised it's going to be just the 1 run. It's Damien Martin out there. 5 for 253. Couple of balls to go.
Beautifully
complete
bowled.
The 49th over.
Well bowled by Brett Lee. Last 2 balls have been picture perfect Yorkers. Still the safest ball to bowl at the death. Batsman can't get under it. Hard to middle the ball. And you always take a single in the last couple of overs.
And Damien Fleming remembered for that World Cup final 1999. With the semi-final against South Africa. The ball's hung over the top for 6. That's a big blow. What a magic shot by Dilshan. It's gone up into the roof. We had a couple of those in the from Sean Tate in the Pura Cup game. And Dilshan, now that's against Brett Lee. He's exploded. 5 for 259, and Dilshan goes to 21. Damien Fleming.
That is a fantastic hit. He showed his intentions last over to get his front leg out of the way to the leg side and to hit over mid-wicket, and he middled this one. You know why he could do that? Brett Lee bowled length. It wasn't a Yorker. He's able to get under it. Brett has to bowl fuller than that. Fantastic shot, though, and I think we might need a new ball.
Well, he's not a big man as well. He sort of stepped away to the off. He took the anticipation and just lifted it onto the roof.
All the good international bowlers, batsmen have areas that are their go-to shots when they get under trouble, and obviously seeing the way that he's hit the ball that way, it's where he likes to hit his mid-wicket.
Big sails in the sunset. Where is it? They'll have to bring Simon Fry out with the
it's got to be a new
box
ball.
of balls.
Out of the ground.
That was fantastic. Chance to let you know that Jai Surya made 25, Adapatu 53, Jai Wardner 11, Arnold 24, Sangakkara 83, and it is 5 for 259 with Dilshan 21 and Kapagera 30. So lost ball. You don't get extra, do you?
46 off 29 balls this partnership. Just what Sri Lanka needed. They haven't done it all series. When do you want to do it? In finals.
Last ball of the 49th over. Brett Lee. What will he do after that? He's to the right-hander Dilshan. Full toss, and he flicks it back with a point. That'll be required to be filled quickly onto the ground. Well done in the deep. That's Bracken out there. They'll come back for 2. Good effort by Bracken because it was travelling backward square leg. It was a full toss, whipped away. So Brett Lee finishes his 10 overs and 13 off his last. So we had 16 off Simons in the previous one. 10 overs for Lee, 1 made, none for 48. 1 over to go for Sri Lanka. 5 for 261. Kapagera 30 and Dilshan 23. So 270.
Maybe 270. Also, some questions of the Australian team is the way that they're going to finish the innings under pressure, and we haven't seen a lot of games get down to this sort of scenario. And really, to go to a World Cup, you need 3 or 4 guys who can bowl at the death and bowl it well. And this is another experience for Brett Lee and Nathan Bracken to bowl here. But I think before they get over there, they'd want to know that they've got a few bowlers that can do it and do it well and execute.
Bracken starts the last over. First ball to Kapagera, steps to leg side and smashes it high wide and very, very handsome. And it's been dropped by the man hanging over the fence. He had a long time to sight it. He can't believe he didn't take the catch, but that went so high.
He's not watching the ball, that man. His technique was terrible.
5 for 267. Kapagera explodes to 36. The 50 partnership in 22 minutes of 30 balls. Fantastic. Setting up a marvellous night here at the Adelaide Oval. This is the first final. It could be the best of 3. Bracken, he's a fast bowler.
Make it bounce.
He bowls and it's smashed again. It's in the air. It's safe. It will be a couple. 3 players chase the ball. I don't think they'll go the third. The throw comes in. Dilshan thought about it stupidly, but Kapagera says, look, let's not muck around here. I've got 2. 5 for 270. Kapagera to 38. They consult. They punch the gloves. And the crowd suddenly buzzing.
That's become pretty acceptable at the end there, isn't it? The glove punching. I like their running between the wickets too. It's probably the most impressive of the Sri Lankan batsmen.
Bracken rolls to Kapagera. Full toss. Is it in the air? It's caught by Simons as he lopes outside the circle mid-wicket. Pouches the ball. But well played, Kapagera. 6 for 270. 4 balls to go. Simons takes another catch. Bracken picks up a wicket. He's got 2 for 57, but what a delightful knock, Damien Fleming, by Kapagera.
Well, it was a surprise, wasn't it? We wasn't sure what we were going to get there, and he was very innovative. He hit boundaries, hit sixes as well. His running between the wickets was great. 38 off 21 balls, 3 sixes and 2 fours, and gave the Sri Lankan innings some acceleration, which they really have struggled in the last 10 overs throughout the VB series. And to get a 4-0 total, it's already 270. From a bowling perspective, that's a second full toss Nathan Bracken's bowled for the over. Lucky he got a wicket there. I hope it's not a plan by the Australians, because I don't think it's a percentage way to bowl at the death, and you really need to bowl your Yorkers and change your pace. But now he's got the opportunity to bowl to Chaminda Vasu, who can hit the ball a long way as well. But a new set batsman, so they'll want to keep him on strike.
So at the end of the innings, Peter Walsh will be catching up with Brad Hogg, who's the nominated interview, which is wonderful, because after the game here on Australia Day, we had Nathan Bracken. That's something that we really appreciate the Cricket Australia's doing for the audience right around Australia. A lot of those people driving or on holidays or fishing or maybe on their tractor somewhere in the country. And it's Brad Hogg, a country boy from Western Australia. But Nathan Bracken gets ready. 6 for 270, and they cross. So Dilshan, the right-hander, who's been there a while on 23, will face the music. And in fact, it is actually Dilshan pushing the ball out on the offside. They take a single 5. 6 for 271. Chaminda Vasu, the left-hander, and the experienced campaigner takes guard of the black side screen. But that last half hour or so, Damien, has really set the night up, hasn't it?
It's been fantastic, and the crowd's really built up throughout the day. And the anticipation is 270. Scoreboard pressure on the Australians.
Bracken to Vasu, and he clobbers the ball along the ground. They're thinking of the second. I don't think they'll go. They are going. Throw goes to the keeper. Could be run out. Taken. Stumps off. Dive. Umpire Harper goes to the third umpire. The batsman dived like the halfback onto the ground. I wonder what it'll be. I thought originally he would make it, but Damien Fleming?
I gave him out, and I'm still giving him out.
Well done, and a fantastic throw coming from Mike Hussey, the long way home. So Vasu, like Bandra in the game against South Africa, run out for naught.
He'll get one for the run, I would have thought, but also Dilshan running 2. Now that Vasu's run out, he won't be on strike. And although it was positive running by Dilshan, you really want him in strike at this stage of the game. And Vasu has been given out.
He got one, of course, because he completed the first one. 7 for 272. 2 balls to go. So Dilshan marooned at the other end on 24. Out comes the drinks bottle. What a throw by Mike Hussey.
Well, that's what the Australians really do well, is their fielding, isn't it? And it's the execution of their throwing. They've got some great athletes out there, but it's no good unless you perform under pressure, and the Australians do it most times.
So the new batsman coming out for Sri Lanka. 7 for 272. The only one that didn't get a start is Jai Wardner, who made 11. He was caught and bowled by Stuart Clark, who did very well in sort of mid-rift and jumped in mid-air. It was coming hard to him.
Amazing catch from a big man who had to react. And we got Murali in, who can hit the ball long. He just doesn't hit it very often, does he? Averaging 6.
There's a deep third man for the edge. 2 balls to go. Murali, we look forward to him bowling this evening, and he waits with the bat. Bracken around the wicket to the right-hander. He shuffles. He hits the ball in the air. He could be caught. Simons will take the catch. And Bracken, in his last over, we've had 3 wickets. Kabagera for 38, Vasu 1, and a primary for Murali out for naught. Caught Simons bowled Bracken, so Bracken suddenly has 3 wickets.
Another full toss. Maybe the full toss is the ball to bowl at the death. Team hat-trick. Now, Rog, 2 wickets and 2 balls. Always, and getting our first ball, Muriel, it's always a long walk. You walk all the way out, you get our first ball, you walk back in, you just think, why do I go and do that for?
8 for 272.
But still, again, you know, if Dilshan hadn't gone for that second run with Vasu, he would have been on strike. Would have had 2 balls to potentially get 12 runs.
Yes, coming in the last over, you're cold. And the batsman, Dilshan, have been there for a while. 24, a spectacular partnership with Kapagedera.
Yeah, it was sensational stuff.
They put on
everything we want from one-day cricket at the end.
Well, particularly, I think, Damon, also from that Australia Day game, was hot. There was no ponting. Gilchrist was back. They were grinding out a win. Sri Lanka won the toss. The pitch was a bit slow because of all the heat. And the people, I think, got a bit bored and they got, will they come along? But now this has happened.
We want boundaries and we want aggressive running between the wickets. Good execution for the bowlers. And Sri Lanka really taken up to the Australians.
So last ball, will it be a team hat-trick? Bracken to Dilshan, they crossed. He drives along the ground. They'll go the second, surely. Hussey's got the ball. Throw comes in. And he goes towards Bracken, who doesn't take the ball. And that is the end of the Sri Lankan innings. They made 274. So we'll have a quick wrap-up. We won't have time for Brad Hogg. Might get him later on, because we're heading back to our grandstand studio. So Dilshan not out 26. Kulasegara didn't face the ball. Jayasuriya made 25. Adapado 53. Jayawardena 11. Arnold 24. Sangakkara 83. Kapagera 38. Vas 1. Murali 0. And in the bowling, Stewart, well, they all bowled 10 overs. Lee none for 48. Bracken 3 for 61. Stuart Clark 2 for 48. Simons 1 for 66. Hogg 1 for 47. And there was the run out of Vas by Mike Hussey. Damien Fleming, we've got about a minute before we go back to the studios. Your overall thoughts on the Sri Lankan 8 for 274? They won the toss and batted.
Well, they were positive, they were aggressive, they took on the Australians. They had 3 partnerships over 50, probably the most significant at the end there, Dilshan and Kapagera. It was a fantastic innings. It took them a long way where we were looking at 230, 240. They got 270 on the board. They will back themselves. If Vas gets early wickets, Pereira backs him up to know that they've got 20 overs out of Bandera and Murali.
Thanks to Damien Fleming as they're coming out onto the ground to have a bit of entertainment. The crowd is buzzing. I wonder what it'll build up to. Hopefully with the first final here in Adelaide, it will be maybe mid 25,000 or so. 8 for 274 is the score for Sri Lanka. And it was all set up for a grand night here at the Adelaide Oval.
ABC Grandstand Cricket, live and commercial free.
On ABC Local Radio.
Sangakkara comes up over the stumps. Vas bowls and Gilchrist steers the ball away to backward point. So done for 31 in the 7th over. Have you had any experience of playing away from home?
Yeah, I've played in India and Pakistan before in the last couple of years, and been over to the UK twice as well, playing on a school cricket tour, I think in 2000, and then went over and played a season in there, I think in about 2002.
Here's Vas again, and Gilchrist drives. It goes over the top. 1 bounce, 2 bounces across the line at straightish mid-wicket. A good pick up from Gilchrist. And the crowd enjoying this batting from Gilchrist. A 6-over cover, even though it was miscued. That was more solid, and it went for 4.
He's so hurtful, Gilchrist. He goes both sides. 1 over cover, that 1 over mid-wicket. Vas is under pressure here. Mate, what'd you do after the Border medal? Get gassed up, go at the warning 4 a.m, told him he was on borrowed time.
Vas bowls. Gilchrist is pushing down the onside, a single towards mid-on, and Marwan had to part to it. None for 36. Gilchrist to 20 at the end of the 7th over.
I
thought you'd deny it.
Just went to the after party for a little while, and then went home fairly early because I had to get the wires out in the morning, so took it pretty easy in the end.
Well done, mate. When are you actually playing again?
Hopefully next Sunday. So a week, I think it's the 19th. We're playing Queensland at the Gabba in a 4-day game, so it's going to be a pretty important game for us.
Yes, good chance of getting to the final of the competition.
Yeah,
there's something welling up here, isn't it, in South Australia? You get going well.
Definitely. I mean, we've got such a young sort of squad at the moment, and then you've got, I think, about 4 or 5 players who have played for Australia, and, you know, Elliott, Gillespie, Lehman, Blewett. So, I mean, it's just tremendous, the squad. And then you've got young blokes like Mark Cosgrove, who's hitting them sensational at the moment, and Callum Ferguson and blokes like this, so we're going pretty well.
It's a great mix. Ferguson, Cosgrove, Cullen, Bailey. Wow.
Now Pereira bowls, and Gilchrist cuts the ball away down to backward point. They chance their arm with a single, which they make quite comfortably, with Dilshan coming around to throw. None for 37 in the 8th over. Gilchrist 21, Cattage 13. The target is 275.
And the rate's up where they'd want it. They haven't lost a wicket. Kadic is away. He's 13 not out. He's not dragging the chain. Gilchrist, a couple of blows, have found the boundary. Suddenly they have momentum, the Australians, in this chase. It's still a long way to 275. Muralitharan's warming up at mid-on. Or is that Muralitharan? Somebody's warming up at mid-on. Probably the next bowler.
I think
Kulasakara,
yeah. Pereira bowls. Kadic tries to pull, wrenches it away through mid-wicket. Didn't quite catch it, but it's going to go close. Photo finish, a dive, it gets there. A good boundary, even though he didn't hit it in the middle. It rolled on and proved elusive in the chase to the line. None for 41. Kadic playing some shots to 17, and this is the 8th over, so they're going at 5 and over.
It was short, but not that short. Kadic pounced, and he didn't quite middle it, but he got enough bat on it for it to run away. Dan, I'll move out of the chair. Good luck at Somerset, mate. Another Somerset player about to move in, Peter Roebuck. Very Somerset here. We had Jamie Cox last week.
Now Pereira down at the northern end. Runs to bowl to Kadic. Kadic pulls again. This time he gets it through square, just for a single. Done for 42. Musical chairs. Peter Roebuck's coming in alongside Dan Cullen. Kerry's just been telling Dan that Somerset ground's fairly friendly for batsmen.
They're putting some sand on it, I have inside information.
On the pitch?
Well, they've signed 2 spinners. Not only Dan, but also Cameron White. And I'm told they're putting sand on the pitch, I won't say as we speak, but during this English winter. It's a great club to go and play for.
Pereira bowls and Gilchrist drives, and it goes flying off the edge of the bat, fast in front of Dilshan behind point.
Dan, I know to be a very self-denying young man, so he'll avoid the scrumpy, which will be my main piece of advice. Scrumpy, Dan, is very rough cider, which they make on the farms, and they only sell it in halves to outsiders. They won't sell it in pints to outsiders because it has an effect on you that you don't want to know about on the live on ABC radio. And it creeps up on you too. It's not like you can sense it's quite strong. It has a kick.
Pereira bowls again, and it's hit back and drop catch. Chipped it back to him, and he was a bit awkward in his follow through. Couldn't wrap his hands around it, and Pereira's put down a chance. A chance that could well have assisted Sri Lanka's cause enormously here, but in truth it was a very difficult chance. It went back quickly, and he just didn't seem to be able to get his hands around the ball.
No, he dropped one, I think, in a previous match. I'm trying to remember where. He didn't look like catching that one either, or this one. He just got it about chest high. Very awkward height, but he'll be disappointed with that. Gilchrist's a pretty important wicket. There's been some very good spinners play for Somerset, Dan. Not just Kerry, but also Stuart McGill's played. Brian Langford, Vic Marks, off spinners.
Pereira again. Gilchrist drives to mid-on, goes with the stroke, goes quickly. Kulasakara misses with his throw. None for 43. Gilchrist 22.
Of course.
Kadic 18. And
Mushtaq Ahmed, I was forgetting, took a whole stack of wickets there. So despite whatever Kerry says, it's very possible to get wickets for spinners there. It doesn't just depend on the sun coming out. And with Kadic, an outstanding one-day bowler.
Kulasakara bowls again, and it's played down onto the ground off the bottom of the bat by Kadic, straight to the keeper Sangakkara to tidy up. What's the situation? It's still 2 overseas players per team. They did some change on that, didn't they?
There was some change. It's gone back to 2, and I think you can have more than that on the staff. You haven't got to play a full season. Right. But I would think one of the attractions, one of the many attractions of Dan and Cameron would be that they can play the full season now. You're not chopping and changing.
Kulasakara bowls and Kadic pushes away to cover, but they also had others outside whom had parentage or something.
Yes,
that they could slip through the net. Somehow, like Phil Jakes had that at one point.
There was plenty of that. There was half the Hampshire teams like that, with Shane Warne captains, about 5 Africans in the team, because they had parents or grandparents or whatever. They're actually cutting back on that a little bit now by not giving as much money to those clubs who don't have many players available for England.
Kulasakara bowls to Kadic, who's driving on the bounce to cover. Can't get through that infield. It's fielded out there by Jayasuriya. None for 46 in the 9th over.
course, we've got some good spinners in Australia, Dan. It's not just yourself and Cameron who have made such an impression, but the fellow up in Queensland's played a couple of games now, I see. Doran, is it?
Doran, yeah.
And obviously the fellow over in West Australia, Cassin's been doing very well.
In goes Kulasakra, good lengths. Pushed back down the pitch. That finishes up the over. I'll leave it with you, Peter, chatting away here with Dan Cullen, and Roger Wills is going to come in and join you in a moment, because Australia need 275 and they're none for 46 after 9.
On ABC Local Radio and online at abc.net.au/cricket. This is Grandstand Cricket's coverage of the first one-day final, Australia versus Sri Lanka.
Beautiful evening in Adelaide. Sun shining, nice breeze, cool atmosphere, plenty of people in the stands, good crowd. Roger, they were a bit worried about the crowd, but I think they've turned out in good force, and there's plenty. I was walking down behind the George Giffen stand a while back, and there's plenty of people there too who were enjoying the social side of things, catching up with old friends and whatnot on a Friday evening. The game is well poised. The Australians none for 46, but they're chasing a formidable score. I don't suppose it will get any easier in the middle of the innings. Dan might be able to tell us how he thinks the pitch is going to go. Probably, but I suspect, Dan, the first 20 overs here will be the easiest batting in this match.
Especially with the field up as well. I mean, it's a great chance for the Australians to attack and get some good runs on the board. I mean, when they bring on Murali and Bandara as well, I mean, it's going to be a lot harder to score. Pitch will be slower and it'll probably be turning a fair bit as well. So, good time to cash in.
Dan Cullen and Peter Roebuck, and we watch Pereira start the 10th over to Gilchrist. Swings the ball in the air, safe out through mid-wicket. Should just be one. Fielded out in the deep. Ball comes in, and Gilchrist. In fact, it was Gilchrist. He goes to 26, Kadich 18, none for 47. And I think also towards the end of that Sri Lankan innings, being on air the last 5 overs, the buzz of the partnership between Kapagera and batting with Dilshan, you could feel the crowd lifting. They knew there was something on tonight. There was something to come to. There was something to think about. What's going to happen? What will Gilchrist and Kadich do? And Kadich waits on Pereira and nudges the ball down to mid-off. No run. None for 47. So it's actually got a real story, and it's a final. I mean, it's the best of 3, the first of.
It is the best of 3, and Sri Lanka have done very well to get to the final. They had a horrendous program, and it took them an unconscionable time to work out their best batting order. If you look at the first game they played, the batting was opened up by Talanga and Mubarak, and the number 3 was some fellow who was nicknamed Dotball by the end of his innings. And the captain, Atapatu, came in 7. Now they've got the order the other way around. The young lad came in today and got a really good 30, so they're much better side.
Pereira to Kadich, flicks the ball, clever shot out through mid-wicket. That might have the legs to get to the boundary. Plenty of work. The dive, desperate, not quite. And the work coming out there from the Sri Lankan player and Kapagera, the man we just mentioned, but beautiful timing from Kadich. He spurts to 22, none for 51, coming up in 43 minutes, 9.3 overs. So good start, Dan, for the Australians.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, to get away to the start they have and not lose any wickets, it's going to be a great finish, hopefully, with a few wickets in hand.
I've got to ask you about the doosra. Was it correct that it was Saklan Mushtaq that you're sort of watching videos and trying to learn? I'm serious, a few years ago, very keen to develop the delivery.
In 1999, I saw him bowl against the Australians, I think, down in Tasmania, and he took 6 for 40 or something like that, and just bamboozled them. And then sort of ever since then I thought, gee, if I could have a ball like that, then you'd be doing all right. So I've been working pretty hard on it of late.
Pereira to Kadich, shuffles in the crease, flicks it down to mid-on. Gilchrist could be run out misfield. You heard from Peter Roebuck down in the mid-on position, and Gilchrist was charging the other end. Kulasakra annoyed with himself, and Kadich says, sorry about that. No damage done in the end, none for 51, but they're the chances you must take, particularly if it's Mr. Gilchrist.
Can the doosra be bowled legitimately, Dan?
Definitely.
You can do it, in fact.
It's Saklan Mushtaq. He's probably the perfect example. Bowled it with, with a straight arm and developed it, whereas a lot of other blokes at the moment, I think, obviously are going over the 15 degrees. So
Pereira to Kadich, slower one. No run that time. Well bowled. Out on the onside. Bursting in is Jayawarden. A clapping going on within the circle. None for 51. Can you actually explain to the listeners what the doosra is?
Basically, it's a ball. You've got your off spinner, which your wrist goes from left to right and spins into the stumps, whereas the one that goes the other way, the doosra, basically sort of comes out the back of the hand, flicks it out the back, and it's meant to go from, leg to off, so move from right to left.
And you can do it just with your wrist, hey?
It's basically, with your wrist. And I mean,
25, Atapatu 53, Jayawarden 11, Arnold 24, Sangakkara 83, Getter 38 in a terrific knock. And Vass made one. He was run out. Murali was out for naught. 3 wickets in the last over. Dilshan not out 26. Kulasekaran not out. Nor Sunday's 14. Sri Lanka 8 for 274. 50 overs. Just 220 minutes. So I'll give you the bowling of the Australians. They all bowled 10 overs. Looks like a power play. The umpire's waving his arm around.
They'll be keen to get those out of the way here.
Yes. When has it not been a power play outside 20 overs? But there's a bit of a hold up here as the senior players meet. So 10 overs for Australia. Lee none for 48. Bracken 3 for 61. He bowled the last over. Stuart Clark 2 for 48. Simons 1 for 66. And Hogg 1 for 47. Next over starts. High ball could be caught. Gilchrist in the deep. Fieldsman gets under it, takes the catch. So Gilchrist is out and Kulasekaran is absolutely over the moon. The ball, I thought, was going over the boundary. It's taken by Arnold, a deep backward square leg, and look at all the Sri Lankans sprint to the shadows of the northwestern corner, and Gilchrist went the big one. Not far enough, out for 26. It's 1 for 51 at the start of the 11th over. Peter Roebuck.
Well, he just didn't quite get that. It's funny, isn't it? He's got the same score as Jayasuriya. Both dashing opening batsmen got out for 25. Well, 26 actually Gilchrist got, but it makes no difference. Those players play like that. I mean, he's going to get caught on the boundary sometimes in his innings. He chances his arm. He goes for it. When he comes off, he's extremely dangerous. When he doesn't, well, that's the other players who must work around that, as Kadich does, as Ponting will, as the rest of the middle order will. Australia does have the advantage of a very long and very capable batting lineup. I don't think Hope's had a bowl. He can't bat, can he? Oh, he can bat, can he?
He came on as...
Hope's could come in. So I don't quite got the hang of the super sub yet. So he came on for one of the other fellas. Yeah. So it's a very long batting lineup. Ponting coming in now is in terrific form. So there's plenty of batting to come. Dan, you must have bowled against some of these blokes. It must be very hard to bowl to some of the Australians.
Oh, definitely. I mean, that's why they're the best team in the world. Tremendous players of especially spin in Australia. I think when they get to the subcontinent, obviously it might be a little bit different, but over here when the pitches don't turn much, people like Ponting and Clark and all these sort of blokes just sort of eat you up. So you've got to be on your game.
Just letting you know, the opening partnership there for that pair was 51 and 47 and 61 balls. Gilchrist 27 balls for his 26, 1, 6 and 2, 4, and also down in Peter there's a sub on Pereira. So Bandara, who's done so well, looks like he's been subbed on. So Pereira bowled 5, number 22, which I mean that unless it's an injury, has he been subbed on? 5 overs he would be allowed to bowl.
I think the umpires have a signal for that, and I haven't seen them do it.
G'day, Patrick Stack here. Did I mention it's an Ashes year? Well, it is. Sports Daily is the best way to get the latest news and look beyond the headlines as the Aussies battle for that little earn.
Sports Daily, weekdays from 6:30 on ABC Radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio, your home of netball.
But they do so many funny things these days that I might have missed it. I would think Bandara would probably come on for one of the batsmen because they'd want Pereira to be able to bowl again. He may have just gone on for a couple of seconds.
Kulasekaran to Kadich because they crossed. He drives along the ground to mid-off and there's no run, and you can hear the Sri Lankans chirping us now. 1 for 51. They've got rid of Gilchrist, and the new batsman is the Australian captain, Ponting. Beautiful conditions, puts a further buzz into the game, doesn't it?
Oh, yes. And is this Adelaide's first final? It's the first final because they've been number 3 before, haven't they?
They were reserved a couple of times, tantalisingly so.
Yeah. Look, it'd be fantastic if, well, it's sort of arrogant to say it, if Sri Lanka win this, there's tremendous pressure on the Australians for the 2nd and 3rd.
Kulasekaran to Kadich, no run out on the offside. And Dan, when you're bowling in one-day games, then you're the off spinner, and it must be so hard. I mean, talking flight, they're trying to slog you. How do you survive?
I mean, you've got the fields probably to help you. I mean, when you can have 5 out, makes it a lot easier. But you've just got to, change your pace and really try and turn it and personally, I just try and be attacking, try and take wickets. So if you get hit for a few runs, so be it. But the main aim is to try and take some wickets.
Kulasekaran again to the left-handed Kadich, plays the ball out on the offside. It bounces and fielded by the Sri Lankan, and he threatened to throw. That is Dilshan over there in the dark glasses, and they're really bouncing around. Now, Dan Cullen's with us. Who was your hero when you were growing up?
Shane Warne, definitely. Tried to bowl leg spin when I was young and could never do it. So just for some reason started bowling off spin in the backyard and just sort of kept on going with it.
Was it his hair as well?
Yeah, maybe recently. Yeah.
Kulasakra, he looked very good over here a couple of weeks ago in the 2 matches, and he charges in and he bowls to Kadich and nudges it down to mid-off. No run. Terrific over for Sri Lanka. Nothing has happened in this over so far runs-wise. It's 1 for 51. Gilchrist out for 26. And Cricket Australia has told us that the match on Sunday at the SCG is a sellout, which is good news. And they'll be listing in Queensland and Brisbane, hoping that something might happen, and they do get that 3rd and deciding game at the Gabba. Grandstand will be there, and Kulasakra charges in, and the ball down to mid-on. It's been fielded by Adapatu. Shies at the stumps, dive by Kadich, close. He lunged, slid the bat, and Adapatu knew that if it hit, it was going to be very, very close. So they get 1 run off that over. Kadich keeps the strike, goes to 23. Ponting yet to score. 1 for 52, and Gilchrist was caught. Arnold bowled Kulasakra for 26. So well done, Sri Lanka. Australia needs 275, and Kulasakra has one.
And Grandstand on your local ABC. We'll just leave the cricket there to let you know full time in the first of this weekend's Super 14 matches, the inaugural season of the Super 14. The Hurricanes, the Wellington Hurricanes, have defeated the Auckland Blues by 37 points to 19. Auckland led 16-3 at the break, but the Hurricanes have defeated the Blues 37-19. Listeners in WA, also southern New South Wales, southeast Queensland, the ACT, you'll get coverage of the Force up against the Brumbies tonight. Good news for Brumbies fans that all the players who have been struck down by that virus will play tonight. Grandstand on your local ABC. Let's go back to the Adelaide Oval now. Australia 1 for 52. They need 275 to go 1 up in the one-day series.
Jayasuriya wasn't there at all. Murray, obviously. So there were just 2 there, 1.5 really. So they don't have the big name players, but you've seen Chaminda Vass bowl a beautiful length throughout this series, and a few of the other fellas, the leg spinner Bandara and Sangakkara, of course, himself, Jayasuriya, have all been terrific.
And Vass is back into the attack. He starts the 12th over with the keeper up, and he's struck on the pad a bit of bat on. There could be a run out that goes to the non-striker's end. There will be a run out. Dilshan runs all the way, and Ponting is out for naught, and the Sri Lankans are on the hurdy-gurdy. Ponting started, Kadich looked around, where was the ball? And Ponting's basically, well, he's the one that is closest to the other end, and he's out, and Dan Cullen goes, 2 for 52. What a mix-up.
Dan, it's all yours.
Jeez,
tell them what happened.
That is terrible, isn't it? That is terrible running. Bad for Australia, 2 for 52 now. Just a mix-up.
Yes,
Kadich looked around, didn't he? He launched the ball towards the sort of the slip area and wasn't watching, and Ponting got too far down. The greyhound couldn't get back.
It's not wise to run the captain now before he scored, I can tell you. It doesn't go down a heap, so Kadich will really want to get some runs there. But there was a bit of stress in the shot. He had a bit of a hoik. First ball of Chaminda Vass coming back. Very good bowling change. They've taken the wicket. Get your best bowler back on and put pressure on, and that's what happened.
Ponting run out without facing a ball. So Gilchrist out for 26, Ponting naught, and listen to the buzz in the crowd. 2 for 52, 11.1 overs gone. Star batsman out, the duo, and game on.
Yeah, I'm not sure he could have played for Somerset after all, Ponting, the way he played that particular thing there. It did look like a great single to me, to tell the truth. Did you think, Dan? I wasn't sure there was one there.
Yeah, I'm not too sure either. I mean, Ponting kept on going, and Kadich had his back turned to him, so...
Some batsmen would have sacrificed themselves to the captain in that situation, particularly when he's such an outstanding player. But it wasn't. I didn't read it as Kadich's fault. He had a swing at Vass. It hit the inside edge, went off his pad out to about point. He may not have known exactly where it went. Ponting came charging down the pitch. Kadich wasn't going to move. He may have made a little stutter, but Ponting, rather than going back, kept coming. Australia in trouble.
And it's Vass bowling to Kadich, and Kadich off the back foot down to mid-on. In charges the Sri Lankan fieldsmen, as you can imagine, right on their toes. It's almost as though the Kadich was a bit bemused what was going on. What decision will I do? Will I go to the other end? And Ponting, he thought, well, maybe he'll turn around, put the brakes on, and then head back again.
It sometimes takes a while with a new pair coming in as well to become reacquainted. There's often a run out just at the start of the partnership.
So Vass, the left arm over to Kadich, and he pushes it outside the circle it'll be just a run. The 1-2 by the Sri Lankans. Arnold's there, flicks the ball towards Murali, and Sri Lanka are right on the roll here. 2 for 53. New batsman is Damien Martin. The target is 275. This is the 12th over. You get the runs on the board, you never know what might happen.
Yes, it's a great thing to win the toss against Australia, I believe, to put them under pressure. They're a dominant side from the front, but Sri Lanka, the way they play their cricket, they have got the batsmen, they can get a score, and then the spinners come into play, because it's such a risk then to take on a spinner, to take on a deep fieldsman, because wickets become very central. Nerves, it's all about nerves now.
Damian Martin, class player. Remember that World Cup final with Ricky Ponting in Johannesburg? Someone's got to make a big score. You'd think 100 at least is Vas to Martin outside the off stump, taken by Sangakkara, standing up to Vas, which I think's fantastic. I'm not quite sure how they do it, but he is, and Vas is pretty quick.
Yes, I think he's trying to bowl mainly cutters now, which is an ability that Nathan Bracken has too, to come in there when it's not swinging. It's a good pitch. You cut your fingers across the ball and basically angle it away from the batsman off the pitch as much as you possibly can. I might ask Dan in a minute how he changes his bowling for one-day cricket.
Vas again inspired to the right-handed Martin off the back foot. No run, fielded over by Dilshan, and it was interesting. I rarely see the situation where a fieldsman takes the ball down and he actually runs down to the other ground and has the great thrill of flicking the bails off.
He just wanted his name on the score sheet, didn't he, there?
There must be something about Australian captains. They seem to keep running, don't they? They
was Ponting the right one to go then?
It's debatable. Did the other bloke leave his crease?
He did, didn't he?
Well, then he should have been out if Kadich left his crease. All right.
So Vas again to Martin. Good bowling, Vasi. That is the end of the 12th over. 2-4-53. Dan Cullen's about to depart and escorted out by Peter Walsh in that coloured shirt. And Dan, thanks for coming up, and we wish you well. No doubt a contract with Cricket Australia. They pay you in pounds in the UK, so what a wonderful opportunity to go, and good luck, and good luck with the Redbacks, of course, starting next Friday in that one-day game.
Thanks very much. Thanks for having me. Cheers. Dan
Cullen departing on grandstand around Australia, and Peter Roebuck, you can just hear the buzz around the ground, can't you? It's a dramatic situation with Gilchrist holding out for 26 and Ponting run out without facing a ball.
Oh, those two wickets have changed the complexion of the game. It really has been a good performance by Sri Lanka, but Australia by no means done yet.
Kulasekaran starts the next over to Kadich, drives straight bowling, comes off the fingernails of the bowler. Two come across, mid-off, mid-on, at the edge of the circle. 2-4-53, batting to come for Australia. Simons, Michael Clark, Hussey, Hogg, Lee, Bracken, Stuart Clark, and super sub hopes. It's like that game at the SCG a couple of Sundays ago, Peter, when Jaya Surya emerged and made 114. All of a sudden the pressure was on the Australian batting, as Kulasekaran again to Kadich Wait, and he just cuts the ball down to deep third man, almost backward point, just one run. Kadich to 25, 2-4-54.
Yes, I mean, I think that innings by Jaya Surya changed the whole tournament, actually, because until that moment I thought that Sri Lanka were here, they'd come third. They had the worst program, the lack of batting, the top order looked hopeless, and I really thought they were going to struggle. The South Africans, not a bit of it. They're the team that got worst. Sri Lanka, after that Jaya Surya innings where he played such a remarkable hand, having just got off the aeroplane basically in Sydney and taken us all by surprise by turning up, let alone scoring 100. From that innings onwards, Sri Lanka have had a way of competing with Australia, which is get runs on the board, bowl the slow bowlers, field like demons, put the Australians under pressure. But I think this is terrific for Australia. I really do, because don't forget they're going to come across these sides in the World Cup. They need to be stretched, and they're being well stretched.
Comments on grandstand from Peter Roebuck. Grandstand cricket, the first one-day final on Kulasekaran. He's built like a pencil, but has been most impressive to Martin, and he puts the ball away on the onside. They'll take a single. Put it there by Kappa Jadera. Wasn't he exciting? Yes. 38, they put on 57 of 32 balls, he and Dilshan, and they ignited the innings at the end, and people chatting about what's going to happen. Here we are, 2-for-55.
Yep.
What credit to Tom Moody, experienced, respected. Wouldn't you love to coach someone like Sri Lanka with their players?
Well, actually, he has his down days too. They're probably a bit unpredictable at times, but I think Tom Moody is a very capable coach. I thought he was a very good appointment for Sri Lanka. They waited to see what India did first, and when he was available, they appointed him.
Kulasekaran this time to Kadich, waits the call out on the offside, filled by Jaya Surya. So 2-4-55, and the Sri Lankans all within the circle except for two, because this is the power play is on. And
it's a great time for it.
And it's just a wonderful evening with a little gentle sort of sea breeze in, and 2,000 or 3,000 people up in the chapel stands looking across, and The crowd has come down after school and work, and it's Friday night, and they've got a game. Kulaseka to Kadic, and he drives in the air safe. Clever. That should be 4 runs. He used his wrist, took over the top. 4 runs away to our left, and trickles over the rope, and Kadic goes to 29. And Australia 2 for 59, coming towards the end of the 13th over.
Yes, a very good shot there by Kadic. A very good response, because he doesn't want to take any risks now. Wickets have come into play. The bowler just slightly over pitching, took full advantage. Didn't go the whole hog there. It was a very controlled, lofted drive.
What an opportunity for Kadic, the opener. He's had plenty of publicity. He's done well. Needs a big score here to help Australia. And he guides this one down to a third man. Runs the first one quick. Won't be a misfield, there isn't. So 2 for 60 Australia, chasing 275, and that is the completion of the 13th over, with Kadic going to 30. Martin has won. In a moment, more from Peter Roebuck, and it'll be Glenn Mitchell again.
Grandstand Cricket on ABC Local Radio and online at abc.net.au/cricket.
Well, a terrific evening unfolding here at Adelaide Oval. It's great that the weather is suitable. The crowd is large, basking in the evening sunshine and cooled by a nice breeze, and thoroughly enjoying some spirited cricket from the visiting Sri Lankans, and also the side of the Australians now fighting for their lives in this particular match. And Martin and Kadic out there will need to construct a strong partnership. They have Chaminda Vass against them, and a hungry, young and enthusiastic Sri Lankan team against them.
Thanks, Peter. As Vass continuing in from the northern end, and on the front foot, Kadic defends, trickling the ball out towards mid-wicket. Jai Wardner coming across to field, and a total 2 for 60. Australia needing to score at just over 5.8 and over from here. Kadic on 30, Martin 1. Vice captain and captain out in the space of an over. Gilchrist caught in the deep by Arnold for 26, and Ponting run out without facing a ball, as Kadic pushes the next delivery from Vass out to the covers at Apatu Fields, and there's no run. And the bowlologist, the man who can teach you anything you want in regard to bowling, Damien Fleming's back with us.
Bowlology.
Sorry.
Bowlology, I am the bowlologist. No, Ricky Ponting, diamond duck there without facing a ball. Interesting, your actual average goes down, but your strike rate stays the same. Did you think about that?
No, but that's a good assessment. It's very good. Be a good quiz question, that, wouldn't it?
Yeah. How can you be dismissed, or what stage can you be dismissed that your average goes down but your strike rate stays the same?
Excellent. You've got all bases covered. Now Adapatu's trying to do likewise. He's having a chat with Vass, and they're going to have the yo-yo field. The third man, Kulaseka, is up inside the circle, which allows the mid-on, Murali, to drop down to long on in front of the scoreboard.
And they can do this because Vass has lost a lot of pace, hasn't he? Quick bowlers with pace should have to have a third man.
And he comes again. This one whipped off the pads here by Kadic. It'll run away for 4 down through deep backward square leg. Running around the rope, Kapageta unable to get there. And the man who was anointed prior to this innings as the man of the match by Kerry O'Keefe, Simon Kadic is 34 now, and it's 2 for 64.
The thing we talk about was Kadic's technique, where he walks across the crease as the bowler walks in. Can get him into trouble if the ball's swinging or extra bounce, but as a bowler, what happens is you see the stumps, because he does open up the stumps. You bowl at the stumps, but by the time you bowled it, he has walked across, and it's actually on his leg stump.
Faces Vass again, and he sweeps it around the corner. Well fielded there by Jayasuriya. It was a half pull, half sweep. He almost went down on one knee. Got it down towards short, fine leg. Jayasuriya, luckily for Sri Lanka, was able to extend himself to his right and prevent a run. Now Murali is coming up to mid-on, and that is going to allow Kulaseka to drop from inside the circle at third man back towards the rope.
Well, he's been attacking leg stump. It's a big opportunity to get it just outside off stump. That's where a majority of his field is.
Kadic advances to Vass and then just knocks it down towards mid-on, and the total remains 2 for 64. We're not far away from getting into this annoying period as far as commentators and spectators concerned here at the Adelaide Oval. We're not far away from the board being nearly impossible to read, as the sun, as it sets towards the west, will be on an angle where it's almost impossible to read anything in about 15-20 minutes time. As Vast from close to the stumps has Kadich defending, almost a single there. It travelled a fair way out towards Jaya Wardner at straight mid-wicket. The end of the over, 14 have been bowled. 2 for 64. Gilchrist out for 26. Ponting run out without facing a ball. Kadich 34, Martin 1. The victory target in total, 275.
I'm just visualising what you talked about there. What did you say? The sun
you watch
gets on.
later,
Yeah.
the sun will get down and somehow it's on an angle. We noticed it here on the Australia Day weekend or Australia Day matches. That the light actually comes at a certain angle and almost obliterates the board. It just shines straight off it.
Have you noticed the video scoreboard just to the left, 20 metres by 20 metres?
That doesn't give you the individual. Well, how many's Damien Martin and how many Simon Kadich on the video screen?
Okay.
Yeah. In fact, what's the team total on the video screen?
At the moment, well,
difficult to
it
tell.
does come up. But Pereira's back on the left armour.
All I need to do is
Plenty of
multiply
fire.
4.57 by the 14 overs bowled, and that'll be the total score.
Yes. No, this is outstanding radio at the moment here. But we've got a game on, haven't we?
Certainly have.
Just a fantastic partnership at the end with Dilshan and Kappa. Where is his Kappa Kadera?
Which is the best? Which ground is best suited for Sri Lanka? This ground or the SCG?
I still think the SCG, but every ground will suit you if you get 270 on the board.
So I'm thinking, if the SCG suits them more, they'll take a fair deal of confidence if they happen to get up here tonight.
Yeah, certainly, and it's what they got out of their middle order. Generally, they've peaked. Their run rates peaked around the 25th over mark, but they actually accelerated today, and it was just fantastic batting. I think they got their batting order right. Adapatu opening up, Dilshan to come in at 6.
Now, I'm just wondering, I wonder here whether Ruchera Pereira was off the ground for a little while, and he has actually been denied, I think, by umpire Harper from bowling here at the River End. There's been a long consultation between the umpires and Marvin Adapatu. Now, I noticed before that Pereira actually had the sub signal sign up against his name. Perhaps he's been adjudged to have been off for too long to come back into the attack, so Kulaseka is going to have to keep going from the River End.
I think he can go off for 7 minutes before they start actually timing it, so he's just gone off a little bit too long.
So the side screen below is having to be adjusted because Pereira was going to bowl left arm over the wicket from the River End, and now Kulaseka will resume bowling right arm over. How many balls so far, Graham, please, for Simon Kadich? 53 for 34 not out. Kulaseka delivers to Martin. He's back, almost backing away, opened himself up, but he nudges out into the covers and straight to Murali, and there's no run. Don't forget our SMS, 1992122. Already we've had a couple floating through about Simon Kadich and whether his slower rate of scoring puts pressure on his teammates at the other end. Seems to be a debate which won't go away this summer as Kulaseka bowls to Martin. Taken on the pad. Looks like it may have been sliding down the onside. It was a half-hearted appeal from the bowler, and a great barometer was Sangakkara, the keeper, who normally shouts his lungs out if he thinks it's close, and he hardly got above a murmur on that occasion. 2 for 64.
No, I mean, it's not a problem when Gilchrist gets 100 off 100 balls, does it? You know, Kadich does a great job in just accumulating runs. Damien Martins normally takes his time to build his innings as well, so this is the time the Sri Lankans can get a lot of dot balls in.
Martin back and hits the ball in towards the point area, gathered there and thrown a run out. Direct hit, Martin's gone at the River End. Brilliant piece of fielding there by Dilshan, and the second run out. Martin looked like he was cruising then, as if I think he felt that there was going to be a fairly comfortable single, but Dilshan gathered the ball at about knee height, had 1.5 stumps to aim at, and Sri Lanka are on fire.
Well, he didn't ground his bat, so I felt like the other way, that he just gave up if he knew Dilshan was going to hit. That's what he did. He just gave up.
But I don't think at any stage did he really hit top speed. It's almost like he felt, well, there's a single here. Well, there wasn't. He's faced 7 balls. He's been run out for 1. Dilshan has had a direct hit. And now, all of a sudden, the World Cup champions are in disarray at 3 for 64, midway through the 15th over, chasing 275 to win. It's a single out wide of Adapatu at mid-on, and it's 3 for 66, Kadich to 35. But he actually puts pressure on his partner when he's batting. But come on, let's get.
Well, that was a feature of him and Kappa Degera was that even though they did hit, I think, 3 sixes and a couple of 4s, they were so aggressive in their running between the wickets, which is, you know, not the standard for Sri Lankan players, is it?
And he was a dead-eye Dick then, running out Damien Martin.
And Simon's 222 runs at 27 this series, but with 2 50s. His highest score's been 66. I think he'll need to make a bigger score than that to get the Australians home today.
Kulaseka in, and a quick bouncer over middle stump, swaying out of the way. Simons lets it go. Glenn has sent us an SMS. We can just get the SMSs back on the screen, Andrea. In regard to your bit about lowering your average but keeping your strike rate the same, he's come up with 3 other good examples. You could be timed out, not getting to the crease in time. You could be out obstructing the field without having faced a ball, and you could be out stumped off a wide. As Kulaseka is in, and Simons defends down towards mid-on, and it's the end of the over. 15 have been bowled. Simons yet to score. Kadich 35. They need another 210, Australia. They're 3 for 65.
That was Glenn, was it?
That was Glenn from Seaford.
Glenn, you're a legend out at Seaford there. Oh, he actually lived in Seaford for 5 or 6 years, yeah. Can you get it obstructing the field from the runners there?
Yeah. Ball could be hit in the air,
catch, and you
caught
put
and
him
bowled, and you could get in the way of the bowler, and he's followed through. Yep. Oh, now, Peter from Dookie, Damien, who is the catchologist? Who's the fielding expert?
Well, obviously we don't have one.
So there's a job
and I can't do everything. I do touch on a bit of batology, but I wouldn't say I'm an expert. But the catology, we could have done with it in the Ashes last year.
You could have done with it when you were seeking your second hat-trick here.
It was at this ground.
S. Warren at first slip.
And it's such a good seeing ground as well.
Sorry to open that festering wound.
Oh, well.
Now Vas, with another power play in action, is going to bowl to Kadich. From the northern end, Kadich back and fiddles it backward of point. No run. 3 for 65.
He's bowling in the low 120s, Chivendra Vas, so I don't know if he's deliberately doing it. I have noticed this summer he's definitely dropped his pace a little bit, but his control's good and he does change his pace well. And Simon Kadich is probably a batter you don't want to give a lot of pace to, so he can't work it. He's got to actually hit through the field.
Vas on a slightly angled approach, passes Aleem Dar. Slower ball almost, and driven by Kadich into the covers. And a sliding save out there by Kapagedera, and there's no run.
And if you're bowling pretty full on off stump, it's a very good field, isn't it? There's a point and a cover point, a cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. You have to take a chance to hit square of the wicket.
Just getting a replay of that Dilshan fielding. It was a brilliant piece of fielding because he actually, the ball was bouncing in front of him as he was coming in. He really had to stretch out because the ball was dying. He was at full stretch to gather it, and then took a pace and a half to effect the run out with a direct hit as Kadich drives Vas for a single down towards mid-on. Murali Fields. Kadich to 35. It's 3 for 60. Sorry, Kadich to 36. 3 for 66.
I think he got a bit out of it too, because him and Damien Martin in Perth, I think, had a few words when Martin come out when the Australians had virtually won the game, and Dilshan went in at silly mid-off, and you could see there was a bit of well, gamemanship, you say these days, between them. So that would have added to it, being able to run Martin out.
You've opened a tin of worms here. Willie Shanks from Canberra.
Tin or can?
A whole lot. It's a case full of them. Willie Shanks from Canberra sent an email as Vas is in and Simon's back, and he gets off the mark with a single wide of mid-on. 3 for 67 in the 16th over. Tell the bowlologist that there are a large number of times you can get out where your average goes down but your strike rate stays the same. If you're dismissed for a score below your average and the number of balls faced equals your score, then your average will go down and your strike rate will remain the same. Cheers, Willie Shanks from Canberra.
You know, half the people in the world are below average. Have you thought about that?
I'm not going to ask you where you sit. Vas to Kadich, and he lofts it. This will go for 4 out through mid-wicket. 2 bounces into the ropes at the northernmost of the Chapel stands. Kadich to 40, and it's 3 for 71.
That's a good shot, and the field is set for what we've been talking about. Full balls on offside, and they've got the covered areas. It's going to be tough to hit through the field. If you drop a little bit short on this wicket, it's a good batting track, and Vas just doesn't have the pace these days.
Yes, Kadich a couple of times has been able to lift him over the infield.
Just short enough for him to get under. Got a bowl full of them, Matt.
Last going for 5 and over in his 7th, none for 35. Comes in again from the northern end and bowls to Kadich, who's forward covering up in defence, and the bowler fields low down in his follow-through. 3 for 71 after 16 overs, chasing 275 to win. Simons 1, Kadich 40.
That was pretty good by Willie Shanks from Canberra there. Working all that out. Now, I'd just like to throw some questions out there.
For those that weren't tuning into Hobart when Sri Lanka started its innings chasing, sorry, South Africa started its innings chasing against Sri Lanka. Give us that, for those at home that aren't too sure, at the start of the innings, how to figure out the required run rate.
Well, certainly, what did they score down there? Was it 256?
Well, let's just say today, 8 for 274 is what Sri Lanka scored. So
Yes.
Australia needed 275 to win.
275, you double that straight away, which is 550, and you divide it by 10. The run rate is 5.50. You didn't know
Actually,
that was like
divided by 100.
Divided by 100. That was earth-shattering for you.
Oh, I just
Wasn't it?
thought-
The rest of the day you had a real, and you went past all the scores in the VB series, and you started going back that way. You had a real grin, didn't you? It was like a real revelation.
I thought it was great. It was helpful. It's terrific.
That's all part of the bowlology. I can come in with figures as
It's
well.
all encompassing. Pereira in from the river end and back. Simons goes and chops it down to wide third man. He'll get 2. Having to run around in the deep down there is Russell Arnold. And it's 3 for 73. Simons to 3.
And Pereira's back on now, and he's got a bit more zip than the rest of the Sri Lankan bowlers, and they'll be looking, Adapadu will be looking for him to get a breakthrough. Another wicket would put so much pressure on the Australians.
Glenn from Seaford's on a roll. He sent another SMS. A law question. Pereira's away from us, and Simons drives on the up. Knocked down by Murali at extra cover. Glenn in Seaford is saying, can an umpire say no to an LBW because there may have been an edge, but not be sure enough about the edge to give the same delivery out caught behind? Put your mind, now you're going to be an umpirologist. I mean, would an umpire ever be in that situation that he thinks, well, might have been an edge in that, so I won't give it out LB, but because there's only might be an edge, I won't give it out caught behind either. So it's not out. Pereira's away from us, and Simons is driving down towards mid-off. Adapatu fields no run, 3 for 73.
Well, I know what I'd be saying if I was bowling. If he didn't hit it, he's out LB. If he's not LB, he hit it, he's out. I don't know. You have to umpire that.
Tough one, isn't it? The bottom line is, of course, umpires never even have to give an excuse, do they? You can say to the umpire, why was that not out? And you say, because I said so. They don't actually have to say it's missing leg going over the top.
But the umpires with good personal skills, man management skills, will generally always give you an answer. And you'll be happy with that, and you'll go back to your mark and
You'll be
bowl.
happy with it, will you?
Yeah.
Simons faces Pereira, and he defends down towards the offside. The bowler stops it with his boot.
That's a good length for Simons, isn't it? Just on middle and leg. The length that would be hitting the bails. So he can't whip the ball through the leg side. They've got a catching cover.
Australia needs over a runner ball now. 6.06 per over required. Just the 7 wickets in hand. And still 33 odd overs to be bowled.
Well, if Andrew Simons bats through the innings, I don't think the strike rate or run rate will be a problem.
Now, fine leg comes into the circle and square leg drops back to the fence. Pereira to Simons, taking on the pad, 2 noises there. They'll go for a leg by as the ball goes down towards third man, or will they go for a run? No, it is a leg by. I thought I heard 2 sounds, but umpire Darryl Harper tapping the knee, and it's 3 for 74.
Well, if there's no bat on that, it must have been reasonably close. It must have pitched outside leg stump.
And it did.
Oh, just, wasn't it? It was definitely hitting the stumps.
The batsman's going. In fact, it was going over. Going over middle on Hawkeye.
Hawkeye. Too bouncy today, Hawkeye. I don't think there's that much bounce in the Adelaide Oval wicket.
Last ball of the 17th over. Pereira's waving to someone, third man. Not too sure what he wanted him to do because he hasn't moved at all. Kadich with bat raised. Faces Pereira and he drives down towards Kulasakara, who fields at mid-off, and it's the end of the over. 3 for 74. Simons 3, Kadich 40. Australia making heavy going after 17 overs, chasing 275. In a moment, the bowlologist to be joined by Jim Maxwell.
Grandstand cricket, the first one-day final, Australia versus Sri Lanka, on ABC Local Radio and online at abc.net.au/cricket.
And in the 17th over here, the Australians are 3 for 74, including 2 run-outs. The run rate's over a run a ball. Good pressure from the Sri Lankan bowlers. And I think we see Bandara coming on to bowl.
Well, the last time Australia chased against Sri Lanka, they got bowled out for 258 at the SCG, chasing 310. Here they have to get 275, and comparatively, you'd say they're in a poorer position. Even though in that game they were 3 for 41, here they're 3 for 74. They had Haddon and not Gilchrist playing, of course. Martin opened. Hope's batting down the order here. They've got Hussey and Hogg behind Clark with Lee, Bracken and Stuart Clark. And it's Kulasakara bowling. And a big hit from Simons, goes for 6. Straight down the ground. Well, he walked into that and absolutely hammered it over long on. Close to a straight hit down the ground towards North Adelaide. A big, big blow. Andrew Simons to 9.
Well, he's tripled his score in one shot. Backed away. His weight was going backwards, and he still had enough power to nearly hit a 6 without it being roped in.
Kulasakara goes in again. Simons is back and pushes down the ground for a single towards mid-on. 81 up on the board. We've got people listening all over the world, and just thought I'd share this one with you about Davo, who happens to be tuning into us through the wireless internet service at his seat on an aeroplane heading across to London at the moment. God.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, it's terrific to hear that news. So in some parts of the world, you can actually hear the cricket while you're on a plane. As he bowls now, and it's lofted away towards mid-wicket by Kadich. Little chip shot out there for a single, and it's 3 for 83. Of course, you can do that around Australia on Qantas, listening to ABC Local Radio. But overseas, I hadn't heard of it being available in that way. But I suppose there are some airlines where you've got the opportunity to get onto the net now,
yeah,
with the relaxation of the rules. So that's good to hear. 3 for 82, and we're in the 18th over. Kulasakara just sorting his field out here. We've had 2 run-outs in this Australian innings. Ponting the Diamond Duck. So primary club members have got a cough up there. He actually didn't face a ball. That's why I got the Diamond Duck. A terrible mix-up. Ponting kept coming. Kadich didn't. As Simons goes back and forces the ball down to long on in place, as we're in a power play, and the men out are at deep square and now long on, and it's 3 for 83. So Ponting run out for a duck, Martin for 1, direct hit, a brilliant piece of fielding from Dilshan, after Gilchrist hold out behind square for 26.
Well, it's a big ask. It's 6 and over for nearly 33 overs from here for the Australians, with 7 wickets in hand.
Kulasakara to Kadich, pushing away down to mid-off, and it's fielded out there by Vars. Steve of Sandy Point in Victoria wants to know if the Mankad is still a legal dismissal. He's referring to being run out of the bowler's end. As far as I know, it's still legal. Yeah. It's not often seen.
We don't see a lot of it. We see a few warnings every now and again if a batter is backing up too far, particularly if it's the game's tight.
Kulasakara bowls to Kadich. Kadich forward, pushing down the ground again, where Vars is fielding out there at mid-off to finish the over at 3 for 83 after 18 overs. I think the only other thing with the Mankad is you can't stop just before you bowl the ball and do it. You actually have to bring your arm over, and then at that point he's out of his ground, like he's jumped the gun, then he can just, without warning.
Tell you the most impressive thing there was watching your bowling action, Jim. Listeners, he was reenacting here, and his wrists release, his fingers are right behind the ball, and he just a natural outswing bowler, Jim, were you?
No, in swing in the early days, but it was with a two-piece ball at school. They help, don't they?
They certainly do, and the tape tennis balls don't hurt either.
Yeah.
I like that.
Now what's this one here? We're getting all sorts of goodies. I'll just have a review of them before I utter. But we're going to get Pereira bowling another over. Okay. Oh, we're on the backyard cricket again, I think. Yes. Don't forget that competition, which is advertised in the ABC Cricket magazine. There's 6 Australian one-day shirts to be given away to those that are nominated for their best rules, most original rules for backyard cricket. Pereira bowls. Simons pushes away on the offside. They don't want another run out, and they don't get one because Dilshan's coming in. Now, Lee Hill from Sydney. As a teenager, we played backyard cricket and had a dog who would leap into the air and take the catch a metre or more off the ground from a full-blooded drive with a tennis ball. Because he was such a good catch, we made a rule that caught by the dog is not out. It's a bit harsh on the dog. I hope he got a can of pal or something. A bone.
Yeah, well, it's a good effort, that.
Pereira, as the shadows spread across the ground, goes to Simons, and Simons pushes to the onside. Gets a run out in front of square. Wants a second run and will make it comfortably. As the throw hits the stumps at the non-striker's end, he'll have to go upstairs. I think Kadich has got back, but it's been a good effort. Gee, they're hungry in the field. That was a tremendous effort. It was a good Capagetta, was it? Capagetta out at deep mid-wicket, coming in and trying to hit the stumps. Kadich stretching to make his ground. Yeah, looks like he's...
But even though it's not a run out, Jim, it's sending a message to the Australians that we're fired up in the field. We're hitting the stumps, direct hits. It was good running by the 2 Australians.
Cameron in Alice Springs, we used to roll a wheelie bin in at short leg and call it automatic boonie if he held anything that hit him on the full. Pitching up a Yorker, driven away by Simons down to mid-off for a single. Simons to 14, 3 for 86.
I wonder how many cans it took to fill the wheelie bin. As many as Booney, you reckon?
Probably. If it's a wheelie bin, that's a lot of cans.
It took Booney a lot.
Paul Bolster. He's got one. Our large garage door had electric slips for all nicks. It applied to both sides of the wicket, so you really couldn't leg glance. He had a very lively wicketkeeper. And there's one here for Kerry that I'll get him to read out when he comes in. So we're in the 19th over. Australia need 275. They're struggling a little at the moment. Pereira bowls to Kadich, and he hits him hard. And on the bounce towards the man out at deep mid-wicket, Wardner. They take a single. A good swat from Kadich. It's been his favourite stroke tonight, lifting the ball away towards deep mid-wicket. He's 42, and as someone in this box suggested earlier in the day, he could be the main event in the Australian innings. Simon Kadich, was that you?
Earlier on, in my role as Clarence the Clocker, I declared to put your house on Simon Kadich for the highest score in the match.
There's a Yorker right up at the block hole. A shout for LBW. Could be a run out if he hits here. That's close. There's another run out. Simon set off. Is he going upstairs? Yes, he is, belatedly. I think Alim Dar thinks that he's got back. Now, that was all a bit confusing. Simon started, was sent back, went sprawling on his face. Dilshan again has hit the stumps from side on, and he's got back just. His bat hit the ground and then went over the line. I think his bat was down as it passed the line. We're getting another angle here. The ball hits the stumps. I think his bat went in first and then it bounced up. So he's going to be safe. But The Australians have got a bit of run-out-itis tonight, Kerry.
Well, both have been senseless, and that was that one where you're trying to put the umpire off by running when the LBW appeal is being bellowed. He's not out, but really there's a frenetic distraction the moment they're appealing against LBW against you, looking to sneak a run to get away from the actuality of the LBW appeal. It was actually a very good delivery. It just came back a little bit. He's bowling some terrific stuff, Pereira. He feels that he should have got a couple of LBs by now. He's wicketless, but, geez, bowls some wicket-taking balls.
3 for 87. He comes in and Simons flicks him fine down to the boundary for 4. A neat leg glance that travels rapidly down to the line, and it's leg buys. Flick the pad. 3 for 91 at the end of the 19th over. He comes at Kadich. He runs the ball away to backward point, and they get a run there. Well, that was a bit too easy. Just pushed the ball away to backward point, and off they went. Well judged. Russell Arnold, the man down there behind point.
I had a cab driver last night from Mascot to home in Sydney, Sam, the Lebanese cab driver, and he's a big fan of ABC cricket.
Hello, Sam.
And I said I'd send him a cheerio. And g'day, Sam, and it was great. And when you found out that I was part of ABC cricket, I wish you hadn't sort of stopped the car and raved on about it. It cost me a couple of bucks. I wish you could have contained your joy and kept driving. That was great you pulled over and said how terrific it was, and it cost me $2.80. And I'm not tight, but fair dinkum, I'll cop the raps while driving.
Has he bought your book?
No. Well, I don't think so.
Didn't mention it?
No, but he's a big fan. And
well, the CD, Kerry Unplugged. That's getting around.
No, that's around.
Now they're putting some pressure on Simons here. They're going to have a under the nose on the offside.
And this is the problem for Simons. He's a straight hitter of spin. That's where he loves to go down the ground. He's not a big square of the wicket hitter of it. Morley's hard to hit down the ground.
And he comes to Simons, who's down, and he's trying to hit, and he does. Out towards deep mid-wicket. They'll have 1, and they're back for 2 on the throw. As he found a spot out there on the onside. And Kulaseka, is it, out there at deep mid-wicket? 2 runs. 3 for 94. Simons 16. Murley goes towards him, and he's down. He's stumped. He's stumped by a mile. Brilliant bit of work from Sangakkara Murley. Again, they celebrate. This could be Sri Lanka's night. That was a beautiful bit of bowling. He's totally deceived him.
Don't run at the Dusra unless you've picked it. And Simons has, in trying to get down him to hit him straight, he's run at the Dusra. It's changed directions, as it often does, the Dusra. And it's gone past the outside edge, and Sangakkara did the rest. That is class bit of bowling. This magician has got the wicket of Simons. He was always hot favourite against Simons because he likes to hit the spinners down the ground. Who hits Murali consistently down the ground? Not too many. He ran at him. It was the Dusra. When it was at him, Simon said, "Oh no, it's the Dusra." Too late, she cried, when you're 2 yards down the deck, and Sangers did the rest. Terrific bit of bowling. They're not just warm favourites, they're hot favourites. But in comes Mickey Clark, the boy from West Liverpool, Sydney, tough as teak, despite the peroxide.
Well, they'll need some good batting from here. And they'll probably need 100 from Kadich, your man, if Australia are to get home. But at this stage, at 4 for 94 in the 20th over, Sri Lanka are well and truly on the way to being 1 up in this final series. I'll leave it with you, Kerry, and Roger Wills is coming in as Michael Clark comes out to take guard.
On ABC Local Radio and online at abc.net.au/cricket. This is Grandstand Cricket.
Well, terrific crowd in here now at the Adelaide Oval. They've streamed, knowing Australia's chasing against the odds. Australians support the underdogs. I reckon 3,000 or 4,000 have come in since the start of the Australian innings. It's night time here, perfect day. Adelaide, not a cloud in the sky. Lots of hair parted up the middle. I don't care. They're here to watch the cricket. G'day, Roger.
Kerry. And they've got a sense of humour as they come down from Rundle Mall. And what a brilliant bit of bowling. Well predicted, Kerry. And just the old 1-2. And Murali to the new batsman, Michael Clarke. And he watchfully flicks it off his pad. Backwards square leg, runs the first one quick, as you should. But just a single. He's off the mark. Kadich 43. Michael Clarke 1. 4 for 95 in the 20th over. What a dramatic game.
Very dramatic. But winning the toss and batting first here at the Adelaide Oval in finals or in any one-day international, if you get 270 plus, you are the hottest of favourites. They're only decreed as warm because of this Australian batting lineup and its depth, but they're now back to hot because 4 have gone, 2 by run out.
Murali to the left-handed Kadich, and he leans forward and uses his hands late. End of the over. Applause for Muralidharan, the wicket of Simons. Always one you love. Gilchrist out for 26. Ponting run out without facing a ball for North. Dilshan picked up the ball. Kadich sort of played it down to the gully area slip, and Dilshan ended up running the length of the pitch to flick a bail off. Martin was also run out from 5. A direct hit from Dilshan, and Simons out for 16. 4 for 95. And Kulaseka has 1 for 21 from 5, and Murali 1 for 4. And well, a real buzz, a wonderful scene. Interesting to see what the final crowd will be here at the Adelaide Oval. It sets it up. It's a sellout already at the SCG for the second final on Sunday.
Well, Mr. Kadich and Clarke and Hussey, Mr. Cricket, might have a little bit to say about what we go to Sydney at. But the way Adapadu is marshalling his forces, he's kept Muralidharan back to the 19th over. He knew he had his man in Simons, who doesn't quite read him. Too much side spin for Andy. And Adapadu now has got his most accurate bowler in Kulaseka on. I like the way, when he gets you in his web, Adapadu is very good at spinning around you. We saw him in Sydney when he closed the web on Australia, defending that big score over 300. And I think we're seeing a little bit of his cleverness tonight, Adapadu. He's set challenging fields, and his bowlers have responded.
21st over about to start. Number 2, Kulaseka runs away from us to Michael Clarke off his back foot, waits the call as a backward point, put there by Jaya Surya. Will he come to the bowling crease? 4 for 95. Sri Lanka won the toss and batted. Jaya Surya was out for 25, including a 6. Atapatu 53. Jai Wardner 11. Arnold 24. Sangakkara 83. Kapagedera an explosive 38. Vas 1. Murali North 3 wickets in the 50th over. Dilshan not out 26. Kulaseka not out, not 8 for 274. Kulaseka to Michael Clarke, and he just punches the ball defensively down to mid-on, fielded by Murali. For Australia, 5 bowlers bowled their 10 overs. By the way, the 8 for 274, just 220 minutes. Lee none for 48. Bracken 3 for 61. Stuart Clarke 2 for 48. Simons 1 for 66, including 16 of his last over. And Hogg bounced around 1 for 47. He picked up the bowled Atapatu as Kulaseka charges in the right arm over. Yes, they go for the call. It goes just to the edge of the circle. Well placed by Clarke. Think about the second, but it was the boot there in the end of Murali, working there with Kapagedera. Just 1 run. So Clarke to 2, 4 for 96. 275 is the target. It's a brilliant summer's evening, around about 25 degrees through the day, but spectacular sight, and they've got something to really talk about here. People sitting on the grass, and colourful scene, and the Sri Lankan supporters away in the distance in the northern mound, those flags sort of fluttering there. They've had plenty to chirp about, and Kulaseka awaits, and yet another adjustment from Adapatu, who's getting the field right for Simon Kadich. Way in the distance, I think that's Pereira way down there at backward square leg. Now there's also a mid-wicket. We've got a backward point deep third man as Kulaseka past umpire Harper, and Kadich drives, waits the call straight to the fieldsman. 4 for 96.
A very good bowler to have on at the moment, Kulaseka. Annie Oakley just, you know, hits the spot. And against Michael Clarke, who needs width, who wants to slap square of the wicket on the offside whip through mid-wicket, he's going to have to do it off the stumps against Kulaseka. who is unerring in his accuracy, only just above medium pace. But he has been a big plus for the Sri Lankans on this tour.
He's in again to Kadic, and Kadic drives the ball, bounces outside the circle, should be just the one. And Kapagedera picks up the ball. Is that... yes, it is Kapagedera. And how about his hitting? Carried that partnership of 57 off 32 balls with Dilshan. Sort of got them buzzing towards the end, put that extra spice into it, got to 274.
Yep.
And now it's 4 for
significant.
97.
Kapagedera, in previous innings, I think he got 24 and he hit 20 through the offside. So I thought, has he got a capacity to hit over mid-wicket? Well, we saw today, has he? What? That's why he's playing in the final. And Dilshan, who likes to angle the ball behind the wicket, exploded.
Kulasekara to Clark, and he flicks along the ground. Come on, there should be two here. Beautifully placed. So two fieldsmen have to chase. And as that Morley bouncing around combines with the youngster and Kapagedera, they'll come back for 3. Well run. Beautiful placement by Clark. Takes 3, goes to 5. And the milestone up for Australia. 4 for 100, chasing 275. And that is the completion of the 21st over. Roger Wills and Kerry O'Keefe, Grandstand Cricket. First one-day final on ABC Local Radio and online at abc.net.au. Cricket, email grandstand@yourabc.net.au. SMS 19921 222, and the 100 up in 106 minutes in 21 overs.
That was a poor last delivery. I don't want to mark hard. I wrapped Kulasekara and I wrapped his accuracy of middle and off stump, denying any angle for Michael Clark. So what did he do? He put a half rat power, half volley on leg stump. And Mickey Clark, I mean, fed him, that's bread and butter. So he's whipped him through mid-wicket for 3. And that's why the groans came, because they'd have talked about it. Give him no width. Nail his middle stump, every ball on the right length. Maybe give him a little width either side, he's slapping you. I know it's easy to say in theory, but Kulasekara can do that. So disappointed with the last ball. The 100's up. They don't want Clark to get set. They've got to keep taking regular wickets because the asking rate's over 6. But there are dangerous players. Mr. Cricket's in neck, Mick Hussey. James Hopes will possibly bat after that. Stewie Clark will be super subbed. And, you know, there's still batting depth if Clark and Kadic can go on with it.
Morley starts the 22nd over to Clark, and he flicks it out past the square leg umpire. Just one. Clark quickly through the first. He's threatening. He's so quick. They kept the eyes on the fieldsman. Out there was Bandara. Super sub is on. 4 for 101. Clark at the other end. Kadic, he's New South Wales captain, teammate, and they play a lot of cricket together. Would feel comfortable as the change of the field. Fieldsman trotting out in front of the chapel stand. That's Arnold, also Jayasuriya, the experienced ones going out there. Now for Kadic. Kadic, you think, would have to make 100 here.
Well, that's his mission. The problem is that Muralitharan often keeps him quiet. He's got to find a way.
And he's to him. He tucks the ball backward square leg. They go for a run. Throw goes from Adapatto up the other end. Well called by Clark. I thought initially it might have been a problem, but Adapatto had to sort of turn and twirl and throw the ball, and Kadic just nods to Clark saying, well done, there's a run. 4 for 102.
Yeah, and just looking back at a couple of the wagon wheel man against man in preliminary matches, and a couple of times it's been Muralitharan who has stunted Simon Kadic's innings. Adapatto's aware of that.
Murali to Clark off the hip. Forward square leg. Could they take the second 2 charging? They know that Clark's effervescent and he really runs quick, and if they're not there, they'll sneak the extra run. 4 for 103. This is the 22nd over. And Morley, will it be the last time that he bowls at the Adelaide Oval? Well, he's already got a mark. He's taken Simon stumped, and it was a tremendous delivery. As you heard Kerry and Jim Maxwell talking about it, and Morley, the snake charmer, in again with that white ball, and down the wicket goes Kadic in the air. He's over the fieldsman, safe. Well hit over a leaping Vasa. Forlorn right hand went up, goes towards the scoreboard. The Australian flag flutters over the fence. The board will tick over. And Kadic to 49, cleverly played. 4 for 107.
When Simon Kadic gets this 100, I will expect donations from, you heard it first here, through Clarence the Clocker, Scully Boy. I will take a percentage of everybody's winnings. Just send it to me, care of the ABC. Dangerous shot, but Kadich has to get away from Muralitharan. He has to take him on. He just cleared mid-on. Come on, Cat, one short of 50.
And he's along the ground this time, and there's his 50. Well played. Will they go the second? I think they might on Michael Clark. Throw comes in. Well done by Pereira. Applause for Simon Kadich. Made 52 here on Australia Day. Waves his bat a little bit. He knows there's a long way to go. 110 minutes, 72 balls and 6 fours. 4 for 108. Michael Clark comes down and says, well done. And Kadich, terrific. Comes from Midland Guildford. Now,
oh, hang on.
That's his original place. Transferred across to your state, Kerry.
Yeah.
Captained the Pura Cup team to a
He's a New South
title.
Welshman, Roger, I might just add.
Murali to Clark. Uses his fake catch. It's the call, but it lobs to short leg. Did it come off the bat? Ended the over. 22 overs gone. Australia needs 275. 4 for 108. Gilchrist out for 26. Hold out, deep square leg. Ponting run out. Misunderstanding with Kadich. Dilshan ran all the way down and flicked the bail off. He didn't face the ball, the Australian captain. 2 for 52 in the 12th over. Martin run out. Direct hit from Dilshan for 1. And Simon stumped Sangakkara bowled Muralitharan for 16. 4 for 94 in the 20th over. Now 22 overs gone. 4 for 108. Bowls his first ball in the match, and Kadich goes back and flicks it off his leg stump. It sort of kept a little bit low, fizzed in, takes a run, keeps it moving. Kadich to 51, 4 for 109.
He's had a terrific series. I know it can be quite fruitful bowling at the other end to Matai Muralitharan, but this guy has stood alone a couple of times and got a lot more wickets than Murali. And he's got them under attack. When people have been looking to go at him, he's found a way of deceiving them.
He's picked up 4 wickets in Sydney in that big win up there, and he bowls to Clark, who nudges forward. You can see him sort of leaning forward. It came off the thick inside edge to backward square leg all along the ground. So Clark takes the score to 4 for 110, and Michael Clark, as the sun starts to set on this beautiful board, he goes to 8. A couple of beach balls bouncing around. Not much Mexican wave, because people are actually concerned and concentrating on what will happen in this first final. Bandara to Kadich, and Kadich leans forward, flicks, uses his wrist. Another run. I don't think they'll take the second. Kadich was a bit keener than Clark. The ball is picked up on the edge of the circle. 4 for 111.
Australia can ill afford another run out, and look, they sniffed 2 there, but given that 2 have been run out already senselessly, they didn't really need a third.
Number 72, Bandara, past umpire Harper to Clark, leans forward, bowl a flat one, fizzing in, and he jumps away onto the onside. Bandara, he's got a beautiful face like those Sri Lanka. Just love playing cricket, and he just got that ball. He comes towards us, and
he's got a very Sri Lankan face, possibly because he's Sri Lankan.
Ball out on the offside, but he's got. I saw him up in Sydney, and I just thought, just love their nature. I'd love to go to Sri Lanka. Kerry, have you been there?
Never been there, no.
No, I think it'd be a fantastic place to go to. Off the back foot bowling's the call, and Bandara across, and that's the end of the over. In fact, it's 23 overs gone.
ABC Sport, your home of rugby.
4 for 111, and in fact at the grand final in Melbourne last year, the AFL, when Sydney beat West Coast, they got a cabs at some stage, and there was a couple who'd come all the way. They ran Australians. They ran a restaurant in Colombo, and they'd flown in all the way from Colombo just for the grand final, and they enjoyed listening to cricket. 4 for 111 with the Kadich 52 and Clark 8 chasing 275. 23 overs gone.
I'd like to watch a test match at Galle that was ravaged by the tsunami and sit in a hammock and drink gin and tonic after tea every day, and have a few cold bevos later back in the pub and bash somebody's ear about anything, but and then go for a swim in the morning and then go back to my hammock in Galle. I think that'd be great.
Yes, I think that would. We might take a tour. You and Big Merv could go there, a hammock tour. Now we've got a.
They don't big hammocks that big.
Well, he's still bowling. We've had a committee meeting. It's taken ages. I hope they don't get pinged for slow over rate.
I think they'll pay it if they go 1-0 up. They really do they take time with their field, because Murali is very particular about where his men are, if you notice. He's always fussing. He wants them a centimetre here, a centimetre there. What can Kadic do? This is vital over.
Round the wicket to him, he drives, just waited and drived. A lovely looking shot. They should take two there. The ball is with the fieldsman. Clark will have to work hard, puts pressure on a long throw away in the deep. Beautifully struck by Kadic, the orthodox cover drive, and he goes to 54.
Oh, he's a
for
gazelle.
113.
He's a gazelle, Mick Clark. He runs with the bat in his top hand. It looks so graceful. He's Rudolph Narev between the wickets.
As Murali between
graceful.
the umpires and the stumps to Kadic. Waits the call. Clark's got to turn round. They threatened to shy, but Clark kept his eye on Kadic.
He's Baryshnikov.
And Dilshan, who's the man of the moment, didn't throw.
He's just Dilshan. Is Baryshnikov a dancer?
I don't know, but Murali dances in and bowls to Kadic. Where is the ball? Spins round on the onside. Sangakkara yaps away, picks the ball up, flicks it back to Murali. 4 for 113 is the...
I've heard of him somewhere. I think he followed Valentino.
Murali to Kadic, saw him coming, fired it in. A bit of a Yorker, squirts the ball out on the offside. So a couple of dot balls to Murali.
There was Narev. He was a graceful dancer. You watch Michael Clark. He runs with such grace. Bat in the top hand.
Murali to Kadic. He waits and then sweeps the ball round back with square leg. Jayasuriya will do the fielding. 4 for 114. And we've got one ball to go to complete the 24th over.
Well, a quiet period of play, basically because they've got one of the world's greatest spinners bowling. Australia can ill afford to make a mistake. Clark's a strong driver, square of the wicket, but Murali gives you precious little there. Interesting passage to play. I don't know who I'm on here. I'm a big Clark fan. What?
Kerry, please call him Michael, not Mick. Mrs. Hussey from Wanneroo in Western Australia.
Really?
Mr. Cricket. That'll do. The ball out on the onside. Well played by Clark. Timed that sweetly. They'll go another one. Kadic is a bit slow to turn. And Clark just cruises home. Ducks under the ball, which was a long throw in. So lovely looking shot by Clark. He goes to 10. 4 for 116. With 24 overs gone. And Murali completes another over. 3 overs.
Well, I apologise to... Is that Huss's mum from Wanneroo?
Must be. Haven't heard what Skull's wearing today. He's got a pink shirt on like Damien
The
Fleming.
thing is, cricketers are just too sensitive, right? It's Mick Hussey, right? I mean, it's not Jeffrey Lawson, it's Hen. You know, like, why do you have to go the long form? Michael Kasparov, it's Mick Kasparovich. You know? It's Matty Hayden, not Matthew all the time. Fair income. It's so up itself, this game, sometimes. It's Mick Clark and Mick Hussey batting, you know?
Point taken.
Okay, I just get, you know. It was Keza O'Keefe bowling.
Skull. As Bandara's about to bowl the 25th over.
It's
Glenn
Mal
Mitchell.
Bandara bowling, not Malinga, it's Mal.
Bandara to Kadic, uses his feet down the ground. He comes. They're thinking of the second. It's fielded out there. Now, is that Mubarak out there in the big white shoes? Is he substituting? He is. He's on the field. He was omitted from the side. Kadic to 55. 4 for 117. So the end of this will have the halfway stage in the match. The target for Australia is 275 to win the first final.
I love commentating with you, Rog, but Fettingham, you'd be in my one-day team. You are so straight. You'd bowl 10 overs for 4 runs.
I'd give you the strike all the time, mate, Kerry. Back goes Clark and hammers the ball out through extra cover. Fieldsman should take it. Well done. And that's Pereira out there. A bit of a tumble turn. He had to work hard because it was cracked by Clark. He picked
shot.
up a couple. Goes to 12. And it's 4 for 119.
He just bowls zooters and top spinners and the odd leg break, but it works. You've got to make your own pace against him.
Bandara to Clark, uses his feet, defends, well bowled. He saw him coming, dropped it, fizzed it in, does his own fielding, the chunky Bandara.
He's Kumble. He's Kumble without the height.
5 out, long off, long on. Down in front of us, we've got the windows open and soaking up the atmosphere. Bandara to Clark, down the wicket he goes, drives the ball. It's dropped by Bandara, but it went into the pitch. 4 for 118 as the big blue balloon bounces around on the hill there.
It's not James Hopes, it's Jimmy Hopes.
Bandara. The umpires are gone.
Clark, it's Stu Clark.
The umpires are gone for the Coates as Bandara to Clark. And his edges. He went for the drive, sort of stopped the footwork. He might pick up 3. Kadich is coming back comfortably for the 3rd, and Clark quickly whipped around. Where did it go? Well, he's got 3. He moves to 15, and Australia coming towards the end of the 25th over are 4 for 122.
Oh, good bit of clever bowling. That drifted in from Mal Bandara and just left him a little bit off the deck. He's subtle. He looks banal, but there's a subtlety to Mal Bandara.
And he's into Kadich, and Kadich flicks it off his hip. There could be a run out here. Clark has another. There's another run out. He's out. I can't believe it. It's Dilshan again. Look at Dilshan. He's off. He's doing the Bravo with the plane run around the ground. There were 3 run-outs. Kadich needlessly run out for 55. It's 5 for 122 at the end of the 25th over. Kerry O'Keefe.
Oh, what time did this lot leave the border medal? That's what I want to know. What's going on? There was nothing on there. And my man's run out. Okay, you counted for a couple himself. Live by the sword, die by the sword.
In a moment, more from Kerry O'Keefe.
No more from me. I'm out of here.
It's a double change.
I can't believe that. Australia have lost this. There's been 3 senseless run-outs in the first 5 wickets.
Just stay there for a sec, Kerry, because I'll get Glenn in after Little Sting, and you can have a bit of a yarn, and then Peter Roebuck can come back. We'll have the double change.
Australia versus Sri Lanka, the first one-day final live from the Adelaide Oval on ABC Local Radio and online at abc.net.au/cricket.
Well, the Australian innings in disarray here. Ponting, Martin and Kadich have all perished by run-outs, all looking for singles that possibly weren't on. All basically just no communication or poor communication. And you know, if you die going for boundaries and big hits, but to be run out going for singles, it's the ultimate in senseless cricket, and that's exactly what's happened here at the Adelaide Oval. Sri Lanka poised to take a 1-0 lead in the series. Glenn.
Well, a crowd of 23,512, and they're fairly stunned at the moment, Kerry, with the exception of the very proud and patriotic Sri Lankan brigade that are here. Shades of the 75 World Cup final. Good Richards ran out Alan Turner and the 2 Chappells.
That's what I thought.
Dilshan here has run out 3 batsmen.
Has he really?
All 3
It's all been Till Dilshan.
Yep, Till Dill's done it all.
Oh, well, on fire.
Now Murali to add more pressure to the Australians. Bowling from the northern end. He's got Clark on strike. In he comes and delivers to him, and the ball dropped down short on the onside, and there's no run.
I'll catch you later. Roby's coming in.
Good on you.
We've got a guest.
We have got a guest. And the guest is the newly anointed Australian women's captain, and the lady who on Monday night at the prestigious Alan Border Awards in Melbourne was named the Female Cricketer of the Year for the 4th season in 5 as Murali bowls, and Clark whips it off his pads, playing with the spin out towards deep square leg. They sit on 1, and Clark is 16 now, and it's 5 for 123. We speak, of course, of Karen Rolton. Another big week, Karen, the Australian captaincy and the Player of the Year coming your way.
Yeah, it was a big day on Monday, getting the captaincy, and it was a good night at the Allan Border Medal night.
Better night than Australia's having here at the moment with the bat.
Yeah, they're struggling a bit. I don't know what's happening with the run-outs, but you know, you got Michael Hussey now, one of the best players going around. So hopefully, you know, they can get through and get the runs.
Well, Michael Clark's been involved in a few run-outs this season. He's at the non-strikers end as Murali bowls and Hussey leaves outside off stump. And you'll be back here shortly, making your debut as Australian captain against India.
Yeah, we've got a test match on the 18th of February, so Saturday week, which 4-day test, so it's going to be great playing against India.
Murali, the spin wizard, bowls over the wicket from the northern end. Hussey Ford denied his first run as he pushes square on the offside, and it's fielded by Bandara. What do you know about the Indian lineup?
It's changed, I think, only a couple of changes from when we played them in the World Cup, so they're quite strong. They've got some good spin bowlers and a couple of good medium pacers, so they're going to be very tough to beat.
Murali tosses this one up. Hussey Ford, and he goes through for the quick single. Bandara feels just forward of the umpire, who's standing at point at the moment, and Hussey on the board, and it's 5 for 124. But sadly, as is always the case with women's cricket, it's a short series.
It is. We've just got 1 test match and 3 one-day games. So, and then India are heading off to New Zealand to play some more cricket. So it's disappointing we're not playing, you know, a couple more tests and some more one-day matches.
Murali over the wicket now to Clark, who advances and again plays with the spin, nudging it out on the line of square leg. Running back Dilshan, the destroyer in the field, does the fielding, and it's the end of the over. 26 have been bowled. Clark 16, Hussey 1, and it's 5 for 125. Australia needing a further 150 off the next 24 overs.
Grandstand on your local ABC. We'll just leave Adelaide Oval there to let you know in the soccer at the moment. The football in Newcastle tonight. It's 0-0 between Newcastle and the Central Coast side. 32 minutes gone in the first half there. At the Super 14, Wellington beat Auckland 37-19. Very late in the day at the golf at the Vines near Perth. Here once again is Andrew Wynne.
Yes, Julian, Korean KJ Choi, the clubhouse leader at 13 under, had a fantastic 6 under 66 to follow his opening round of 65. American Kevin Stadler has dropped a shot, is now at 10 under. He's still out in the golf course, Julian, has several holes remaining. There's a squad of 3 there, Tony Carrollin, Adam Scott, and left-handed Victorian Richard Green at 9 under, and followed by a swathe of Australians, Gavin Flint, Stephen Leaney, Peter Senior, Scott Gardner at 8 under. The flamboyant Englishman Ian Poulter also at 8 under, with compatriot Ros Fisher, and Italian Francesco Molinari taking up the tail there at 8 under. Robert Allenby finished his round with 68 to complete his score at 7 under. And other luminaries of interest, Julian, American Fred Couples finished with 6 under, shooting 67, and the locals pushing very, very hard for West Australians, Craig Parry, Nick O'Hearn and Brett Rutherford, all sitting poised in a good position at the Johnny Walker Classic at 6 under par.
Thank you, Andrew. Into the 27th over in Adelaide now. Australia 5 for 126, chasing 275.
Bandara bowls short and Hussey pulls for 4. 2 men out in the deep on the onside. And Hussey piercing the gap on the line of square leg. Ricochets off the fence back to Pereira, who hurls it back disconsolately to his captain. And it's 5 for 130. Hussey up to 5. Could Michael Hussey be the man who once again rescues Australia? He's done it this season in both forms of the game. Nearly won the border medal as he goes back and plays with the spin to this one, tucking it off his pads just backward of square to move to 6, and it's 5 for 131. So at the moment you only play Test cricket. England, New Zealand and India are the only 3 opponents?
Yeah, at the moment, because I think we've all got basically the most money, so we don't play too much Test cricket. I've probably been in Team 11 years now and only played 12 Test matches, so we play a lot more one-day cricket at the moment.
Bandara to Clark with a slip in. He advances and turns it into a full toss. He may get 2 here, pushing it out wide of mid-on. Arnold up from long on, can't prevent the second run. Clark now moves to 19, and it was at 21. He's 20. The board showing 19, 5 for 133. The men always talk about they'd rather play Test cricket than one-day cricket. The same with the women?
I'd like to play a bit more Test cricket. I quite enjoy, you know, enjoy the one-day game, being out there for 50 overs if I can bat, but I'd also like to bat for longer as well.
Clark wants to bat for a while. He advances and drives for his 21st run, getting Bandara again down towards deep mid-on, fielded by Arnold. And it's 5 for 134. It's just going to be a wake-up to Australia, Peter, if they go down tonight. We've had some confident talk by Ricky Ponting coming into the final about Brett Lee was going to stir them up with his pace bowling as Hussey plays with the spin, knocks it out to Dilshan at mid-wicket. The end of the over. 29 have been bowled now, 5 for 134. The victory target is 275. Clark 21 and Hussey 6.
Oh, clearly. I think it's a wake-up now, whether they win or lose, actually, if you get a great partnership here between these two and you get out of jail. Still, some things have been exposed in the side, with the bowling especially. The fact is, Sri Lanka got over 270 today, and that needs to be worked on. The Sri Lankan fielding has been probably even quicker than the Australians have been, and they are suited to the pitch. But on the other hand, these are sort of pitches you encounter around the world. You encounter them in the subcontinent, you encounter them in the West Indies. So it really shouldn't be about pitches. It should be about the Australia's ability to adapt to those pitches. I don't think, apart from Lee, one of the bowlers, well, and Hogg actually, the bowlers really fronted up today to make it hard enough for the Sri Lankans to score the runs. So although the batsmen haven't played that well, I think the bowling also needs looking at.
Now Dilshan, the man with the golden arm, is coming on to bowl from the northern end. And to Clark initially, he's going to have 5 men ringing the boundary as he delivers his off spinner, and it's defended down straight and gathered there at mid-on by Jaya Wardner, and there's no run. Got a long on, a long off, a deep point, deep square leg and a deep mid-wicket. Clark goes back and fiddles it through the gap on the onside out towards deep mid-wicket. They take just a single, and it's 5 for 135 with Clark to 22. Given the McGrath situation, and Terry Alderman was saying that before the family illness that he thought he was a game-by-game proposition, but is there a frailty if McGrath, for form, fitness or personal reasons, is unavailable for the Ashes, for the World Cup? From what you've seen from the backup bowlers, does it open the door for the opponents?
I think it still opens the door for a few Australians too. I don't think that the pace bowling thing has been resolved yet. I think there's a few balls being tossed in the air, and let's see how things sort themselves out. But I think we're still in the sorting out process.
Dilshan around the wicket to Hussey, goes back and cuts hard into the ground and hit it so hard just bounces innocuously out to Bandara forward of point, and there's no run. 5 for 135.
Don't forget Watson's also injured. McGrath's missing. Watson's been injured. Gillespie's been out of form, but perhaps he's coming back.
Tate's coming back, playing first-class cricket again. As Hussey goes the sweep, a gentle question asked by the bowler. It struck him outside the line of off stump, and it's a leg by that's come fine down to third man. 5 for 136. You've got a bowler in your lineup that just doesn't want to retire, Catherine Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, Catherine Fitzpatrick, I think she's about 37 years old, and she's still bowling as quick as what she was a few years ago, so she just loves the game at the moment.
Is she the oldest member of the current squad?
Yes, she is.
But she's kept her pace up.
Yeah, she has.
I saw her bowl about 15 years ago, a slip of a girl playing in Hove, Brighton. She was lively there.
Yeah,
she bowled well.
Yeah, she's still pretty quick now.
Over the wicket comes Dilshan, and playing with the spin, Clark a dot ball as he nudges out the mid-wicket. Jaya Wardner fields. Would she be the quickest bowler in world cricket, women's cricket?
Yeah, she would be still, I reckon, at this stage. There's a few that's starting to come up pretty quick, but she'd still be the quickest going around.
Dilshan comes in over the wicket. Clark goes back and runs it to short third man. Gathered by Arnold, throws to the non-striker's end. And the batsmen make their ground. It wasn't a great piece of work there by Dilshan. He actually took the ball in front of the wickets anyway. He got caught between the thrower and the target. Clark's 23 at the end of the 28th over. Hussey is 6. It's 5 for 137. Gilchrist out for 26. Ponting run out without facing a ball for a duck. Martin run out for 1. Simons stumped off Murali for 16. Kadich run out for 56. It doesn't make happy reading, does it?
No, the middle orders failed today. You lose Ponting and Martin for 1 run between them. Without a major innings from Gilchrist, you're bound to be in a certain amount of trouble. But these fellas are playing well. They're both good players of spin. They use their feet well. They adapt to the pitch well. They're prepared to sweep or whatever it might be. So don't totally discount the Australians yet.
Bandara from the river end has Clark turning off leg stump for a single out towards deep mid-wicket. 5 for 138. Clark to 24. Is the Australian team going to notice much of a change from Belinda Clark to Karen Rolt? You can have a similar captaincy style?
Well, hopefully there's not too much of a change, and we can keep winning like we have been for the last few years. And no, I think we'll be pretty much the same. I've been vice captain under her since '97, so I've learned a fair bit from her, and hopefully we can keep the winning ways going.
You need to play some more test matches, hey? I mean, 12 and 11 years is many fewer than I would have anticipated.
Yeah, it'd be great to play a few more test matches.
Bandara to Hussey, dabs out into the covers, gathered there at point by Jaya Surya. His throw hits the stumps, backed up on the onside. Hussey to 7 now, 5 for 139. What motivates you now, Karen, so many years in your career?
Oh, I just enjoy playing the game. And I think I'll know when it's time to retire when I don't enjoy it. But, you know, every time, whether it's a state game or Aussie game, I love just getting out there and playing.
Bandara to Clark, he's squared up as he pushes on the move down towards Kulasekara at long off. Clark to 25. 5 for 140, chasing 275.
I saw some of the girls practicing New South Wales just the other day. Some very fine young cricketers there.
Yeah, they've probably got half of our Aussie team in there, and they've got a great number of good players.
Bandara in and Hussey defends. And, of course, coached by one of your former teammates now, Lisa Kaibley, coaching New South Wales.
Yeah, she did a great job. They just won the final recently, so, you know, it's a great record for her. First final, first win, so she's doing very well as coach.
Bandara gets through his overs quickly, tosses up, and Hussey with a flick of the wrist rolls it out through deep mid-wicket. They go through for one, and Pereira a fumble. You could almost get a third. Pereira finally gathers the ball. He ended up tracking it parallel to the pitch in the outfield at mid-wicket. In the end, he gathered it at backwards square leg after the fumble. Hussey has 2, he's 9, and it's 5 for 142.
Yes, they've got to watch those twos. The Sri Lankans, Atapatu, adjusting his field slightly. They need to turn those down to ones. That'll really put the pressure on the batsman.
Long on and long off back as Hussey faces Bandara. That's not a great ball, short, and he sweeps it around a deep backward square leg for a single. 5 for 143. Hussey at the end of the 29th over is on 9. Clark 25, and Australia chasing 275 to win. Our special guest at the moment on ABC local radio, and our grandstand one-day coverage is newly anointed Australian captain Karen Rolton. Let's wonder, Karen, are we far away potentially from seeing a woman coach the Southern Stars, the national team?
Oh, they could be. There's been a couple of coaches over time, and maybe, you know, I think Catherine Fitzpatrick, when she retires, is looking into the coaching field, and maybe Lisa Kitely as well, coach of the New South Wales Breakers. So, you know, we've got 2 coaches there, and they'd have to be front runners in the future.
Now, Dilshan comes in off this short run around the wicket, and on the back foot, Hussey keeps him out.
Who's going to get the Ashes back first? That's the big question, isn't it?
Yeah, hopefully we can get it back soon. Same with the men as well.
When does your chance come?
I think not for another year or 2, right. So, yeah, a while off yet.
Dilshan around the wicket. Hussey goes down on one knee and sweeps. They may get 2 again out through square leg. Hussey's very quick, and again, a misfield in the outfield made it easier. Murali overran it. Was tidied up by a teammate out there, and another 2 to Hussey. He's 11 now. That's 5 for 145. Isn't it this summer that you have the defence? I thought the men's and the women's were both in Australia this year, the Ashes.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think we go to India for a quad series at the end of this year. So, yeah, it might be the year after that we play against England.
And when you do, what would that be over here? 3 tests? 2? Or how would they structure it?
Hopefully it'll be 3 tests. I'm not really sure, and a few one-day games. But it'd be nice to play 3 test series.
Well, Dilshan comes in around the wicket from the northern end. Hussey, the reverse sweep. He's paddled it fine. He'll get a couple through. Very fine third man. The batsmen go through and complete 2. Clark wants to come back. No, sent back. Well done, because Bandara's throw would have provided the 4th run out of the innings, because you could hear it tinkle into the stumps on the bounce. Hussey is 14. The board's gone to sleep. And it's 5 for 147.
Good thinking by Hussey, because they've moved the field leg side now. The extra man is now on the leg side, 5 on the leg side. So he created out of nothing an offside shot. And my suspicion is the bowler's going to have to go over the wicket and bowl stump to stump.
Dilshan in once again. Hussey gets one full of length and drives it out powerfully to Adapata, who hammers it back to Sangakkara from mid-wicket. The recent Ashes, what was only 2 tests in England?
Yeah, it was 2 tests, and then we played a 5 one-day series.
Dilshan around the wicket. Hussey pushes down through straight long on. They go through for 1. That's all they'll get. Vast fielding away in the deep at the northern end. Hussey is 15. The board showing 11. 5 for 148. Of course, we'll have plenty of regular updates and a bit of commentary throughout that Australia-India test and one-day series between our women's best and the best of the Indian national team, as Dilshan's over the wicket. Clark turning with the spin to mid-wicket. Can't get a run. That's the end of the 30th over. We're going to have a drinks break here at the Adelaide Oval. Michael Clark is 25. Michael Hussey is 15, and a couple of Australians have fallen at their own hand tonight. Gilchrist out, caught in the deep for 26. Ponting run out without facing a ball. Martin run out for 1. Simons charged Murali, was beaten by the Doosra and stumped for 16. And Kadich was run out for 56. All 3 run-outs affected by Tilakaratne Dilshan. Earlier today, the toss was won by Marvin Adapatu, and a good total. Sri Lanka 8 for 274 in 50 overs, with the best of them Sangakkara 83, Adapatu 53, and Jayasuriya 25 at the top of the order. Bracken 3 for 61. Now, thanks to Karen Rolton, who's got other commitments. Thanks for joining us, and good luck with the forthcoming series against India. Some of our stations might want to go around the grounds, check some other sporting events, including the golf in Perth. With drinks on the field, Australia 3 for 148 after 30 overs.
Sakura bowled a couple of early spells. 4-1-1 he's split so far. 6 overs, 1 for 26. He had Gilchrist caught in the deep when he banged one up to backward square. Sakura bowls tight again at Hussey, who has to defend.
Yeah.
So Australia need slightly more than a run of ball at this point to win the game. But that's achievable here. We've seen, in fact, the famous or perhaps infamous day that Murali was no balled here and the Sri Lankans threatened to walk off and forfeit the game against England. They ended up winning at the death with Sakura bowling, and a nick goes through the keeper here. Little nick and fire the pad. That's what it looked like. Let's see what the umpire says. I heard a sound. Is he getting out? Buys. So there was a nick of the ball going through Sangakkara's gloves or something. The noise that emanated from that as he pushed at the line. He was well beaten there. Good ball then. Thought he may have got a little insider, but he didn't. And they got 2 buys. And the score moves to 140. Yes, it was a game a few years ago. And in the end, Sri Lanka got a famous victory, I think, by 1 wicket with Murali in, have been in at the death of the game. They scored over 300 to win. Forward goes Hussey, drives down the ground, takes one. He split the field here. They won't get the second as Murali comes around to toss it back from his position down at long off. So it's 5 for 151. 124 required. And we're in the 31st over. Yeah, 31st over. Sakura bowling very coolly and straight at the batsman here. But they've still got a bit of spin up their sleeve, and that can be a handy factor in the defence as he bowls to Clark. Bowls straight at a brisk pace. He's bowling wicket to wicket with good control, and he's making life a little difficult for the batsman to score freely here.
Yes, he is, and it's a good bowling change. I think sometimes you have to change the pace of the ball and make the batsman have to bat in a different way against a different style of bowling, and that time had indeed come.
He's running in, and now Clark stops him. There was some distraction. Bandara had bowled 4 overs for 24. Murali 4 overs, 1 for 20. Had Simons stumped by his Doozer, his top spinner, that he didn't read. He was marooned. Pereira 7 overs, none for 28, and Vass 7 overs, none for 35. 3 Dilshan run-outs in this innings. Sakura bowls down the leg side, and it's flicked away down to the boundary. Are they wides? Buys, runs, wides. That's 5. Just off the line, and it's gone to the boundary. That's worth 5, and that is a real bonus for Australia. He just got the line wrong there, and Sakura didn't have any joy from Sangakkara saving him on the width, standing up over the stumps. It was too difficult, and it went for 5.
Well, it was a terrible ball. I don't know if the ball's becoming a bit slippery, but it was a shocking delivery.
He goes to Clark. Clark forward, gets a good ball there. There's another confusion and a run out. Hussey's run out this time. Yet again, a run out. And would you believe it, it's Dilshan at backward point who's run him out. It was another one of those stop-start, look at each other. Hussey took off. There was a shout for LBW, in fact.
Yes.
I can't remember when Australia have had 4 run-outs in an innings, and has there been a game where one fieldsman has been involved in a lot of them? Well, if it didn't come off the bat, it was plumb LBW on the look of that. And in any case, they charged off. And Hussey didn't make it. The throw was too good for him to Sangakkara. And at 6 for 156, that's a very good game for Australia to win from here.
Well, there's a suicide note being written here by Australia. I was just thinking to myself there that they were getting right back into this match. It was almost getting to 50-50 the way those two were going. I was on the first replay and live, just amazed that the umpire didn't look at the leg before in the first place. Well, let's see a replay. Maybe you heard some noise, because I was with you, Jim. I thought it was absolutely plumb the first time, and certainly worth a look. The umpire did something I don't like umpires doing, which he walked away. He was gone by the time the Sri Lankans appeal. If I was the match referee, I would say not to this umpire, to all umpires, stay, have a look, and then have a think. Meanwhile, chaos at the other end, with batsmen coming and going, a bit like Edrich and Compton used to, or Graham Wood and Rick Darling. And the fourth time they weren't able to recover their ground. The Sri Lankans have been quick in those situations, and by golly, they've been given a helping hand by the Australian running between the wickets. There's a form of madness in Adelaide this evening.
The first final played in Adelaide, and in the first final, it's if the Australians are still at the after party from the border medal, or they haven't recovered from it. I mean, there's been some extraordinary running between the wickets and some brilliant fielding, particularly Dilshan's direct hit on Martin, but the other three have been a sacrifice. And I'm still bemused about that. I mean, I've said, unfortunately, I have to say this about Daryl Harper. A lot of the times he is on the move without looking, when it's quite obvious, looking down the line, that there's a serious question to be made a judgment on in terms of a leg before. We're getting a replay here. Did it hit the bat or the boot as he came forward to it? Looks to me as though it's hit him on the boot, or crashed through past the bat into his boot, from what I can see there. Maybe, maybe not. Anyway, it's straight away to the offside. For some reason they ran, and Hussey was out by 2 or 3 yards. Dilshan again involved. A direct pick up to the keeper at point. Murley bowls. Down the pitch goes Clark. Drives towards mid-off. And yes, no, look out. They go back. They don't run. At 6 for 156.
Hopes was charging down there. He only just got out there. Has he seen what's going on before?
Amazing night in Adelaide in terms of the running. Back goes Clark to Murley. Flicks him around the corner. Guides the ball to backward square.
He's got to have a look at the leg before, even if it is going down the leg side.
That's
by
hit him on the boot.
A fraction. Well, I thought it clearly hit him on the boot. But the umpire's got to look at that. He's got to stay over the stumps and make a decision.
Well, he made a quick decision, perhaps, as Clark goes down to drive. And again, he finds the man down there at mid-off. That's Chaminda Vas. So Australia be hard pressed to win here, but they've got Clark and Hopes out there. Clark holds up Murley. He wasn't ready for the Magician, who's again copped some unfair heckling from the crowd. As soon as he came on, they were giving it the no ball. He goes to Clark, who's forward, and prods the ball away on the onside.
I was just saying to someone from Channel 9, I wish they'd get hold of that tape they made in England when he went over to England and bowled with an arm brace on. I wish they'd show that over here. It's a fascinating tape.
I think it was done in Sri Lanka, wasn't it?
No, it's done by Channel 4 in England. I saw it on television. Mark Nicholas and Michael Slater were there.
Okay. Murley goes in and bowls. He sweeps and he misses, and it comes off the pad, and they don't get a leg by because Sangakkara's after it. Probably hit him outside the line of the off stump. Murley's inquiring of Alim Dar. What was wrong with that one? They're getting pretty wound up out there at the moment. Damien Fleming's having fun with the toys here. He's getting excited as the Sri Lankans. Clark plays off the back foot. He gets a run, a safe single to backward point, and it's the end of the over. 6 for 157, and that was the end of the 32nd over. So 18 overs in which to score a 118 to win the game, or more likely at this point Sri Lanka to take 4 more wickets. And they had indecision, and Hussey was never going to make it. It was the suicidal single. 6 for 157 in the 33rd over. Kulasekara dashes in and he bowls a ball that's turned away to the onside. Deep field with Russell Arnold flying in to throw back. And the board ticks over to 158. 6 for 158. And in this Sri Lankan innings, Jayasuriya 25, Attapatu 53, Jayawardene 11, Arnold 24, Sangakkara 83. As Kulasekara bowls, and it's driven by Hopes towards mid on. They go quickly and make it this time. It was safe. It was to Murley. They picked the right fella. He's a bit slower in the field. But Kapo Guerra was caught by Sarmazov Bracken for 38. It was a rapid 38. Hit a few sixes. Vast made 1. Muralitharan the first ball ducked. Dilshan hit well. He was 26. Kulasekara 1. 8 for 274 from 50 overs, and out of that the best of the bowlers was Stuart Clark. 2 for 48 from 10. Lee none for 48, Bracken 2 for 61, Simons 1 for 66, went for a few sixes. Kularaseka bowls here, and Clark drives him wide of the man down there at long off. They've taken one, they're back for 2 as Jawardena picks up. They're thinking of a third, and they're on their way. The throw is a bit short, wide, and everywhere, and it's 3 runs. 6 for 162 in this, the 33rd over. Hogg 1 for 47 from his 10. In this innings, Gilchrist caught in the deep by Arnold of Kularaseka for 26. Ponting run out, didn't face a ball. 0. Martin run out 1. Simon stumped by Sangakkara from Murali for 16. Katic run out 56. And a moment ago we had Hussey run out for 21, was it? It's not on the board. Pushed down the ground here by Hopes. Past the bowler, and they'll get a second run. And Jawardena around to pick up 16 for Hussey. He was run out. So 4 run outs in the innings, and Australia now, after 33 overs, are 6 for 164. They need 111 to win. From 17 overs.
And the record's 5 run-outs in an innings, so they're on target with a few wickets to go here. James Hopes comes in with a good opportunity. He's averaging 40 with the bat, strike rate of 87. So he's got a big opportunity to get some runs, maybe his first 50. Playing nice and straight in his innings, pop the ball around. But they need to build a partnership. They need to get some momentum going the Australian way, which it just hasn't started at all, even from the opening partnership.
Now Murali will be bowling to Clark. He's 30. Hopes is 3. It's 6 for 163 as he comes up to Clark, who's down the pitch, and he's driving him away towards long on for a single. 6 for 164. Clark 31. What's come over Australia then? It's just the pressure of the game.
I think when things like this happen, I don't know if there is an explanation. It just happens sometimes, and there's no way there's anything that in the Sri Lankans' planning or in the way the Australians have preparations gone that can build up to 4 run-outs. There's definitely pressure, and scoreboard pressure creates that. And I think there's a bit of a feel that Sri Lanka got 30 or 40 more than they should have at the end. The bowling wasn't great. Ricky Ponting got left with Andrew Simons to bowl the 3rd last over, which went for 16.
So they mowed a few magnificent 6s. Dilshan hit one off the chapel roof that went out over the gates as Hope swings, and he's caught at mid-wicket. My goodness. He went after Murali there, and he is holed out on the sweep shot. He's found the man at mid-wicket, and that was extraordinary. He went down to sweep. He got it past the close-in fella.
He's hit it pretty well.
It was taken overhead.
Is that Dilshan again?
I think it may have hit the man at short leg. As Dilshan who's taken the catch. Dilshan, 4 run-outs and a catch. When he hit it, I thought, now that it must have gone off the man in close, otherwise it would have gone to the boundary. But Hopes is out for 3. Murali's taken an important wicket. The super sub is on his way, caught on what looked like a little ricochet from the man at short leg, taken overhead by Dilshan. So it's Dilshan's night. He's scored 26 not out, 4 run-outs, and now a catch. Extraordinary stuff. It's 7 for 165.
And he did bat very well there. So Brad Hogg comes out to bat. Big opportunity here. A left-hander that might help the Australians. Michael Clark, a right-hander at the other end. Good captaincy there. They had the silly mid on, putting a bit of pressure on Hopes to not be able to just block the ball away. Looked like he hit it pretty well as well, going for the sweep shot. But if he hit it to the fielder on the full, there's a good chance he'll get caught.
Yeah.
So Australia in deep trouble.
Well, this would be an amazing game to win from here. As well as Hogg, Lee and Bracken can play against spin bowling, scoreboard pressure, all those kinds of things, and more than a runner a ball required. It looks like Australia are going to go down by a sackful here, which does add a little bit of interest to the series, I suppose. It means Australia have got to win at the SCG on Sunday, if that's the case.
Exactly.
And if Sri Lanka win toss and bat again and make a score, it may not be easy to do it. But the game's still going here. Australia haven't lost yet, but they do appear to be plummeting towards a defeat. Murley with a slip and a silly point now for the new batsman, the left-handed Hogg. And Hogg's just getting the screen adjusted for his satisfaction down at the northern end. A crowd of over 20,000 here tonight. 23,500, I think it was, and they've seen some fine Sri Lankan cricket. Murley comes at Hogg, lets it go just outside the line of that off stump. And there's a understandable enthusiasm out there after that last wicket, which was claimed by Dilshan, fielding mid-wicket just in front of square. Murley goes in and he almost cleans up Hogg. Pushed down the line, a little bit of bounce, turn, passed perhaps over the line of the off stump as he pushed at that ball. It certainly turned.
Beautifully bowled.
Jai Warden a bit to get ready, it slipped. Murley flicks the ball, goes in, Hogg forward, stabs it away on the offside. 7 for 165. You can see in the replay of that last dismissal, it just had the look of winging off the man at short leg before it got to Dilshan, but it may have gone straight to him as Murley makes his little angled approach, and Hogg drives away to the offside and gets a single out into the deep where Pereira is fielding, and that's the end of a very handy over. It's 7 for 166, 109 needed from 16 overs, and Damien Fleming is going to comment in a moment, and Roger Wills will continue.
You're listening to the first one-day final live from the Adelaide Oval. Australia versus Sri Lanka on ABC Local Radio and online at abc.net.au/cricket.
And the Australians in trouble here. Michael Clark's on 31 not out. Brad Hogg just on 1 not out, has just joined him here. 4 run outs. It's been amazing, Roger.
Yes, it's the cliche. It's a funny game, isn't it? But who would think that Australia, with all their talent and dominance, would have 4 run-outs? It's quite remarkable.
And from one man, Dilshan, he's taken a catch. He got 26 off 20 balls.
Got to be man of the match,
Got to
surely.
be man of the match.
So the other one would be Sangakkara, 83. And so Bandara is to continue. He'll be bowling to Hogg, who's won 7 for 166. This is the 35th over, and Bandara shuffles in, and the sweep, it's gone in the air, and it's going to be caught. Another one's out. Yes, says Bandara. Hogg's out for 1. What's going on? 8 for 166, and this is the start of the 35th over. Damien Fleming.
Well, it's a tough one. Wickets have fallen. You're coming in, but you still need to score as well at 6.5. Top edge. You could make a bit of a case for Brad Hogg to have had a look at a couple of balls and play straight. He played a cross-batch sweep shot first ball. It's been caught. Backward square. Well, it's just a procession, isn't it?
Quite remarkable. Caught Jayasuriya, who just waited under the lob ball.
They're just not getting any partnerships. There's not a lot of time where they're facing a lot of balls and they're making some runs together and putting pressure on the Sri Lankan bowlers to try and bowl them out.
15 overs to go after this, and the crowd a bit bemused because it was meant to be Australia hot favourites, and now it's set it up, as we know, for Sydney. And coming out is Brett Lee to join Michael Clark. Now, can he stick around? But the target 274, if they win from here, it's virtually a miracle. But
well, if anyone can score at a quick scoring rate, then Brett Lee can. And this ground's not big enough for the power hitting of Brett Lee. He's got to get himself set, though. And Michael Clark's got to work with him. So put your head down, play straight, get the singles, give me the strike for a little while, and get the hitting a little bit later. Sri Lanka have also done it well, not bowling Murali or Bandara too early. Here we are with 15 overs to go. Murali's still got 4 overs. Bandara's still got 7.
And what's interesting also, Damien, they're coming off poor one-day series against India and New Zealand. They fared very badly over in New Zealand. Jayasuriya went home. He fell over on the bath and came back and made 140.
Evidently, yeah. He's got none.
But he took a catch there, and they are just bubbling around here, and this is truly remarkable. 8 for 166. Lee comes to the crease, and he's got to face the spinners who fire them in, they vary them around. It's no
hard
time to settle down.
Spinners, yeah. We saw South Africa down at Hobart last game coming in and having to score against this spin pair, and they really struggled.
And there's a slip in, which is understandable. There's a long on and long off for Brett Lee, but you think surely he's just, as Damien said, Fleming, he's just going to try and stick around. As Bandara 2 in, and he digs out a fine-in fast one. It was almost like a Yorker, and he's pretty low trajectory, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's not a lot of spin from him. He's very accurate for a leg spinner. Has a quicker ball, he pushes through.
And Bandara, chunky little character, bowls to the taller Lee, goes back and clips the ball beautifully. Well played backward point, as you heard from Damien Fleming, racing out towards the boundary. Well fielded over there by Kulasakara. He can run. He's a real athlete. Fires the ball in. They have 2 runs. That's Lee. He's off the mark with that. 8 for 168. And this is the 35th over. And interesting because Brad Hogg's an experienced customer, been around a while. She said he's going on the attack, but surely Clark's there on 31. So how will Lee contain himself? And he leans forward defence. Left elbow well up, smothers any spin, and it remains at 8 for 168. Just hope that Australia could last another 10 overs just to make it a bit interesting, because it's all over Red Rover at the moment. There's Bandara to the right-handed Lee, and he shuffles, and where did that go? I thought he was going to hammer it like a woodcutter. Backward point, no contact. It was the thudding gloves of Sangakkara. What about the keeper? When you got Lee, someone winding up there, and you're up at the stumps.
Yeah, you wouldn't get me up there. Never kept even in indoor cricket. 8
for 168. Bandara. And he leans forward this time. Ooh, goes Sangakkara. Well bowled. The end of the over. 35 overs gone, so 15 to go. Bandara's bowled 5 overs. He picked up the wicket there of Hogg, and it is 8 for 168. Letting you know that Sri Lanka won the toss and batted. Jayasuriya made 25, Adipatto 53, Jayawardene 11, Arnold 24, Sangakkara 83, Kappa Gedera 38. He and Dilshan put on 57 off 32 balls. Vast was run out for 1. Murali made 3 wickets in the 50th over. Dilshan not out 26. He hit 1 shot where he stepped outside the off stump and lobbed Lee over towards the Victor Richardson gates. Kulasakara not out 14 sundries. Sri Lanka 8 for 274. 50 overs in just 220 minutes. In a moment, the bowling, but it's Clark to face Murali. And he spins that white ball from hand to hand and delivers to Clark, who shuffles it, tucks it, waits the call. He's looking for a single out to square leg. Fieldsman placed there. 8 for 168. 5 Australian bowlers bowled 10 overs. Lee none for 48. Bracken 3 for 61. Stuart Clark 2 for 48. As Murali trots in and Clark uses his feet. Where did it go? He said it came off my hip, I think, trickled out on the onside. Simons 1 for 66, 16 off his last, and Hogg 10, 1 for 47. So 8 for 274. And Murali, who had Simon stumped brilliantly, in again to Clark, and he leans forward, knows the call as it's Fieldsman a couple in close. 8 for 168. So Gilchrist out for 26. When the big hit, Ponting run out without facing a ball. Martin run out for 1. Simon stumped Sangakkara ball. Murali for 16. It's Murali again. Clark down the wicket, drives, good shot, lovely shot. You heard from Damien Fleming over the rope towards the big crowd on the scoreboard, and they will have loved that. Michael Clark is an exciting player. The twirl of the bat like a tennis racket. He goes to 35, 8 for 172. Just completing. Kadich run out for 56. Hussey run out for 16. Hope scored. Dilshan bowled Murali for 3, and Hogg caught Jayasuriya bowled Bandara for 1. So 4 run outs to Dilshan and a catch. Under 26 not out, and Australia 8 for 172. Coming towards the end of the 36th over as Michael Clark sneaks around the look as Pereira's put deep a backward square leg. So 5 fieldsmen out. Yes, Murley again. Clark goes back and lofts the ball straight down the ground towards long on. Couple of bounces to the long on fieldsman. Ball comes in from Kulasakara, and they just take one. So Clark to 36, 8 for 173.
He's an exciting player, Clark, because he uses his feet to the spinners, and there's all that element that he might miss it and get stumped, but more often than not he gets to the pitch of the ball, and anyone that can get down the crease and cover drive nearly has obviously got a fantastic talent.
So it's the turn of Brett Lee. There's a short leg, there's a slip, and the keeper. So 1 ball to face. Surely Lee will just try and keep it out. There's Murley to him. He leans forward. Well done. That's the end of the over. So Murley takes his cap. Graham Pillen goes for his pen. 7 overs for Murley. Has the figures of 2 for 28. So 36 overs gone. And Australia needs 274. They're 8 for 173.
And grandstand on your local ABC, updating the A-League tonight in Newcastle into the second half there. It is still 0-0 between Newcastle and the Central Coast Mariners. Let's go back to the Vines near Perth now. The dying stages of round 2 of the Johnny Walker Classic. Here once again, Andrew Wynne.
Yes, Julian. KJ Choi, obviously the clubhouse leader at 13 under, posting a 66 today, and everyone's going to be out chasing him over the next 2 days. Kevin Stadler, the American, 11 under. Tony Carolyn, Adam Scott on 9 under with Richard Green, the Victorian left-hander, and a sway the players under par. The big talking story now, apart from the celebrities missing the cut today, is what is going to be the cut-off number. Will it be 1 under? Will it be 2 under? There'll be about 12 players sweating it out in the locker room at the moment, Julian, waiting patiently for that number to come through. Will it be 1 under? Will it be 2 under? And will I be here tomorrow? That's it for now.
Andrew Wynne, thank you very much. Australia now 8 for 174 in the 37th over. They still need 101 to beat Sri Lanka.
174, Lee now on 2. Lots of fieldsmen in the circle. There's a slip and a keeper as Bandara right arm over spins to Lee, and Lee digs it out, waits the call, well placed inside the circle. That looks like Jayasuriya flicks the ball over to his bowler, and he gets ready, number 7, Jayasuriya. And Clark at the non-striker's end watches Bandara approach, and Lee whips it out to backward square leg, takes a single, goes to 3. 8 for 175. This is the 36th over.
And Bandara's angling the ball into Lee's pads so he can't get that leverage that we know from Brett Lee. If he bowled outside off stump, I'm sure Brett Lee would look to hit him out to the deep mid-wicket area where Sri Lanka don't have a fieldsman.
Bandara to Clark uses his feet and drives along the ground. Beautifully fielded. It was struck mightily. Goes to the man of the moment, Dilshan. Got his body behind it, but it was flying. Clark looks so good, doesn't he? He's a wonderful player. And played that drive well, but it's a doff ball, and he shuffles in the crease this time. He clips a long ground. That was a clever shot. It was almost up at the popping crease, and he's back cut it along the ground to backward point. No run.
He's trying to play around with Bandura's length there. He went right back, and he got the ball where he wanted it, but he just couldn't get it fine enough.
And now again, Clark this time drives on the up, out towards extra cover. Should be just, they're going the second, they will. The ball comes in, they fly, and Lee makes it. I thought they were cruising, but good bit of fielding in the deep from Kulasakara, who is that athletic type, and Lee had to display like a sort of a man going over the hurdles, going for the tape. He got there. So Clark goes to 39 at the end of the 36th over. 8 for 177. Australia needs, what's that, another 98 to win the game. Damien Fleming.
Yeah, and time's running out there. I wonder how long it'll take Brett Lee to size the spinners up and start to have a bit of a go, because he is one of the Australians that are left who can hit sixes and hit big sixes. Now they can't just wait and run a ball. They've got to build their innings. Not easy against the skilled spinners here from Sri Lankans, and they got the fields right as well. They've really blocked a lot of the hitting zones for the Australians. And the energy from the Sri Lankans has been fantastic in the field.
Yes, they were like that in Sydney when they put that big score on, when they Jayasuriya made 114, and their fielding and their tactics, and they comfortably beat Australia, and it looks like it'll be the same here. 8 for 177 as Murali will continue and be bowling to Brett Lee, the short leg, the slip, and the keeper. And another 3 inside the circle as Murali gets ready. Last umpire Darp. What will Lee do? He comes forward and nudges. They'll take a single. Well placed. He timed his shot. He sort of guided the ball to backward point. It trickled away, so Clark went with the shot. He takes the strike. Lee goes to 3, 8 for 178. Thanks, Graham. 4.
Well, he's defending confidently too, Brett Lee. I mean, he just squeezed that out for a single, which is good. So he's waiting. He's being selective. He's waiting for a ball in his area that he'll have a go at. But Michael Clark, who's been in a lot longer, needs to pierce the field.
Murali to him, uses his feet, the 1-2, just pushes along the ground to the edge of the circle, mid-off. 8 for 179. Clark goes to 40. So we get to the 40 overs, 10 overs to go. Have Australia around 200 psychologically. Still a long way to go. But Lee been around a long time. Wants to be maybe one day an all-rounder. He's pretty useful. He watches Murali bowl. In fact, Lee bowls to him. His count is in. It's off the pad. Murali pleading. So Clark watching that action. A good diving effort by, I think that's Arnold under the helmet at short leg, and a lot of noise going on.
It seemed like more a plead, like you said, than a real confident appeal. I think Brett Lee's missed that by a fair way.
Well, he gets ready, be a bit nervous because you never know with Murray. This one, he leans forward, he delays his shot, and that's obviously deliberate, trying to pick it up and then lunges forward. And
they call it soft hands, don't they, Roger? And he doesn't want to give it any momentum to flicking because they've got silly mid off and silly mid on at the moment.
It'll be very tricky to Murray, and Lee, the right-hander, waits, and he drives. Where's that? It comes off a thick inside edge. He gets a run, he walks through, it trickles to long on. 8 for 180. One ball to go to complete the 38th over. And Jaya Surya goes out to the deep for Clark. You're allowed only 5 outside the circle. And Murali to Clark, and he flicks it outside mid-wicket. Look at Lee go, but Clark knows it's gone too quickly off the bat. He will take the strike. Goes to 41, 8 for 181. 36 overs down, so 14 to go for Australia. Gilchrist out for 26, Ponting naught, Martin 1, Simon 16, Kadich is 56, Hussey 16, Hopes is 3, Hogg out for 1. They're the men out. And for Australia, in fact, my eyes are dim, I cannot see. That's 38 overs gone. Thanks, Graham. 8 for 181, Michael Clark 41, and Lee 4. Damien Fleming.
And the Australians will be hoping Murali's only got 2 overs left to maybe get a run of ball off him, and they'll know the runs will be a bit easier off the other bowlers.
And look at that magnificent shot on the big screen of a full moon. Absolutely spectacular.
Can't get much fuller than that.
To think that someone's been on that, Damien.
Did they?
1969. I was at Bandiana doing national service when the man got on the moon. Come to attention, get up early.
Jeez.
Bully beef and dog biscuits as Lee and Clark consult. 8 for 181. And Glenn Mitchell getting ready, coming for the finish. And Jim Maxwell there as well. So Bandara, the busy Bandara, to Clark, uses his feet, makes a full toss of it. Will they take the second? I don't think so. That's Arnold out there. Arnold coming back into the side, strides back in front of the beautiful chapel stands. And this is the 39th over.
How long will it take till Brett Lee takes a crack at Bandara here? It's roped in a long way here at the Adelaide Oval.
For the latest sports results and stories from around the globe and at home, check out ABC Sport on our social pages. Just search ABC Sport wherever you scroll.
And he goes back and he nudges the ball backward point. That was cleverly bowled. You could see he was thinking to wind up off that. Goes back. He loves to crunch the ball off the back foot, but he fired it in. He did well to sort of squirt the ball to backward point, but a dot ball. 8 for 182. Long off and a long on. And a deep sort of cover point is Bandara to Lee, and he drives orthodox down to mid-on. Clark waits. It avoids him. They take a single. 8 for 183. Ticking over on the scoreboard. People up there do a tremendous job, particularly in a one-day game where everything's flying, and they've got the ability to pick out the Sri Lankans, which the light flashes. And tremendous what they do as Bandara to Clark, and Clark flips the ball outside the circle. There's no one in there at mid-wicket. Will they go the second they turn? Could be a run out. No.
Be another
Get
run
back.
out.
Lee just turned blind, and Clark sensibly said, no, we won't go. But Lee was running the first one quick. But there seemed to be a bit of a merry-go-round going on. 8 for 184 with Clark to 43.
I don't know how the Australian batsmen are going at the moment, but I get so nervous with every run, with every little single.
Where's Dilshan? Bandara to Lee, and Lee flicks it. Orthodox shot, knocked down. No's the call from Clark because the ball spills off. Don't run off a misfield, and Jayasuriya plunged across like the soccer goalkeeper and parried the ball back to Bandara. 8 for 184. One ball to go to complete the 39th over. Bandara past umpire Harper, and Lee drives Orthodox. He'll take the single. 8 for 185. 39 overs gone. Australia needs 275 with Lee to 6 and Michael Clark 43. And after Damien Fleming back to keep it going, Glenn Mitchell.
On ABC Local Radio and online at abc.net.au/cricket. This is Grandstand Cricket's coverage of the first one-day final, Australia versus Sri Lanka.
And Michael Clark and Brett Lee just having a chat now. Murali's only got a couple of overs left. Maybe planning, having a chat about what they're going to do. Maybe push him around for a couple of singles, knowing that they've still got Vas and Pereira. A lot more overs from Bandera. For Glenn Mitchell, an unbelievable position for the Australians to be in. 4 run-outs.
Still showing the man of the match. 26
has to
not
be.
out and 4 run-outs and a catch.
Has to be. He's been the most significant player on the ground.
So it's a break with tradition. Normally you don't see bowlers getting man of the match, let alone principally a fieldsman getting man of the match. But you'd have to
It was a pretty significant innings by him, though.
It was,
and a great partnership at the end there. That took him from a potential 230 to 274. And it really took the momentum away from the Australians. The Australians would have gone in a bit disappointed.
Well, it's not totally done and dusted, but they need 8.2 and over. But the problem is they've only got 2 wickets in hand, and Chaminda Vas is coming back into the attack from the northern end, about to start his 8th over. He's got none for 35, and he's got Lee on strike, and he pushes down towards long on and goes with the shot for a single. Wardner away in the deep. It's now 8 for 186, and the equation is 89 off 65 balls.
They might enjoy this with Vas coming onto the bat a little bit more, particularly Brett Lee, who's had to come in against the spinners, just to be able to use the pace of the quicker bowler a bit.
4 men in the circle protecting the single as Clark turns into the onside and gets 1 out towards mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Bandara, the super sub, coming into the game tonight for Kapagedera earlier on in the innings. And James Hopes was super subbed in for, I presume, Stuart Clark. At the fall of the 6th wicket, he came out. Didn't amount to much. He was out for 3. As Lee faces Vas, and he flicks it off his pads for 1 out towards deep square leg. Lee to 9, 8 for 188. Could you foresee any changes for the Australian team for Sydney? Dory and Mick Lewis were the 2 players that missed out.
Well, I thought Australia were disappointing at the death. No one got it right. Lee, Bracken and Andrew Simons had 1 over, which went for 16.
Vas to Clark, square drives off the front foot for a single out towards deep cover point, and Russell Arnold 44 to Clark, 8 for 189.
So therefore there may be a position for Michael Lewis, who's very experienced at the death bowler, and obviously gets wickets with the new ball as well.
Would he be a
and a little bit
super
different
sub, or would he come in for Stuart Clark?
But possibly for Clark, who did take a couple of big wickets today, but I think he's a little bit different. The Sri Lankans wouldn't know a lot about him.
Lee faces Vas, and he turns this one onto the onside out to deep square leg. Another single with Kulaseka are fielding on the members' side. 10 now to Brett Lee. 8 for 190, but Australia can't hope to get home just with singles. They need boundaries, because the equation at the moment is nearly 8.4 and over required So just chipping him into the outfield for one time after time is going to leave them short. There's Vas bowls to Clark, and he square drives for another single. Out towards deep extra cover, the ball gathered by Arnold in front of the Chapel stands. And at the end of the 40th over, with Clark on 45 and Lee 10, Australia are 8 for 191, set 275. It's been a horrible chase. Gilchrist out for 26, caught in the deep. Ponting run out without facing a ball. Martin run out for 1. Simons charged Murali's Doosra, was stumped for 16. Kadich run out by Dilshan for 56. Hussey run out by Dilshan for 16. Dilshan's 4th run out of the innings. Hope's caught by Dilshan at mid-wicket off Murali for 3, and Hogg top edging a sweep off Bandara, the super sub, and caught by Jayasuriya at short fine leg for 1. Australia at one stage were looking good, 1 for 60 in the 12th over. But now entering the last bracket of 10, chasing 275, they're 8 for 191. Clark 46, Lee 10. And the man who said, "I told you so," Kerry O'Keefe's back with us as Bandara bowls to Clark. He exposes his stumps and cuts it back with a point. Beats the diving man inside the circle, and he'll beat Kulaseka into the rope. Oh, and this Sri Lankan player's in agony. He has landed on his shoulder diving inside the circle at backward point as he landed on the point of his shoulder. Trying to pick up who it is. Oh, no, it's Cramp.
It's Adapatu.
It's Marvin Adapatu. It's Cramp. He was writhing on the ground, and I thought, well, remember what we saw with Shane Watson up at the Gabba in the Test match where he dislocated a shoulder diving. And my reaction there was, Kerry, that he'd done a shoulder, but he's had a lot of lower back and leg injuries, Adapatu, and he's just cramped up. So the score, that brings up Clark's 50, by the way, an even 50. It's 8 for 195, and we're getting a replay. He went straight down and was spread eagle with Cramp.
It's either cramp or a calf, and maybe a strain. You may be right, Glenn. They need him because I don't want to talk up a hopeless situation, but these are such doughty fighters, Clark and Lee. I wouldn't fully give up the Australian cause here. It's 80 from 50 required. It looks, you know, a really forlorn hope. But you just sense with the bravery of Lee and the competitive juices of Michael Clark that, you know, that the dressing room will not have written this off. So I know the Sri Lankans, they're very feisty out there. That they haven't assumed they've got this victory yet, and that's why they race to their skipper. They need him out there because he steers his ship. And they desperately want him still on the field. Has he stayed?
He's walking across to have a chat with the bowler, so he's out there. He's going to have a chat now with there's a Bandara down here at the river end.
Well, they honestly need him because Vas takes the reins when he leaves the field for injury, and Vas,
along with 3 or 4 others.
Yeah, and it's captaincy by committee, and nobody seems that. I reckon that the world just basically is rudderless. So Marvin Adapatu is so crucial. He's still out there, so the ship is being well steered at the moment, but they still need 2 wickets. They've got to get past Clark, who now has a half-hundred, and Brett Lee, well, we know how well he fights in crises.
Clark's 50 off 60 balls with 2 boundaries, and he advances to Bandara and drives for 1. Down through straight, long on. Murali picks up. Clark 51, 8 for 196. They need 58 off 79 balls. Sorry, they need
79
off 58 balls.
And Murali has, is it 1 over to go? 2 overs to go. So there's still breath here.
Bandara to Lee around his front pad, a dot ball out to Jayasuriya at mid-wicket.
And I'm not falsely talking it up. I still think Sri Lanka will take this first game and go 1 up to Sydney, but I still sense that there's a little bit of breath left in the Australian body.
Bandara bowls to Lee and he hammers it straight down the onside. It won't make it to the boundary rope. Murali gathers, and they don't come back for the second. Well done by Murali. Gathered the ball right in front of the side screen, 10 metres in from the rope, and kept it to 1. Lee has 11, and it's 8 for 197. They need almost a boundary and over. They need about 8.5 and over. Singles are easy at the moment, but can they find the gap to the rope? Bandara bowls and Clark advances, and they'll get at least one out to deep forward square leg, and one only with Russell Arnold fielding at deep square leg. Clark 52, 8 for 198 in the 41st.
And I get the impression that Clark and Lee have had a chat. They said, let's not do anything stupid. Let's creep up as much as we can and get as close as we can before we try and swoop. So I just sense there's no big shots yet until a little later in the innings.
Bandara bowls to Lee, stretches forward, no run. Another dot out to the man with the golden arm, Dilshan at extra cover, who's run out 4 batsmen tonight. Clark is 52, Lee is 11. Australia have 9 overs in which to score 77 runs. Michael Clark 52, Lee 11. Earlier today, Sri Lanka won the toss, 8 for 274. Sangakkara made 83, Atapatu 53. Kapageta 38 off 21 balls, including 3 sixes. Bracken 3 for 61, and Stuart Clark 2 for 48.
Grandstand on your local ABC. Back to Adelaide shortly. Updating the A-League tonight. There's a goal in the match in Newcastle with the Central Coast Mariners now leading Newcastle 1-0. Around about 12 minutes left in that game there. It's the first leg of their 2-leg minor semi-final in the A-League, but Central Coast leading Newcastle 1-0 there. A reminder too for listeners in WA, South East Queensland, Southern New South Wales and the ACT as well. At the conclusion of the cricket tonight, we'll pick up descriptions of the Western Force up against the Brumbies, the first match for Australian teams in the Super 4 team. Earlier tonight in Auckland, it was the Hurricanes from Wellington defeating the Auckland Blues by 37 points to 19. Australia now 8 for 199 as we head back to Adelaide.
From their point of view, all the talk is if we let Jayasuriya get away with it, we could be in trouble when he only made 25. And they could still come out well and truly on the wrong side of the ledger, Australia, with Jayasuriya out reasonably cheaply. As Lee faces Vass, and he drives down to Dilshan at long off. Again, just a single, and brings up the 200. 2 balls into the 42nd over as Lee moves to 12, 8 for 200.
Well, one wicket will seal it for Sri Lanka. You wouldn't think Bracken would have the wherewithal to get Australia over the line with whoever it is. But they've got to get past Clark and Lee, and that's their challenge.
Pass to Lee, backs away, exposes his stumps, and then just bunts the ball low on the bat down the pitch for Vass to field in his follow through. Chaminda Vass in his 9th over, none for 43.
Well, Pereira bowled well at the start. Kulasekara bowled well. Murali, the champion, a terrific spell from him, 2 for 32 in 8. So they got overs up their sleeves.
Clark faces Vass from the northern end, and he flicks this one neatly off his pads backward of square. This could be a boundary to Australia. Running around the rope, Kulasekara does well. Stopped it with the inside of his right foot, the instep, and he keeps the scoring to 3. That was an earnest chase parallel to the George Giffen stand. Clark to 56, 8 for 203.
Well, terrific bit of out cricket by Kulasekara. It was needed to be. Clark's finding the gaps now. He's got the half century. He's a noted winner in these circumstances.
Lee faces Vass well up. Was he bowled or stumped? Neither. You can hear the bails come off. Difficult for us to tell because the body of the keeper blocking it, but you could hear the tinkle to the ground, and it wasn't bowled. It was into the gloves of the keeper, who removed the bails, but the back foot was always grounded.
Good pace variation from Vass. He did him with the faster Yorker. Sri Lanka strong. I'm very interested in this next passage of play. Just the resolve of this pair. It'll take a good ball to get them out.
Lee, last ball, the 42nd over, drives Vass. He'll retain strike as Dilshan will field it long off. Lee 13, Michael Clark 56, 8 for 204. 48 balls remaining. Australia needs 71 to win, but the worrying thing for them is there's only Nathan Bracken padded up to come out. Is Brett Lee an all-rounder now in world cricket, or is he moving towards that?
Well, I don't think he is, because they sent Brad Hogg in front of him. That's inexplicable if you've got pretensions to be an all-rounder. No, he's a handy ladder order batsman without question, but he is definitely not top 6 or even 7 material, really. Brett Lee's an 8 or a 9. And I'd love to see him as a 6 or a 7, but he's not. The all-rounder in Test group, that's 7, Adam Gilchrist. Brett Lee's a very fast bowler at the peak of his career. He's as brave as all get out with the bat, who plays straight.
So one thing, he's got an abundance of bravery, hasn't he? We've seen over the years a lot of fast bowlers that dish it out and then their heels are near the return crease when bowlers are returning favour to them. But Lee, as we saw in the Ashes, gets in behind the quickest of them.
Yeah. Oh, no. But he has a skill as well.
Bandara bowls to him and he flicks this one off leg stump for a single out towards Vass at deep backward square. Lee to 14, 8 for 205. Go on, read it out. Dirk from Parramatta's giving you a pat in the back on the SMS.
Yeah. No, I just read it, but I don't have to. But
I'll read it out then. Gents, it's clear. Australia have been outplayed. 4 run-outs. It's called pressure. What did Skull say about 270 runs? Well, Skull said that Sri Lanka would win from there.
I could be wrong yet. I hope not.
Bandara tosses up. Clark turning into the gap at mid-wicket. They go through for 1.
Last 45 years blemish-free. I hate to think I made one. No.
Where is Brian Lara? And you need to talk to him.
Where's that guy that always texts us, you know, how's Brian Lara going, Skull? Where's he? He hasn't texted today.
Lee 14, 8 for 206.
One mistake.
Your wife made a similar one in marrying you. She made one in the last 40 years too.
She's regretting it daily.
Tell me about it. Bandara bowls full of length and it's driven by Lee down to Murali at long on. Lee moves to 15, 8 for 207. But again, singles aren't going to do it. The run rate now is up over 9 and over.
They need boundaries, and that's where Adepadu's clever. He's got 2 tight bowlers, Vass and Bandara bowling. They're not giving away 4s.
Bandara bowls to Clark. He gets a low full toss. He drives it down to long on. Murali gathers. Lee was keen to come back the non-striker's end, but he retreated, almost an overthrow. Bandara didn't take the return cleanly, but Jai Wardner backs him up at extra cover. Clark to 58, 8 for 208.
Yeah, we've got an email from Robert from Port Shepstone, South Africa. Hi, I'm watching you guys on your webcam. Why is there a bumblebee on the desk?
Did not have Scottish accents over there. Bandara taps
my best Afrikaans.
As the next one tapped by Lee. Well, you need practice to Adepaду at backward point, and there's no run. And for Robert in Port Shepstone, that's what the bumblebee sounds like. Bandara away from us. Lee opens the shoulders, drives along the ground. Oh, Pereira hasn't seen it down here at long off. It'll almost beat him back to the rope for 4. He taps it back. That was embarrassing. And they come back for a 3rd.
Oh.
The ball was hit straight through long off. Pereira was walking in, jogging in, and the ball had actually gone past him 10 metres to his right, and he had to turn tail and run back after it. The end of the over, Lee is 18. Clark is 58. This game is not decided yet, although the run rate is 9.1 required from here. 8 for 211, 7 overs to go. Australia need another 64. And in a moment, the Bumblebee and Kerry to be joined by Jim Maxwell. Jim's on the phone, the Bumblebee's busy, and I've got to stay with you. Doesn't take much to entertain you, does it?
No, it doesn't. A bumblebee that laughs, that'll do me. I tell you what, Ruchera Pereira, as you call Glenn, he didn't pick that up. Fast bowlers are sent. They're just sent to just deny spinners forever. They are the drop catchers of us, don't see the ball. And Murali coming in from long on, he gave Pereira a real mouthful. In defence of his other spinner. Nice to see the boys sticking together.
And Pereira, I think, has won the day. They're going to change the ball.
Yeah.
He's complained and said, I didn't even see it coming my way. So now the umpires have conferred, and they're going to bring out the assortment from the grandstand to pick out a ball which roughly resembles a white ball about 43 overs into an innings.
Now this can go either way. It's harder. It's going to come off the bat faster. But it can also improve the fielder's chances of running it down and catching it. So because it got very grey, that ball. A pivotal moment, because suddenly this partnership has started to take, they've already added 45 and it's been blemish free. I get the impression that Clark and Lee have hatched something. They're going to creep up on the total and just have one last surge. in the last few overs, but they've got close enough. They possibly haven't hit enough boundaries so far, but Michael Clarke is such a good reader of the game. It may be that he's just got boundaries in him in the next couple of overs. Jim.
Yes, Kerry, and I just had a phone call from South Africa. Radio 2000, who have been taking all these games, are in fact taking the coverage of this game. So it's about a 9-hour, 8.5-hour time difference over there. It's just around the middle of the day. And they no doubt a few days ago would have been thinking of hearing a commentary of South Africa playing in this game. But Sri Lanka, who upstaged them and beat them in the last game of the competition in Hobart, look like they're going to be 1-0 up. They look like they were going to be 1-0 up quite a while ago. They haven't quite finished the game off, but they're in an excellent position. And they've done it on the back of some good pressure cricket and more run-outs in an Australian innings since the 1975 World Cup final.
The barrier for Sri Lanka is that they lost both games in the preliminary series here. They should have beaten South Africa in the game they had there. They were over the line there and managed to not win. They should win tonight, but they've still got to do that.
Murley's bowling, and a ball that's right up is jammed out by Lee trying to drive, and it goes gently down the pitch. Lee's playing well again. How often have we been saying that in the last 6 to 9 months? He's 18, 8 for 211, and he's forward to Murley, and he clips the ball away to mid-wicket, but he can't score because it finds a Bandara out there. The run rate creeping up. Murley comes in. Forward goes Lee. That looked like the toppy or the doozer outside the off stump. He let it go.
Oh, it was the doozer all right, and Lee didn't pick it at all. He was looking for the ball to snap back into him. It left him like a leg break. So the doozer at local time, 9:22, very effective.
3 dot balls so far in this over. Lee's had a chat to Clarke. Murley goes in and he plays back and turns him away just behind square. Thinks of a second run, but won't be taking that. Clarke's on strike as Kulasekara comes in to collect it. So the toss of the coin was probably a big trigger factor in this game, because from that point when Sri Lanka won the toss, they made 8 for 274. Murley comes to Clarke. Down the pitch he drives hard towards cover, but only for a single out to Russell Arnold on the line. Just 2 runs from this over. Sangakkara top scored with 83. Atapatu made 53, but there was some wonderful hitting from Kapugera with 38 and Dilshan 26, with one of his sixes bouncing off the chapel stand roof going out into the park. Murley has to start again. Movement in the field. 8 for 213. We're into double figures in terms of the run rate as he's bowled him. Murley's bowled him all over the place. Got a quicker off break, pushed forward, looked to be late, and alas for Australia, but happily for the Sri Lankans, Brett Lee has been bowled by Murley for 19. 9 for 213. It's all up to Bracken and Clarke to pull off a miracle, which you'd think is unlikely.
Well, the portly ladies warming up. Again, it was the big spinner. Against tailenders, somebody of Matara Marutharan's ability to snap back huge off breaks is invaluable. And Marvin Atapatu, he had his left bower up his sleeve. He had this trump card. He knew he had 2 overs left. This is the second last from him. He said, I want a wicket. We want Lee or Clarke. He's delivered Lee, but he's also delivered the match, because even though Clarke is in terrific touch, he could not farm the strike enough, needing 10 and over with the number 11 at the crease. This will be a terrific victory for Sri Lanka. They opened their campaign with a very dour, negative performance at Docklands, where they opened the batting with Mubarak and Taranga and batted Van Dot at 3. People said, go home Sri Lanka, you're not part of this tri-series. Suddenly they're 1 up in a best-of-3 finals, going to a ground they do play well at, the SCG.
It's the unpredictability of sport. I mean, they've never had a win over Australia here, but as in most grounds where there's day-night cricket. The stats favour the team batting first, 60-40. And so it's proved here tonight. Bracken's come out. It was the completion of the over. So not only are they running out of wickets, but they're running out of overs. 36 balls remaining. Run rate over 10. Australia requiring 62 from 36. And it's all up to Michael Clarke to play an innings a la, well, Viv Richards with Michael Holding on that extraordinary day in England many years ago when he just teed off. But it will be an extraordinary effort to do much other than perhaps play a few 4s or 6s before it's over. Bandara bowls. Back goes Clarke. Cut straight to point. And they don't go. And just as well, because he found the fieldsman out there at backward point. Marvin Atapatu. Where can Clarke pounce? Bandara bowls to him again. He's down the pitch and he's driving it along the ground. Out to long on. There's only a single there, as it's pursued by Murley, throwing a little waywardly but getting rid of it quickly. 9 for 214 with Muralitharan 9 overs, 3 for 34. Bandara coming up for his last over. He's picked up that 1 wicket. Now they've got a slip in for Bracken. Can Bracken play the shots? Bandara bowls and he's forward. He's hit on the pad and appeal for LBW, not out. It was a squawk to the heavens, wasn't it? He was pushing forward. And well, he does tend to bowl over spinners.
Yeah, they're good. The Zudders and the top spinners, they're good shouts. This was a Zudder. It pitched on. It's hit the pad and then the bat. A worthy shout.
It was close. Forward goes Bracken. He gets a run this time out towards cover. And there's no overthrow, no run out on that occasion. Dittleshan didn't release the ball. He aimed, but he didn't get rid of it. And old Hawkeye certainly given Bracken out leg before on that previous shout. 9 for 215. Clarke is facing. Bandara comes in and he swings and gets a bottom edge, drags it away to fine leg, short fine leg, where Jayasuriya cuts it off. And they get just a single. 9 for 216. Run rate continues to blow out here, as it's been blowing throughout the innings, where there have been 4 run-outs. 4 run-outs in which Dilshan has been involved. And then he added to that with a neat catch at mid-wicket. Bracken faces Bandara. Bracken plays at this, and it goes from the keeper to Jar Wardner at slip, as he got a slower ball tossed up outside the off stump. 10 overs, 1 for 51 for Bandara. And Australia have just 30 balls left to score an unlikely 59 to win. Clarke 61 and Bracken 1.
Yes, I think I came up.
And Grandstand on your local ABC, just quickly updating. It's full time in the A-League football tonight. The Central Coast Mariners have defeated Newcastle 1-0 at the game in Newcastle. That's the first leg of their 2-leg minor semi-final. Central Coast 1, defeating Newcastle 0. Back to Adelaide.
Unknown, and he's really done a terrific job for him as a support to Murali. He's bowled teams out. He won a game against South Africa, won a game against Australia, and here he is. He's got 1 wicket. He's gone at 5 and over, and he's again proved the perfect foil for the faster men and for Murali.
How would he go in Test cricket?
I think he'd need his sort of deck, because he's not a big spinner. He's a pace barrier. He's Kumble. He'll get through 25 overs. He could get you 4 for 60 on a particular day. But he's confident. He doesn't drop his bundle under attack. He's a worthy cricketer.
Kulasekara bowls now, and it's swung lustily by Clarke. Wide of mid-on, out to the boundary, 1 bounce 4. A good heave. Kulasekara is the sort of bowler you can get under. Interesting move to bring him back in place of Murali, who still had 1 over to go, which maybe just keeping up their sleeve, but it gives Clarke a chance to lash out, and he almost hit that for 6.
I'm still backing Kulasekara here. He bowls very straight. He's going to have to take him off the stumps.
And he bowls again, and he's almost stumped there as he jammed down on that, and it dribbled through at Sangakkara. And it was a very well-directed ball, as you suggested. It right up in the block hole, and he couldn't get it down the ground. 9 for 220, Clarke 65.
He's very straight. Clark's a terrific inside outer and a good tugger. He's going to have to risk his stumps to hit the boundaries.
He bowls again, and he does risk it, and he flicks it away down to the boundary for 4. Did he get a nick on it? What's the umpire going to tell us? Leg buys. Hit the pad as he tried with a little bit of the Watusi there. He went left, he went right, and in the end it flicked his pads and flew down to the boundary. There's no fine leg for 4 leg buys. The game still sort of alive. 9 for 224.
Well, there's probably one bloke on the ground that hasn't given up, and that's MJ Clark of Westville Sports Eye. He's the sort of bloke to say, hang on, I could get these if I get hold of a couple. He's forced Sangakkara to stand back, and I think that's a good move. It puts less pressure on Kulasekara. So there's still enough pressure with MJ Clark going outside in and inside out. Can he find the stumps?
Kulasekara bowls, and he flicks this away pretty well out behind square. And there's a good save out there in the deep. And they take a second run. And it was that man Dilshan out on the boundary who stopped it. 4 run outs and a catch, and a good save on the line. Prevented 4 with Clark getting well outside his ground to have a dip at Kulasekara. He's 67. But he's getting to the point where he's going to have to start hitting not only 4s but 6s.
Yeah. But as you say, Jim, he was a long way down. He's making his own length. He's advancing at Kulasekara, and he hasn't got enough pace to hurt him.
Kula bowls, and he swings into it and lathers it down towards long off. Just a single. Vast throws back. They can't get the second. So just 1. Bracken on strike now. That cools the temperatures for the Sri Lankans, who know they're in a great position to win the game, but they've just got to finish it off. 25 needed from 46 needed from 25 balls. Be a bit easier the other way. That's a lot. Kulasekara bowls. Bracken forward and turns it away to the onside. Plays a neat stroke too to get a run, but that was the last ball of the over. So it's 9 for 228. 47 needed in 4 overs. The Kula 9 overs, no maidens, none for 43.
Well, it was a brave move by Adapatu. I think he still doesn't believe his team has got this 1-0 victory.
A grandstand on your local ABC. Just reminding you that listeners in WA, the ACT, South East Queensland and Southern New South Wales, as soon as the cricket is over, will head across to Subiaco. Players running out onto the field for the first ever game for the Force, up against the 2-time Super 12 champions, the Brumbies. Tonight it's Super 14. Earlier on tonight, Wellington beat Auckland by 37 points to 19 in the opening game of the competition for 2006. Let's go back to Adelaide now. Australia 9 for 228, chasing 275.
He may be just saying, Murali, just hold 1 back. And in fact, he's bringing him on now because Bracken's on strike. So he's worked the strike, and he's brought his best striker on with a potential of 6 balls against Bracken. That probably won't happen. Bracken will be looking to get away from the strike. So it's interesting. He works things pretty well, marvellous Marvin Adapatu.
So Muruletharan coming up for his final over, having bowled 9 overs, 3 for 34. And he's got a chance against Bracken, and Australia have still got a very rough chance of winning it, but it's like a 50-to-1 shot at the races, you'd reckon. 47 from 24 balls, and Clark's not on strike. So Bracken needs a single, and then Clark needs to produce some amazing batting. And for all that to happen against Murali in this over seems almost impossible. He's going to have a couple of men in there near the bat too. Silly point and under the nose. Well, there's more conferences than the United Nations here.
Well, Murali's very particular about where he likes his fieldsmen. Marvin Adapatu has his views, so they come to some agreement here.
Taken a while.
A lot of pressure on Bracken. He's got to get away from the strike, yet with a run rate of 11, he can't be looking to milk singles and waste 2 or 3 balls. So probably the first ball will tell us all.
9 for 228. Here's Murley. He comes in, he bowls, and Bracken is back, and he plays a cut off the edge. Straight down first slip's throat, but he wasn't there. It's going down towards the boundary, and it's going to go for 3. Just cut off inside the line. They're going to run 4, and that's very good running if he gets home. He has. They ran 4. Another run out would have been the final denouement for Australia. They've had 4, and Bandara made a very good save down on the line. Bracken stretching, got home for 4 all run. He aimed a cut and edged it where slip would have been, but there was no slip. There's a silly point and a short leg. 4 useful runs. Murley again to Bracken. Bracken walks across and darts the ball away to one of the close inners. That's Russell Arnold at short leg. So it's 9 for 232. 43 needed from 22 balls as Murley comes up and Bracken walks across and stabs it. Yeah, he says, because he's pushed it into a gap just behind point for an easy single. Now Clark has the strike. And Damien Fleming, what can he produce here?
Well, some Clark magic, hopefully. 2 a ball. Last over for Murley.
Does he take him on?
If it's in the right area, you've just got to... Where will he hit it? He likes to hit over cover. There's plenty of area over there.
3 balls left in the over. Murley to Clark. Clark down the pitch and drives and gets just a single as he finds a little gap wide of mid-on. And Atapatu picks up running across from mid-wicket. Clark 69. Bracken 7. 9 for 234. 41 from 20. Bracken has 2 to come in the over.
And they set such good fields with the silly mid-on and mid-off there, but everyone out.
Murley to Bracken. Bracken goes across, pushes away with a loud call of no. Zatapatu fields at mid-wicket. But it is Murley's last over. They will have had that in their mind. So it's probably best if he just blocks this, unless he can get a 2 or a 4. Murley goes in and he's blocking it, pushing away on the offside. So that's the scene. They've got 18 balls, 3 overs to score 41, and it's really up to Michael Clark now to try and come up with some amazing shots to give Australia the opportunity of perhaps winning this game. 9 for 234, 3 overs to go.
And he's batted well, Michael Clark. He's had the opportunity to bat through the innings. He hasn't thrown it away. While he's been there, you felt like if the Australians could get one partnership going, we could get the momentum going their way. But he's going to have to hit them long and hard if the Australians are going to get here. 41 off 18 balls.
Sri Lanka were 5 for 232 at this point. So in terms of runs, not much difference, but those extra wickets help a bit.
Well, it just shows that last 5 overs where the Sri Lankans got 54 runs. When the Australians at that stage were probably only hoping to go for 30.
Jayasuriya is coming on.
He'll bowl round arm, and he's going to bowl straight, and he's going to bowl full. Darted into Clark's pads. Give him no room to get some leverage, to get the ability to hit over the boundary.
Could be the vainglorious finish here for Australia. It's at that point where Clark has to seize the moment. If he doesn't, the game's going to finish very quickly. So he needs one of those overs where there's a few 6s and a few 4s to keep Australia's hopes alive. Can he take a piece out of Jayasuriya? He's got a deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, and deep cover. And the other 4 in the circle, wherever you like. 9 for 234. Jayasuriya around the wicket, and Clark on the back foot cuts, but it goes out towards a backward point. They'll only get a single. That's all they can get with the man running in there. Murley scurrying the ball back. 9 for 235. Now Bracken has to at least get a single.
He can hit him big, Nathan Bracken.
Yep.
But the pressure of the situation.
Jayasuriya bowls to him and he drives the ball away. Out to Murley again. Another single results. 9 for 236. It's 39 from 16 balls. And Jayasuriya is such an experienced bowler. It's hard to imagine Clark going to hit him more than once over to the boundary. He gets a full toss now and he drags it away out to deep mid-wicket for only a single. 3 balls, 3 singles.
You can just hear the grunt of frustration there from Michael Clark. Got a full toss, couldn't put it away. That's what he would have been hoping for in that zone, in that area. Smashed it over mid-wicket.
Jayasuriya bowls to Bracken. Bracken drives him out to cover. They can't score. Straight to Atapatu. So it's not ending famously for Australia at the moment.
What's the chance of a run out to finish this game?
Fair chance. Jayasuriya bowls. Bracken's back. He hits it away through wideish mid-on. There'll be a couple of runs out into the deep with the Bandara coming around. So a relatively unproductive over so far for Australia. Only 5 have been gleaned with 18 or so needed. And some. Bracken faces and he drives, gets a bottom edge into the turf. Sangakkara stops it. So that's just about it. 12 overs, 12 balls to go. 36 required. 3 a ball. I think a few sixes now might be needed. 9 for 239. And over to you, Damon.
Oh, we'll just leave the cricket briefly there. Play underway in the Super 14 match at Subiaco between the Force and the Brumbies. 4 minutes gone, no score over there. Earlier tonight, Wellington beat Auckland 37-19. In the A-League tonight, Central Coast defeated Newcastle 1-0. Back to Adelaide.
12 balls, Michael Clark on 71 not outs. Nathan Bracken 10 not outs. Big effort needed from the Australians here. And we haven't seen a lot of 4s and 6s. Sri Lanka finished with a real bang. But it's been more a game of hitting the gaps, trying to accumulate runs there. But it's been the scoreboard pressure that's really helped the Sri Lankans, leading to 4 run-outs.
Well, Chaminda Vasa is going to bowl the 49th over. And it's one of those points in the history of one-day cricket where Clark could really make a name for himself if he hits him for about 4 6s. Vast runs into Clark. He gives it room and then finds a little extraordinary back cut down towards third man, which results in 2. He gave himself so much room, he almost missed the ball. In the end, he just thrust his bat at it and he got a bottom edge to third man for 2. 9 for 241. Clark goes to 73. 34 needed from 11 balls.
Was it at the Adelaide Oval when Rod Marsh hit that 26 off Lance Cairns' over? Adelaide Oval? That's what we need.
Yep.
That's what the Australians need.
Well, Vast moves into Clark, who stands his ground and misses down the leg side. It's a wide. Good take from Sangakkara. Vast saw him walking across, and I think he was aiming at the leg stump, but he got it just slightly offline, not far, and it was a very good take to prevent 5 wides.
Well, if you don't hit leg stump these days, they call it a wide.
9 for 242. Bonus ball. Vast again to Clark down the pitch and trying to drive. He doesn't quite middle it, and the ball shuffles out on the offside for a single.
Good bowling. Clark has run down the wicket, bowled a Yorker, couldn't get under it. Get the main batter off strike, bowled to the tail ender.
So a single to cover. Bracken has the strike at 9 for 243. And some of our listeners will be hearing the Super 14 game between the Brumbies and the Western Force from Tim Gable shortly. That match having just kicked off. But let's see what we can do with the end of this game. Vast bowls to Bracken. Bracken gets a ball that's right up and he drives it. He made a full toss of it, hit it down towards long off. They're taking the throw on for the second, and a direct hit. He was out. Dilshan was the one who was throwing it. That would have been 5 run-outs. He didn't miss by very much as Clark stretched out at the bowler's end with Dilshan running in from long off to pick up and release. And he just missed the stumps. 2 more to Clark.
He couldn't finish the game for him, could he, Dilshan?
That'd be the perfect finish for Sri Lanka. 4 run-outs and a catch for Dilshan. Vast bowls to Bracken. Bracken digs it out down towards long on, thinking of the second run. No, there's not on there. Don't go. As Jai Wardner throws on the bounce back to the keeper. So we've been saying how difficult this has become in the last 40 minutes or so for Australia to win the game. They're still batting, which is, I suppose, more to the point. 29 needed from 8 balls.
Nice to see a couple of sixes to make this game exciting.
They're bowling too well. Clark wants to know how many are left. 2 in the over. That's, you need to hit 2 sixes. Just checking with umpire Alimdar out at square leg. Clark 74, Bracken 13. 9 for 246. Vass moves up. Clark moves into it and miscues it. Out towards Dilshan running in. Throws back. Another run out on? Oh. No, not quite. Direct hit would have been interesting. Good throw to the bowler's end from Dilshan.
Throw.
2 more to Clark. He's 76. And it's 9 for 248.
He's trying hard, Michael Clark. He's swinging hard. He just hasn't been able to find the boundary in the dying overs. You can hear his frustration out there.
Last ball of the over. Vass comes in. He walks across, full toss, and he hits it fine for 4. Good stroke. Jayasuriya dived, couldn't get to it. 9 for 252. Australia need 23 off the last over.
Just quickly updating the Super 14, 8 minutes gone at Subiaco. No score yet for Force and Brumbies.
Need some sixes, I would have thought, from the Australian team there. But great shot by Michael Clark. He's played well. He's lost wickets all around him. Brett Lee stayed with him for a while. But it's been left to too few for the Australians. Second highest score was Adam Gilchrist, 26. When you're chasing 274, it's always going to make it pretty tough.
So the last over is going to be bowled by Jayasuriya, and his first over of the innings, which shows the depth, versatility of this Sri Lankan side, that he was kept back until the death. That over produced only 5 runs. So Australia, we're always going to have a task tonight to get 275, but 4 run-outs have been seriously complicit in them not getting the runs, as Bracken tries to drive, and there's a run-out to end the innings. Clark backed up too far. The ball was hit straight back, and Jayasuriya broke the stumps. 5 run-outs in the Australian innings, and Jayasuriya has finished the game off. It's a triumph for Sri Lanka. Only the second time they've appeared in the final series, and they're 1 up going to Sydney on Sunday. They have won this game handsomely by 22 runs. Australia all out from the first ball of the final over. Plenty of handshakes in the middle of the ground, and a crowd of 23,000 have seen Sri Lanka pull off something of an upset. But for a lot of us, it probably...
We'll just leave Jim Maxwell there quickly. For listeners in WA, South East Queensland, the ACT and Southern New South Wales, you're about to leave the cricket now to pick up full descriptions of the Force Brumbies game from Subiaco. 9 minutes gone, no score. But for listeners in those parts of the country, here's Tim Gavel at Subiaco. And for everyone else, let's go back to Adelaide.
And Marvin Attapatu is chatting away with some delight and fervour in the middle of the ground as they trot off now. What a night for Sri Lanka, who have been very much the underdogs since the start of this series. They made their way into the final ahead of South Africa on bonus points, and now they have beaten Australia. They have beaten the world champions, and Australia don't lose too many games in finals, but they've lost here tonight. Peter Walsh.
Marvin Attapatu, congratulations. A magnificent victory. Hold your head up.
Yeah, I mean, from the start, I thought we had no pressure, obviously, coming from behind for the series, and I think we are clearly underdogs, and where we fought tonight, I guess, I mean, this is the way to go. We enjoy our cricket in the middle, and as long as we enjoy, I think results will take care of itself.
Describe the performance of Dilshan with the bat, with the ball in the field. Extraordinary.
Yeah, he has been a good fielder for us over the years now, and I mean, it goes to show how much we have done in the past in regard to fielding, the way it paid off today.
And the runs that you were able to score late in the innings, that was so important.
It was important any stage of the innings, and I thought we ended up the innings better than the few matches that we played earlier.
And the bowling of Muralitharan too, very tight, very tidy, and he's a wicket-taking bowler. He was the one who made the break.
Yeah, I mean, he'll always make the break because he's a world-class bowler, and I mean, you cannot hide a bowler like that. I mean, it always shows, and once again, it shows how important what a bowler Murali is.
And finally, you might not be aware, but it's a sellout at the SCG. You go one love into the best of three. What's the program for tomorrow now before you regroup and you tackle the Aussies who are going to come back fighting?
We just enjoy, mate. I mean, we just enjoy being in the finals. Nobody thought that we'll get into the finals, so we'll just enjoy the exposure that we are getting here.
You were jumping for joy at the end then. It was a real team spirit too. Everyone was clasping each other's hands. A real team effort there to get across the line.
I mean, yeah, we are playing the world champions, and why not? We should celebrate when we get a victory like this.
Well played, and thanks for joining ABC Grandstand around Australia.
Thanks.
Peter Walsh down there being as busy as a beaver, catching up with Marvin Atapatu, and he's got a resplendent floral shirt on this evening, so it's easy to track him around as I'm doing at the moment, because I'm sure he's going to find someone else to have a chat to. Anyway, when we get to him, you'll hear all about it. He's lining up, I think it's Dilshan who's heading in his direction. Walshy.
Man of the match, fantastic performance going right around Australia, Dilshan. Tell me about it. What's going through your mind right now after a wonderful individual effort?
Yeah, I not enjoyed, but everyone contributed this win. I work out with our Trevor Penny assistant coach last few months with the fielding. Everyone.
You're just shaking hands with Ricky Ponting at the moment. Keep going.
Yeah, I mean, we work hard with the fielding side. I think that's the come out today, winning the fielding.
The complete performance by Sri Lanka, because not only did you lose your best batsman at the start, everybody contributed, you in particular at the finish, and that was a very competitive total.
Yeah, we target in the morning 260, 250, 260. It's a good total in this wicket, as batting second is very difficult. And I think we achieved that. We could keep in the wickets in hand, and we batted well in the top order and keep it the wicket throughout the innings.
The effort too of yourself in the field. Have you ever been in a game individually where you've been involved in so many run-outs?
Yeah, that's why I tell you earlier, I work hard with Trevor Penny the last few months, direct hits, catches, and the thing is, last few months I work hard with TP. I want to good feel in the side. I am batting on number 6, number 7. I can get maximum 30-40 runs. Then I want to stop another extra 10 runs in the field and a couple of run-outs. I work hard with TP. I think that's the come out today.
Well, you've done brilliantly. Congratulations to yourself and also to the team for a thoroughly enjoyed victory, and we look forward to you and the Aussies up at the SCG on Sunday. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to Peter Walsh down there with Dilshan. I can see Sangakkara down there, so I'm just wondering about this man of the match. Marvin Atapatu is down there with Kumar Sangakkara. So interesting to find out exactly who is the man of the match. I mean, Sangakkara made 83 and kept pretty well too. So he'd have to be in the running for it. But Dilshan's performance was extraordinary. 4 run-outs, a catch, and also an invaluable 26 not out.
I think he was the most sensational player of the game, who changed the game in so many ways. Interesting, he thanked Trevor Penny, who the ex-Warwickshire player, who's actually the English fielding coach and did a bit of sub-fielding during the Ashes series. But there's no doubt they've done a lot of work, because the way they fielded tonight, they're one of the better world-class teams going around in the field. And Sangakkara is man of the match. I mean, not disappointed there with seeing he got 80-odd, but I just felt like Dilshan in that partnership with Kapagadera. It was amazing, 50 partnership, you know, and Dilshan got 26 off 20 balls. And they probably did those two what they haven't done all the BB series for Sri Lanka. They actually accelerated in the last 10 overs.
All right, Peter Walsh is just hovering on the fringes there. We might get one more interview before we finish up here. Australia had to chase 275 and they couldn't do it after Jayasuri was out for 25, Atapatu 53, Jai Wardner 11, Arnold 24, Sangakkara 83, Kapagetera 38, Vas 1, Muralitharan duck. Dilshan was 26 not out. Kulasekara won 8 for 274. The Australian bowling all 10 overs. Lee none for 48. Bracken 2 for 61. Clark 2 for 48. Simons 1 for 66. And Hogg 1 for 47. And in the chase, Gilchrist caught Arnold to bowl Kulasekara for 26. Ponting run out without facing a ball, naught. Martin run out 1, direct hit Dilshan. Simon stumped from the doozera of Muralitharan by Sangakkara for 16. Katic a run out from Dilshan 56. Hussey run out Dilshan 16. Hopes caught Dilshan, bowled Muralitharan 3. And Hogg caught by Jayasuriya from Bandara for 1. Lee bowled by Murali for 19. Clark run out from the first ball of the final over for 80 by Jayasuriya after Bracken struck the ball straight down the pitch, and Bracken was 13 not out. They made a good go of it at the end. They were 8 for 166, 9 for 213 and 252 all out. Murali taking 3 for 40. And Bandara 1 for 51. Kulasekara 1 for 47. Pereira none for 28. Vast none for 60. Dilshan 2 overs for 7. And Jayasuriya none for 5. So Australia going down by 22 runs against the much improved and improving Sri Lankan team. We're getting close to a wrap here, but we may be able to sneak a word in with the Australian captain through Peter Walsh in a tick or two from here. A crowd of over 23,000 here at the Adelaide Oval, enjoying a very good night out. So going to be a little bit tight here. We're just trying to coordinate everything so we get at least a minute from Ricky Ponting before he heads off. And here is the opportunity. Peter Walsh moves towards him, and here's Peter Walsh.
Thanks, Jim. Ricky Ponting with us around Australia. An unbelievable game, Ricky. So weird. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that with the Australians. And full credit to Sri Lanka, but what happened?
I don't know, actually. We didn't do much wrong with the ball or in the field, I didn't think. We hung in there right the way through. They got off to a pretty good start, and we dragged it back really well through the middle. And they're only 190, I think, off about 40 overs. And you're going to take that in most one-day games, especially on a wicket in an outfield like this. And they got away from us in the last 5, but then that's when all the mistakes started coming in. A lot of the mix-ups today were just, they're unacceptable, really, and something that we're not ever renowned for. We pride ourselves on our running between the wickets and our calling and our judgment of runs, and tonight it was that was sadly missing. But it's obviously not any skill errors. It's just a few little communication errors, probably more than anything, that have cost us, and we've got to make sure we rectify that by Sunday.
And do you do anything about changes for Sunday? Do you sit down and have a think about what you might do?
No. We didn't do anything wrong, mate. We'll be better Sunday. There's no doubt about that. We've come up 20 runs short and did everything we possibly could wrong in our batting innings, so we can take some confidence from that. I thought we played their spinners reasonably well. Murali took 3 wickets, but we got him for over 40. We got the other guy for over 50 off his 10. So we've got no dramas with coming up against the Sri Lankans, and I know that if we play even slightly better than we have tonight, we're going to be harder to beat. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's a sellout crowd in Sydney too, so it'll be a huge day Sunday.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Look, it's always nice to play in front of full houses, and the crowds in Sydney right the way through this summer have been outstanding. I think we had 35,000 the other night, and just almost like a dead rubber game. So we're looking forward to, as I said, getting up to Sydney tomorrow, working hard and making sure that we put a better performance on the board.
Thanks for joining Grandstand around Australia.
Thanks, Walsh.
Ricky Ponting with Peter Walsh. And Damien Fleming, a quick wrap. You've got about 30 seconds before we head off.
No, well done to the Sri Lankans. They outplayed the Australians, particularly in the second innings of that game. Ricky Ponting just mentioned there that they couldn't have done any worse with their batting, so they fully expect an outstanding game for the second final in Sydney, and very much look forward to a sellout crowd, and the final series is alive.
Some wonderful cricket played by Sri Lanka here. They had very much the better of the argument with the pressure created on the scoreboard. Defending 8 for 274. They bowled Australia out for 252 to win by 22 runs. Sangakkara, the man of the match, with 83. Join us on Grandstand in Sydney for more of the same. Good